Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? QS, Lugdush, Nesta Rules, Purple, Leroy, Nosferatu, Olden Son. Sorry for the wait, my apologies. I was looking for some shoes. We're going to try walking again, and I wanted to try some different shoes. I have some shoes that are they're like kind of hiking shoes, but I want to see how they do for walking. They may be good, maybe not. Overflow stats such a big thing. I gotta be honest. Are we just talking about the overflow like chest leech thing we saw from the one video? Did they give more details on it? Yesterday, there's probably stuff that got like information revealed. I wasn't able really too much yesterday to like look at stuff because yesterday I was celebrating the Thanksgiving and birthdays with the family. So we're gonna be playing a bit of catch up today on whatever information got announced yesterday / today. And my axe. Yo, Connor, there was new info. What was the new info? Also, can you guys hear that? Did the alert play for you guys? Just to make sure. Yesterday I realized my alerts weren't playing sound for you, and I changed some settings. Did that alert actually play for you guys? Yes, no, plays. It played. Okay, good. Just want to make sure I fixed it. I finally took the step to try to like separate all my audio so that way I could play one track to the stream where we have music in the background, another track where it just doesn't play the music to the VOD. That was something I needed to fix with it. Were they able to fit 56 candles on your cake? I'm not that old, man. I'm not that old. I am not that old. All right, we're gonna elevate the desk. We'll break out the treadmill. I'm so just sure about to listen to this interview for the third time. Dude, this is gonna be the longest 14 days. What are we now? We're 11 days away, or are we 10 days away? It's just gonna be forever. I haven't listened to this interview, so this is the first time for me. I know when I was checking Twitch this morning, I saw Nugian looking at it. I saw Tuna looking at it. I saw like when I went to like the Twitch thumbnail or whatever. You know how like you go over here, you go like twitch.tv, and you go like to the Path of Exile 2 category.
Free game on Steam.
I did this, and it was like 5 screens in a row where this was this screen. I guess Nugian's still looking at it. But I was like, dang man, everybody's watching the interview. Must have been a banger. So I'm genuinely curious because usually when you get Jonathan in an interview, now that I feel like he actually is comfortable with telling us information, he's going to just spill a lot of information through this interview. RF is mentioned in this. I did get linked a clip of them talking about RF. The clip I got linked though, he was like, it's not ready because it's tied to a class, which is kind of what we thought. And then he follows it up with, it's much different. And I'm like, no, stop saying that, Jonathan. Stop saying it's different. It's kind of changed my mind in the last 24 hours that 6 isn't a beta. It's basically launch. Everything is just rolling forward, just rapid leagues with usual nerfs from Orbit every patch. That's kind of what I felt like before, to be honest. It always seemed to me the way they were talking about this is it's something where they want to have a pretty set up game from the get-go. And to me, so far, the stuff we've seen is it looks pretty freaking well thought out. Their freaking map they have and everything looks so good to me. It looks real freaking ready. So I am pumped about it. I watched 8-ish full reactions of the PoE 2 release stream. Really, that many? That's crazy. Are we walking and watching? Yeah, I need to start walking again. Okay, I gotta tell you guys a funny story. Well, I don't know if it's funny. I don't know if it's funny per se, but basically, so I spent yesterday doing stuff with family, and and my dad had some extra dress shirts and an extra jacket that were getting too big for him because he's been losing some weight. And he had me and my two brothers try stuff on. It was a reminder that man, I still need to lose some weight. Because I was not fitting in those jackets and they were too big for my dad. So I was like, you know what, this is another wake up call. I need to keep working on it. Cultivating mass, something like that, yeah. Something like that. Just gotta keep going, yep. Where did Chris go? I don't know. He's effectively, I think he's the managing director of the game, the CEO, the business side of things. Who knows? Maybe he's had his fill and he's done being the face. Flip the script. It's a bulk phase. You know, we could go that route too. I technically have a squat rack in the basement. I would need to get a bar and some weights to go with it. We could start putting in some workouts. I would need to find the time for it though. Strength training arc, yeah. I like strength training a lot. Honestly, the thing is, like, when you actually, like, okay, before I, got fat, back when I was in college actually working out on a regular basis, I did a decent amount of, like, weightlifting. And the great thing about the weightlifting is that I feel like when you have a decent amount of muscle, you just burn so many more calories at, like, baseline. Because I felt like I could get away with eating so freaking much. Always hungry, yeah. Burn calories by existing, yeah, exactly. But I've definitely lost a lot of that muscle mass, and I'm not getting away with eating as many calories. The calories are consuming me instead. Hey, I just watched a recent video about Air Shield. You didn't mention that Jonathan said chaos damage deals double to ES, which would mean it no longer bypasses it. I think I might have mentioned that vaguely. But yeah, the new downside for chaos is it deals double to ES. The other thing was, the thing I'm not really sure about the ES stuff is essentially ailment, stun, and Dream Core's inside my head right now because he's like, they changed Zealot Oath, and he won't freaking tell me what they did to it. When I initially bulked up, I dropped from 225 to 177 against my will without changing diet. Wait, what? That's crazy. I can literally maintain my weight by eating 4,000 to 4,500 calories a day by barely being active due to my muscle. Yeah. So, TLDR is, maybe that's the way. Maybe just rebuild some of the muscle and then have it burn the calories. Just carry a newborn calf up a mountain each day. By the time it's full grown cow, you'll be lifting 1,400 pounds up a mountain. Yeah, maybe. I don't know about that. Is that a real technique, Cruth and Mac? All right, let's start taking a look at this interview. That light's too bright for me. We're gonna work in the shadows. I have this little light thing, but it freaking shines too much in my eyes. So say goodbye to well lit Lance and say hello to dark lit Lance.
So sorry about the delay, everybody. We are here.
Well, let me make sure I can hear this well. Make sure you guys can hear it too.
Here. Thanks for waiting. And take it away, Ghazi, with the intro.
All right. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Tavern Talk. We have lost track of which episode this is.
Supplement the water with
we have Jonathan with us yet again to talk about PoE 2. How are you doing?
Pretty.
Do you have any ideas for what you're gonna play at PoE 2 launch? I'm still floppy on Blood Mage or Infernalist. I'm leaning towards a Sork and YOLO sending a Chronomancer or a Stormweaver. Mainly because the nodes on Stormweaver look generically good, and there's a lot of other nodes that we didn't see. Same with Chronomancer, there's a lot of nodes we didn't see. I feel like ES scaling's gonna be good, and I just want to start on that side of the tree. You're really quiet on my side, like my microphone is? Like my talking is, or the volume of this is?
Good. Obviously the...
Like, do I need to turn this louder? Louder, please? Alright, I'll turn it up. The video. Alright, hold on. Let me turn this up a decent amount. Tell me how this feels after I hit it.
response to the live stream we did was kind of crazy.
How's that? Is that too loud? Not loud enough? Way better? It's good. All right. We'll do that volume then. Someone escape the cellar, something like that. something along those lines. I'm looking at the Warbringer and OCDR cooldown. Yeah, and Warcries actually do damage now, right? They hit enemies. I wonder how that'll be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what we really expected, but certainly there seems to be a lot of hype. So yeah, we.
I wonder if he thinks it's getting. He sounds like he wasn't necessarily expecting this much of a response. You know what? To be fair, every time they did any PoE 2 stuff on like a PoE 1 League reveal stream, people would be like, "Frickin' screw this PoE 2 stuff! Why are you showing this?" You know, like. Their feedback a lot of the times they've tried to showcase stuff for PoE 2 has always been like people just crapping on it because it wasn't the current thing or whatever. So I guess that could maybe be like his perspective is he thought people weren't necessarily as hyped or something. People don't care until it's close. Yeah. I'm so hyped to play with a two-handed mace and shield. Yeah, Giant's Blood looks like a lot of fun. Honestly, I could see building around that just for like just to friggin' I don't know. I wonder how you balance that because I think it's just going to be like a top tier stat to get like strength on your gear just for life scaling purposes. So I guess I wonder how much that attribute requirement is actually a downside or not. Giant Blood Mage, Giant's Blood Mage. Yeah, I could see a Death Rage. Freaking, you go for the crit damage. I get behind that. I can support that, absolutely. I like that a lot. You're cooking. If only you could have two-hand staves, yeah. That would be nice. There are no bosses. The hammer drops in, the ignite removes the boss. The hammer of the gods ignite, maybe. Did you see the one herald node for auto bombers? I think there was briefly I saw a herald node. I haven't looked too. I think that was from the Dreamcore video. I haven't watched the Dreamcore video, so I wanted to watch that today too. All right, I need to start this video, or we're like never gonna finish.
I think we're doing pretty well.
Oh, for sure. Big congratulations on the reveal. It was fantastic. Like the intro scene.
How do you see the
I
monk?
think it blew
Fun?
everybody away. Absolutely
Squishy.
astonishing.
Probably.
I
Maybe.
mean,
I don't know.
Ian, what do you think about the reveal? Like, I'm rating it at a 12
You probably
out of
make it
10 so
tanky.
far. It's been the best one yet.
I mean, obviously everyone liked it. I would say that kind of expected it to be good
Is this podcast new? Yeah, they did this like yesterday.
because
I haven't seen it
was
yet.
able to get the early sneak peek and see it in LA earlier on. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be pretty well received. One of my questions I did have for you to go right into it. We're going to do general questions, and then we're going to pretty much almost immediately go into like more specific questions. And these are questions mostly just pulled from the community.
Questions like righteous fire, what the hell? Where is it? How do you see the ranger classes? The ranger ascendancies don't look very good to me, to be honest. When I looked at the nodes they revealed for the ranger ascendancies, they just didn't seem that great. They seem pretty mediocre.
Really want the answers to, but one of the general questions that I had for you was,
but I'm a known
there's
ranger
been
hater,
more and
to be
more
fair.
an emphasis on exploration and world building in Path of Exile too. You saw things like the skulls on the maps is one such example you've used for this before. So I was kind of hoping you could walk us through the process that happened when you guys started to realize we really want to have more of a focal point on exploration.
Mercenary seems goated, maybe.
So, I mean, to start with the story stuff like that, I mean,
I'll put it this way. Okay, for Mercenary, I gotta be honest, here's my thought process. I'm not so confident in Mercenary. What I am confident in is the grenade launcher. The grenade launcher's numbers look good. I don't know about the rest of the other, like, freaking crossbow skills. The grenade launcher looks good. I'm not sure about the other stuff. I think there's gonna be some good builds around grenade abuse. I'm not sure about the baseline freaking skills. Chonk supremacy? Oh no, not the chonk supremacists.
like, we really want to make sure that we're doing better than what we had in PoE 1 with regard to story. Like, a lot of people get through PoE 1 and they never even realize what it is, like, what the story even was.
That's still going to be
But
the
it's
case,
exploration
Jonathan.
as well. I mean, like,
Gotta skip the lore.
there's just, you really want to have that fantasy of, like, of
I wonder if they're going to do other cutscenes besides just like the opening intro they showed us. If there's going to be other ones throughout the acts, that'd be kind of neat.
well, I mean, you're
Seems
playing a
unlikely,
fantasy game,
though.
right? Like, you're just like, and I think exploration is a huge part of that. So there was a thing that happened, in terms of like the icons on the map and everything like that. There was kind of a moment when we realized that people actually didn't realize how much content there was in the game. Like there was a situation where
They said there's things in between the acts. Wait, really? Oh, dude, that's sick. Did they say that in this interview? I guess we'll find out. The Witch Hunter's generically good. The other one seems broken or bad. I think Gemeline is just going to be bad on League start and then maybe good later on. And yeah, Witch Hunter is generically good. It's just got some decent damage nodes, explode. That's pretty generic power. There's a story I just go where Quest tells me I kill thing. Exactly, Dog Tamer. Exactly.
Walk past things, they wouldn't know that maps contain stuff. So we're like, okay, when people are dying to bosses all the time,
Hello, Grinner.
there is stuff out there for them to find. They're just not actually.
I love that, by the way. How the mini map has like the little boss, and you can hover over it and stuff. What is this clip for?
Can you guys link me the fucking website again? That brings me to the page. There, come on, and ah!
Oh, he got destroyed. That's hilarious.
Finding it, they don't know that it's there. So the icon on the map thing was just like a really good step towards actually making it so that you realize, oh, you know what, this is actually a game where if I explore, I will be rewarded. And there's been quite a lot of other things like that we've done as well. Like, we've tweaked the random level generator. We've done like like to make it so that you've got things like where when you come to dead ends, we try to make sure that there's stuff in dead ends for you to find. And of course, there's this like the particular encounters that we have, like like every area we try to have like 2. In some cases, there might even be 3, like sort of just like handmade like little things you can find. And we're actually keen to expand on that as well. So one of the things that I'm keen to do is to have a larger pool of these kinds of things in the game than what you get the first time you go through an area, and they can be random. And then we could even consider having it so that when we do the when we go between leagues, the set of them that gets picked for each area could be randomly selected from those. Like we don't have that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just realized I have freaking Age of Empires in the background. I apologize. For those of you who are wondering why is Age of Empires in the background, Jonathan talking, that's my bad. I completely just realized that.
At the moment, but it's like something that I'm very keen to do because I think that obviously replayability, if it's an action RPG, it's like a huge thing. By having more of these things, you just want like every time you go through the campaign, you just get a feeling of like, oh, there's stuff here I haven't noticed before. There's stuff there I haven't like just little things, and I think those little things really contribute. And we even started doing that a little bit with PoE 1. Once we sort of realized we wanted to do this stuff, even with PoE 1, we started saying, okay, every league when we put one out, we want to have like 20, 30 just like tiny changes to the campaign that we can do, just so that next time you go through it, you just sort of feel like, hey, like here's just something random that I never noticed before. And I think that that's like, it's funny because it's not really a headline feature. Like when we're announcing the a PoE 1
those are
league,
good changes, by the way.
it's not like saying, oh, here's like a bunch of these little things. Like it doesn't really get anyone very excited. But I think that when you actually play through it, there's just that feeling of like, oh man, I never saw that before, and it just kind of gives you just a better experience. So I think that feeling of just like just finding random stuff is
corruption in
really
Act
important.
2.
We want to do that as much as we can.
A
That's
Legion
really
in
funny that
Act
you mention that,
1.
'cause, like, I don't know how many times I've gone through the campaign. I play the game for 10.5 years. And every time I see something new, I'm like, how have I missed this after a decade of playing this game?
Snuck it in
There's
late,
nothing
man.
attached to it. It's always so surprising.
Yeah.
Gem stash, the flask stash, or
You
strong
guys even
box.
go with
Yeah, I think we just
The
jump
new
into-
ledge
we made
layout.
a
Yeah, what
list
the hell
here
was
to make
that?
Sure it's structured because we have a tendency of asking repeat questions in the
Yes.
past, and we'll try and make sure that's not happening this time. So the next question we have, we're going to jump into, is that the PoE 2 is focused a lot on new player experience, eliminating a lot of requirements for going to third-party tools or third-party sites. And a commonly asked question is that if we're going to be able to search and look up, say, monsters and their abilities in
He's going to say the same thing he says every single time the third-party question comes up. I think he's going to say the same thing, which is, why would we do it if somebody's already doing it for free and doing a good job? That's my prediction.
game,
I feel like he says
sort of
that every
like,
time this question's
Necronomicon
asked.
or wiki in game. Can we expect to see this?
This is something that I'd be super keen to do, especially because of the fact that some of the monster models are so awesome. You don't really get to appreciate them from game camera perspective. Like, so like every weekend, my friends come over, and I like to show them like, hey, here's what we've been doing on PoE2 recently. But the thing is, I've got the tools. I can like open up the what's called the asset viewer and like, hey, look at this cool monster, and like show them close up and like, hey, look at. And
Wait, so they're actually gonna give it
us? Like,
they're gonna give it to us?
Idle animations for the monsters that you basically never see, like with a bunch of character to them and stuff like that are really awesome, and the players never see them because obviously you never see a monster not attacking you. So like there's all sort of stuff. So one day, and we don't have this in the game right now, but one day I am very keen to make an actual sort of bestiary, of like here's all the monsters in the game, but like we can actually see the model and like appreciate it a little bit, and then obviously when you do that, then that would be a great opportunity to be able to show.
Okay. Maybe he's keen about the monsters in game, but he's not going to say there's going to be POB in game. That's full. There's no way. Will there be POB before early access? Unless we get super big data mine drop, I don't think it's happening. There's gonna be people that are freaking, patchwork quilting a freaking MS Paint, image together of their tree plan, but it's not gonna be POB.
Like all various abilities and things like that. It'll be sort of handy, I think, for people who are wanting to play specters and to be able to have a big list of all that stuff. So I think that'll be a really cool thing to do one day. But yeah, we don't have it at the moment. I just think it'll be really awesome to kind of show off the work of the artists who have made all these awesome monsters. And like, yeah, some of them are really kind of gruesome. Like there's this random.
But how am I gonna take credit for somebody else's build? Here's what you gotta do. You gotta get out ahead of it. You see somebody else making a cool build, you gotta copy it and then make like 5 videos on it before they can. And then boom, it's your build, easy.
Guy just to pick a
just
random
be the first one.
A pale fishman, and it's like this tiny little thing on screen that you barely even see. But if you like zoom into the model, it's like this crazy like warped thing between a human and a one of those anglerfish with the like dangling light thing on it. Yeah. And like when you look at it real close, you can see there's like a sort of screaming person kind of under there that like there's a mouth and like the idle animation.
That is not a Captain Lance classic. Shut your mouth. You're so full of crap. I ain't doing that.
Like is like kind of crazy with like all this like
ain't no way.
Yeah, like there's just stuff like that in there that it's like like you really don't appreciate that when you just like.
But if you want a class, we got a paid access class that can teach you exactly how to do that. No, I'm just kidding.
Blast past it and kill it in like half a second because it's just some random small monster. So yeah, it'd be cool for people to see that stuff.
What was the name of that? Because we can get the.
Are you supposed to build crap without the nodes? You can't.
That's true. It was called a pale fishman. I actually don't even know if it's in the early access because I think it might be an Act 4 monster. Yeah, in fact, and the other thing as well is when I give names like these are like internal code names. That's like the name of the folder that someone put it in, rather than like the actual like lore name in the game. So I don't know if it'll even be called that in the final version, but yeah, it's just
a bit too knowledgeable. Yeah, something like that.
And speaking.
I'll see if I can find it.
Speaking of animations, I'm going to go off script here from our list already and ask you about the cinematic. Was something that I wanted to make sure I ask you about because it's kind of the first
cinematics for more acts,
full, like major cinematic that has really been revealed so far. So, was it difficult doing your first cinematic, and did you guys get the result and the response you were really hoping for?
That is not the first cinematic. Okay, the Katava hand move that was the first cinematic. It was perfection,
absolutely.
By the way.
So yes, it was definitely very hard. I mean, obviously we've never done anything like that before. Like I sort of had to. I mean, I wrote it myself, and there was a New Zealand company who we commissioned to kind of to work on it. They've done obviously some cool stuff before, but I don't think they'd ever done like a thing that's this long. Like on the sort of scale, I guess. So that was certainly, but like I mean, they did a really good job, right? Like it's really awesome. But yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of like. I was really concerned, right? Because obviously the comparison is to like Blizzard and all the crazy cinematics like that. And to be honest, like the quality of the animation is not what Blizzard does, right? Like I mean, they, like we do a lot of things in order to make it so that like it is like I want the content to be really awesome, but it's like in terms of just the raw like like amount of millions of dollars that they probably spend on their cinematics, right? Like we're not at that level. We're not there. But I was really hoping that you could get a feeling of like the world and the kind of I want to make sure that people understand right from the word go that like there is a brutality here. And like we're not sort of pulling any punches when it comes to the kind of things you can expect in the game. So that was kind of what I was going for. And the thing that I actually based it on is I was thinking a lot about the Riddick movies.
Yes.
Where you've kind of got the thing that the classic like a team of guys go in all overconfident and then they get picked off one by one. That's kind of what I was imagining. I was like, okay, how are we going to do this? And so that's kind of what I was thinking about as we were writing it.
I love that Riddick series. That was the first movie I introduced my fiance
pretty
to when
cool.
we first met.
Jonathan wrote the.
Yeah,
Probably not the best choice.
And also,
Cinematic.
it also has that sort of idea of the flip of like the you've got the team
Copied
you're
and pasted
following
the
are, like,
Riddick
the bad
movie.
guys, but you kind of
Well
think of them as
played.
like, but they're kind of yet the main protagonists, and it's like you get that flip at the end where you realize that the bad guy hunting them
become
all is
stronger,
actually the
yes.
good guy. So I was pretty happy with that one as well.
Pretty well done. It's pretty well done.
Yeah,
Min Max,
It was
baby.
fantastic.
yeah. So that was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Moving on to the next question. For clarification, this is a kind of a big one, a couple of mini questions in it. So for clarification, can you explain how deaths in map work? Because there's been some confusion on why 6 portals if you
Guys,
die.
they're not
going to
let you lock out of the Atlas.
As well as experience.
How are
penalties
people
still being a
asking this
thing. So let's start
question?
with those two.
Yeah, so basically, when you die in a map, you can't resurrect in the map. And I think that is okay. Like we discussed this quite a lot, right? Because we were like, we've got 6 portals, we could have it, so that you can revive 6 times like you did in PoE 1. But the thing we're
Catlet's
really
classic,
worried
yep.
about is just
He's
compromising
winning.
the combat. Like we just really don't want to make it so that you just effectively, like, I mean, obviously there's a limited level of cheese, but it's still cheese on the boss as far as we were concerned. So the reason for 6 portals is it's still important that you're able to pull out 6 inventories worth of items from a map if you're by yourself. Like you still want to be able to do that. And yet we also don't want to make it just one portal with unlimited uses, because once again, that limitation on like the amount of stuff you can pull out of a map, I think, is also kind of one of those things that's important. And there's also a slightly more mundane reason, which like seems a bit silly, but all the map devices that we've already sold, those are microtransactions that we need to support going forward in the store, and all of those have 6 portals. We can't really change that, so that's kind of just like one of those things that we just kind of have to maintain backwards compatibility for that reason. So there was a lot of discussion around this though, but at the end of the day, the main thing that won out as far as is we just don't want to compromise the combat. We want to make sure that if you're going to kill a boss, it has to be.
This
like
interview will
one,
make you a Blood
one
Witch,
life.
Andy. You
have
think
to
so?
survive it, you actually have to properly kill it.
I mean, I already might
but
be
of
a
course we
Blood
can make those
Mage,
encounters
Andy.
harder because of the fact we don't have.
Just after I go CI first.
A map boss in every area, so we get to ideally have that still being fine.
What about experience penalty when dying? Is that still going to be a thing with us?
That's actually a very good question. So we removed it from the campaign at the point where we made it so that we added checkpoints and everything. And then at the time, we were like,
Death Rage, I agree. I think that's a great idea. Giants Blood Mage, 100%. I respect
it's
that.
It's still there right now, but it's not something I've like thought about, honestly, for like a little while now. So it's probably good that I have another conversation with Mark about it just to see whether we still need it. The reason why I think I would still like it
CI Blood Mage?
Not
No.
necessarily. It's not really at the
Blood
beginning
Mage.
of maps, but as you get towards the race towards 100, having death like set you back, so that you have to actually build somewhat defensively when you're like racing for 100, I think is kind of important. So the experience penalty is really serving a really important role there. But I suppose the question is like it may not be
Strength
as
give life,
necessary when
yep.
you're talking early maps, right? Like it's really
Strength
that
gives
from like 90
2
to
life
100 where it
per
kind of starts to
strength.
matter that the
Just
death
4x
penalty is
of
there
what
as a thing.
PoE 1
So
strength
you
does.
could theoretically think about like I mean basically what I'm saying with that is like we could fiddle around with the equation for it a little bit, but yeah, the purpose of it really is to make sure that as you're coming towards the end, as you're getting to level 100, that like a mistake actually costs you something rather than just being like a nothing in the road. In order for that race to 100 to actually be meaningful, because like if you can just grind your face into the wall and still not lose any experience and just like die, it's like you get to 100 but you died like 2,000 times. It's like, well, did you really achieve the same thing as the guy who didn't die at all? So that's kind of the reason why it exists.
That's a fair answer. The follow-up questions to this little chunk we got here is loot. And what happens when you're going in a party play in maps, and what happens to the loot there in the loot split between the parties, as well as what happens if X player dies? What is the loot to that player?
All right, so okay, a few things about this. So number one, we have changed how the loot scaling works for party members, and what we've actually tried to do is be a lot more intelligent with regard to what types of items do you want to see more
PoE2,
of,
we don't know yet.
and what types of
At least
items
I haven't seen it confirmed
don't
yet.
matter about having more of. So an example of this is like if you're talking about currency, right?
Has the
Obviously,
skill
you
tree
want,
out? No.
double the amount of currency. We've got 2 players because all players want to take currency. But this is also true for things like rings and amulets, because rings and amulets
Few different
aren't
videos,
kind of like,
but that's about it.
specific to any one like person, right? Like I mean, obviously the mods can make them that way, but everyone wants a ring, everyone wants an amulet if one drops. So effectively, we also do plus 100% for things like that as well. But if you're talking about armors, well, there are 6 different armor types, and so if you look on average, you only need to increase the number of armors by 50% in order to be able to. Oh, wait, is it even 50%? It might be. Okay, I might be doing the math wrong here, but effectively, there's an amount of armor increase that you need in order to kind of, on average, make it so that everyone's still getting the stuff they want, because certain players only want certain armor parts of the pie, right, due to the strength, dex, int thing. And for weapon types, there's even more weapon types. So the chance that two players are actually using the same weapon type is generally much lower. So effectively what that means is that we can not increase weapons by the same amount that we increase other stuff. So what that means is that when you, the sum total of all of that means that the stuff on the ground from each player increases by some number like 28% if you actually look at it in raw drops. But the actual, what makes up that 28% is like way more of the stuff you actually want and not.
Okay, am I hearing this correctly? Is he saying that the party play MFers are screwed? Is that how I'm understanding this right now? Because basically the reason the party play MFers do what they do is so they can resell some loot, but he's saying that you would drop less loot because more of it's relevant to the party members sort of idea. No, you don't think so? I feel like that's what he's saying. They have some smart loot attached to them. They get more currency and more jewelry. I guess, yeah, that stuff's doubled, but not the rest of the stuff is.
You don't want, in order to make it so that you don't get the crazy spam on the ground with party play that you previously might have gotten.
2 players is double currency.
That works very well.
I mean, you're still losing out on some of the other drops you would get, though, right?
Items. And I guess it just goes to the general philosophy.
Maybe that loot isn't the most important for resellable loot, but it still is less loot.
We're trying to not drop as many.
But they get other benefits. Okay, fair enough.
More important and better as you go up. So that's kind of like the as I said, just part of that philosophy there. I feel like there was another part of the question that I've forgotten now. So maybe you can remind me what it was.
The last part there's 2 more, but one of them was let's say you're 2 players playing and 1 player dies.
What
happens to the loot on the ground that belongs to that player?
So I think that we usually use temporary. I think temporary allocation is still. I'm pretty sure the rules for this are basically the same as what they were in PoE 1, at least at the moment. So basically, if you've got temporary allocation on, then the allocation will disappear, and then the loot will just become allocated to be free for all once the timer expires. And if it's permanent allocation, then obviously it stays like that. Although we definitely should make it free for all once you die, even if it's permanent. I assume. I don't know if we've actually done that. It does work that way. In that case, it'll just work then. So it's just the same.
Also, I think it's to prevent replay explosions like PoE1. I think they want to reduce
like that. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's like
the ground loot regardless. Make drops feel better, right?
Yeah. So
I mean, that's why they're adding in the system where we saw the other day that the item dropped as a tier 3 pair of gloves, which I think means that it had on average probably better rare rolls. And so instead of dropping 50 pairs of gloves, they dropped 1 pair of gloves that was likely to be well rolled type of thing. I think is what they're going for.
What was the last part there?
Last one has to do with trial.
If I'm game sharing off somebody who has EA, will I be able to play it? My guess would be probably if you're not logged in at the same time, but I don't really know. Like if you're doing a couch co-op with your friend and he has the account, you both can have characters logged in playing party play together. But if you're not couch co-op and you both are trying to play the same time from a separate location, then I think you might be screwed. I don't know if that would work. I think it would log you out from trying to log in from 2 locations.
Of it. So the real question is two ones. One is the Sanctum no-hit run, and the questions are, what happens if 1 player dies, if 2 players goes in, and the other one is the reward system there as well, I guess.
Okay, so this is one of these tricky technical questions that Mark would probably be better at answering because he knows the exact details. So let me think about that.
Right, it's a big deal,
I don't
yeah.
know that I've
Sounds
even
like
had
it
a
will be.
discussion about what happens to the rewards in Sanctum. Now, generally speaking, of course, when we're doing things like this, when you're paying party play with a thing like Sanctum,
Jonathan's doing a podcast with Talkative
like
Try
map,
tomorrow.
To be technical, the map owner, but effectively the person who paid the cost, the person who put the key in, they're the person who kind of gets like the progress. So they usually get to be the one who decides what actions to take and what rooms to go to. I believe though that if you want to go through an ascend, like you can both do the ascendancy. So that means if you want to do like the ascension in a party, then that's absolutely fine. You get the reward there. But I believe that the items that come from like key, the chests and stuff like that, I believe that they belong to the person who paid the cost of the coin that they used to enter. Is my understanding of that. I could be wrong about this, but I think that's correct. So yeah, there's a few. I'm sorry about this. I don't have like completely clear information about some of that stuff, but that's one of those things that Mark tends to be often addressing as far as working up those things. Mark really is like one thing I should mention is that Mark plays like. I could be wrong about this, but I think like 90% of the time when he's playtesting multiplayer. So he's the one who really cares about getting all that multiplayer stuff exactly right. Whereas when I'm playing, I'm like a solo player all the way, right? Like for whatever reason, I'm just like a solo player. So ideally, with the both of us paying attention here, we should make sure that things are good in both solo and multiplayer. But he's got a bunch of designers he likes to play with. Like the design team effectively. Like he plays multiplayer with the design team all the time. So he's the one who usually sorts out these like specific little multiplayer details.
So, since we're talking about loot, there is one question that people had related to loot due to some early access footage we've seen where there's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3.
Yeah, what's going on with the tier loot?
So I was hoping you could break down what that's referencing.
Yeah, so effectively, when you get
I bet Neon uses link
Magic
skills.
Find
Stop
gear,
it.
So like increased chance of rarity. We wanted to try and make it so that the gear that you get from that is better, and not just in the way of just getting like more rares. I mean, it does do that as well. Don't get me wrong. Like you're still getting more rares, more uniques, and so on. But we wanted to make it so that you could scale rarity by a huge amount, not necessarily in a character, but also because when you've got a monster that you've juiced with various map mechanics, all of that stuff is adding rarity and not quantity. So effectively, we need to make sure that rarity is something that really increases the power. So the way we do that is there's 5, and I don't know whether Rishi will be unhappy about me spoiling the exact inner workings of this, but there are 5 tiers to start with that you can't see that change anything, because those don't change anything about unidentified items, but they do change the percentage chances that you get certain things. So they, for example, you're getting chances to upgrade currency to higher types of currency. You're getting like the chances of not spawning items with base types that are lower level than what you would need. So effectively sort of clamping the base types that you're going to get into like a smaller range at the top, and these kind of things, while also increasing like magic and rare and uniques and stuff like that. It also increases the it starts to open up like those tiers start to open up like what types of uniques can go into the pool. And to be clear here, there's always a chance that you can upgrade through these tiers regardless of how much magic find you have, right? You don't need magic find to get this. It's just that magic find is effectively increasing the chance that you upgrade through them. And in total, there's actually 10 tiers overall, but at tier 5, it starts to modify the properties of unidentified items, and that's why we have to start marking the rares as being like, and so that's when it says T2, that actually means that's like T5 internally of what it's rolled, and then so the tiers going up from there, each of them say T2, T3, T4, T5, and the reason why we have to say that is because when this item dropped, we clamped the mods that it can get to be in the upper tiers, and the higher tier you get, the higher they can go. So if you get a T5 rare, the mods that it can have are from a very, very tiny portion of them, right at the top of all the tiers of those mods. So you know that the rolls you're going to be seeing, like the life you.
What? Dude, rarity's gonna be so overpowered. That is insane. Especially on like weapons, for example. Like the likelihood that you roll a good fizz weapon based on like the mod weightings and stuff. And if you're just able to force it to be a T3 mod or higher, that's just crazy. I wonder how much rarity is gonna be required to start doing those hits. Exercise and research streaming at the same time. Yeah, we're min-maxing, Billyable. We're min-maxing. Selling on ID T5 rares. I mean that could literally be. I can see it now. I can literally see MBX. I spent 1,000 divines on T5 rares, and they have he has an ID session where it goes through and IDs them. That's so crazy. I wonder. Like he says, it's smushed to a very small range. I wonder what that range actually is. I really, really wonder what that range is. I mean, he's saying it's a small range. Like most affixes go from like T1 to T10 at most. There's a few exceptions like Life that has like 12 or 13 tiers on like gear and stuff, but I feel like that's gonna be like T2, T1, or T3 like type of thing. Rarity Essence Hopium, there probably will be. The essences seem like they have whatever generic stats they can. But you're not guaranteed to get like a high tier versus a low tier, I don't believe. There's no deafening essence versus screaming or whatever. I guess we'll find out if essences have like a certain roll range. Like maybe they can only roll up to T4 to T1 or something. Necropolis items on the ground. Yeah, a little bit like Necropolis items on the ground. It'll probably be very rare to get. Yeah, that'll be interesing. I wonder how much
are going to be top notch.
Increased rarity affects it.
So effectively, and the reason why I think that's important to show is because you kind of want people to feel like, okay, like because the number of items that drop aren't really increasing, you need a way to see on the screen when something drops, like how valuable is the thing that I just saw. And so showing those tiers on the res also really has that effect of like, okay, like if you see like, 5 or 6 T5.
The other thing about this, you know, like current PoE 1, how it is with bosses, it's literally you only care about basically the unique that drops. Like if you're like super early to them, the base has like some resale value, like like a Shaper Shield or whatever on day 1, sure. But like those bases become not worth much very quickly. But if bosses have this increased rarity drop rate, like we saw we saw him kill the Chayla guy, and it had those tier 3 gloves or whatever. Like that's kind of exciting that bosses might have that sort of multiplier where it's not just the unique item drop pool that you care about. If you care about like getting like some high well-rolled rares,
you got a really good hit. Whereas if you see a bunch of like T2s, you didn't get such a good one. So that's kind of important, I think, just to get that feeling of being important. It's actually really interesting because we've been fighting so much this thing of like the way that you made. Like a way you can make drops in an action RPG feel good is just by dropping tons of crap on the ground. But the problem is that like it really is kind of an annoying element because like while it can feel good, it's like it's just it people want then they want to use loot filters and they want to use all that stuff, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, that's great and everything and we'll support that and that's fine, but like ideally we can actually make it so that you don't have to worry about it in the first place. And so you need to find a way to give people the hit of dopamine without having to just do that by like literally covering the screen. Now, I mean, there's still room for like dropping a lot of stuff, right? I mean, like we want to make sure bosses feel like there's a good list of stuff there, but it's like ideally you get that by the value of the items, like that the value of that stuff is really good. And I suppose on some level item filters are even sort of achieving that anyway, because if you're using a filter to get like you're not seeing very much anyway, so it really is all about.
I mean, they're not really achieving it because it's just like you could drop 1,000 rares on the ground and your filter will hide 1,000 rares. Maybe 10 out of those 1,000 rares are genuinely really well rolled, but you'll never know because you're not going to pick it up because it's going to be hidden on your filter. Whereas this very, very distinctly condenses those 1,000 rares into like a couple good ones, and it shows up on your filter and it's a good one, and you pick it up and you actually ID it. Rarities replacing eye level for mod tiers. Well, the rarity affects, it seems like it affects the roll range, right? I don't know. I like this change a lot. It seems super promising. We'll see when we actually play with it if we like it, but I'm excited about it. I think this is a good freaking change. We've been saying for forever, how do you make the ground loot good? As you start to get more and more progressed, you just hide everything is what PoE's been currently. So this seems like a good way to change that, or maybe it has a shot of changing it. Did they change the new benchcraft thing that allowed it to break down several items? I believe so, Saferix. That was from the playtest that they had people do on November, like early November, and they showcased the gem sockets that you put in gear that add affixes, and I believe that was basically the benchcraft thing was an earlier iteration, and they decided they liked the gem socket thing more. That's what I think was the change that happened there. And I think that's probably why Empyrean, for example, took down his video, is because it was based on that benchcraft thing, which is, I think, swapped out for the gem system.
About the value, so it's not like it's impossible.
Would be my guess.
Sure the game is doing that as a matter of course, rather than filters. Oh, sorry, did that.
Oh, you're good. We only lost you the last half second there.
My natural juicing rate goes up those mod tiers? Yeah. Dude, I'm so excited. Getting rewarded for making a good build and doing hard content.
Since you bring up the concept of loot filters, this was a question we were going to ask later, so I might as well bring it up now. Is that like official confirmation loot filters? Sounds like are supported.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're supported in exactly the same way they were in PoE 1. There's no reason for us to drop support for something like that. If you want to use them, you can. And I suspect what the main reason people will use them for in PoE 2 is not so much filtering things away, but more highlighting things that are valuable that you might not otherwise
Get the tinks,
recognize,
get the sound
because, like,
effects,
they might be higher base
the
types or things like that. Like,
colored
a lot of people
text.
have filters that highlight certain things that might
Maybe
be
we're
good
not
for,
having a filter. I think it'll
for
be
various
fine
reasons.
with the way they're
So,
playing in
things
the launch.
that have, like, for example, people might like want to be doing things like, like I know that this
Players are in
like,
shambles. Yeah, they are.
things like items having sockets.
Starting
and stuff, maybe you
Ranger
wanna change
feels
the text
weird,
color when
man.
that happens, or things like that. Like there are icons and stuff for that stuff there, but we try to.
By the way, don't let me catch any of you guys starting Ranger, okay? Don't let me catch any of you starting Ranger. I'll find out, okay? I'll find out about it. I will not be happy with you, okay? I'm not saying I'm gonna be mad about it. Just disappointed, okay? Don't let me catch any of you starting a Ranger.
Keep things like relatively visually clean. And also we don't want to.
You can't stop me.
Too many value jumps.
I can't stop you, but the Act 1 boss is gonna stop you, okay? He'll be re-rolling before you know it, buddy. What's wrong with Ranger? Nothing's wrong with Ranger, okay? It's just a deep-seated hatred built over multiple years of dealing with people where I send them a message and I say, "Hi, I would like to buy your item for 5 divines that's been listed for 10 days." And they proceed to not respond to the trade message, relist it for a higher price, and I go /who is, and it says Deadeye. Anyways,
to the player about what
that was
is important or not. So therefore, we try to like not do too much of that stuff. But obviously, players come up with their own schemes for what they think is important. So then I suspect they'll use loot filters mostly for the ability to change how loot is rendered as opposed to filtering it out.
I gotta say, this isn't so much a question as much as a comment for me personally.
What a specific reason! Don't lie to me and say you guys haven't experienced that. You know it's real. Okay, this is not an isolated thing to just me. Everybody knows it's real.
But I really appreciate the approach of something you said there,
Racist
which is
against
allowing
Deadeye
the player
players.
to determine what's important.
Hey,
I find
excuse me,
that
that's
to be like
it's
a very
classist. It's
appealing
different.
sentiment. So when I hear that, it's kind of the reason I've been falling in love with the PoE game lately. But anyway, on to the next question here. So this one is going to be an obvious one. If I didn't ask it, everyone would be mad. So there's 6 classes that are coming to early access. Some of them have already been showcased, but they're not in there. Namely,
Just happened to me yesterday. Yeah, it happens all the time. Happens all the time. And it's going to happen in PoE too. Just wait. You're going to go /who is, and it's going to say Deadeye. But to be honest, though, it might also end up being the freaking crossbow players, you know? Like, they if Deadeye isn't good enough on launch, the Deadeye players, they're still Deadeye players at heart, but they might morph into mercenary players, you know, as they flock from their less powerful ascendancy. It's going to contaminate the other classes like that, you know? So you got to be aware of that.
the Druid and the Huntress.
It's going to be the Mercs,
yeah.
yeah.
Curious about, are they coming soon?
The Witch Hunters, yeah.
Classes?
Yeah, so they'll definitely be coming relatively soon. I'm not going to promise a date, but certainly.
If I may
the
get
next
in fully
two
trouble,
classes
do
you
it,
see
man.
Will be those two, like in terms of an early access.
I'm down like
it's
15 or so
something that
pounds.
We really wanted to launch with those two
I've
classes.
gotten a little-
We expected that.
I've gotten a little lazy the past like 2 weeks, so I've gained a couple pounds back, and we need to we need to get back at it.
We would be launching into early access with those two classes.
Progress must be made.
At some point, it was just like, we. And I think I've even said this before, but we really underestimated what it takes to finish a class.
Fasting? No, but I am trying to reduce my
it takes a lot.
dietary intake.
And the thing is, it's like you make a bunch of skills and you're like, oh yeah, made the skills. That's the class, right?
I don't think I have the willpower
in
for
PoE, it
fasting, to be
isn't,
honest.
Because you need to make sure they can all be supported well. You need to make sure there's uniques that support it, that there's passive tree stuff that supports it. It's like a whole thing of like getting all that stuff into a good state. It's like plus also the skills, plus also thinking about all the stuff that can happen with other classes and like how does it tie in with all the mechanics. Like it's just a Goliath task. So I think the Huntress and the Druid are not far away. The Druid, we still have one form that we still need to get finished.
Does that feel like they're gonna have a transformation for like every ascendancy for the Druid? That's kind of what that feels like to me. There's one other form we need to finish. Like the way he's talking about it sounds like Druid's just gonna straight up have like 3 different transformations. for the ascendancies or something.
So there's like that. There's still some more skill work to do there. The Huntress, I think we mostly have like working prototypes that we're happy with for most of the skills, but like there's still a little bit more to do. But yeah, it's just all that other stuff.
I hope you can
finishing
transform
work
into
around,
an
like,
eagle.
tying it into all the other systems, making sure everything's good, that we need to get done. And you know, it won't take us too long, but you know, at some point we just had to say like, hey, you know, can we really do this for early access with all the other stuff that we're doing? And we just felt like we couldn't. So, you know, we decided to
Beowulf
to cut for
Crow,
now,
come on.
get to it later. And you
Crow
know,
would
we
be
make these kinds of
pathetic.
decisions all the
Eagle's
time.
way
There's like
cooler.
a ton of content that's like, you know, we're trying to get it in. We try as hard as we can, and then we're like, oh, you know what? We just couldn't get it in. But I think
I might just be biased because I'm American, though. Freaking, you know. My country's bird. Give us the bald eagle.
you know, that's just game development, right? But the nice thing is it's all sitting there, right? We don't throw anything away. We've got it all there waiting in the wings, which means that there'll be a bunch of content we'll be able to introduce really quickly.
Speaking
When
of,
you say
Sorry, go
one
on.
forum, yeah, like when you say one forum, could you like give us a number? How many forums are we talking about?
So there's three primary forms for the druid, but there's a couple of other like random shapeshifts around, like the kind of. I mean, you actually saw one of them, right? There's the shapeshift on the ascendancy, the demon form. So there's a few other things, bits and pieces like that around the place, but yeah, the druid sort of has three primary forms.
Right
and
on.
that's because we want to try and like the
Kiwi
other
form?
classes, we want to make sure that there's combos between the forms as well.
Nah, there's too many
like, there
Kiwi
aren't just-
pets.
it's not just like a
I doubt they
wisdom
do a
melee,
Kiwi
right?
form.
Like each of the forms kind of has like skills that have like things, and we want to make sure there's mechanics between them.
Where Righteous Fire, I think it's gonna be attached to the Templar when they add the Templar to the game. I bet they're gonna showcase it with like Templar, Righteous, Holy Man, Paladin type of thing. That archetype, I bet.
That they can kind of, you know, you get the cross-class kind of, even within the archetypes of the class, synergy like that. So yeah, the one that no, maybe I'm not going to spoil it actually. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about it.
Build prep is a lot of effort, though. I have to be honest. But yeah, it probably would help a lot.
You're more than welcome to.
I get a little snacky though.
so this is probably a good time to ask this thing because you're talking about, you know, the additional classes here. Does that mean we can basically expect changes to the passive skill tree? Because obviously there's the 6 starting nodes now, so when you add the other classes, there's going to be new branches, I'm assuming, added for each one of these classes at this point, or were they going to double down on previous ones?
So yeah, well, look, I'm sure the passive tree will receive massive renovations all through early access. Like I just have no doubt of that. It's every time we change anything, huge passive tree changes are a result.
We will do our hardest to make RF content period too. Hopefully it's still RF
now, and I'm just sure there'll be more. And like the thing is until you really play it like properly, you just don't even know what's missing. So you know, actually one other thing I might mention, just because I don't know if it's like hugely well known, but the starting area of the tree for each class actually changes. There's actually 3 variants of the starting part of each tree for each class. So effectively, we actually did this first when we were playing the Witch and the Sorceress.
Starting variants change for each class. Dude, I wonder what that's gonna be like. I wonder how much of the starting area gets changed. But they're saying basically if you choose a Sorceress versus a Witch, one's gonna have freaking minion damage nodes, the other's gonna have spell damage.
So
type of
effectively,
thing.
if you're a witch, you get one variant of the starting area, and if you're a sorceress, you get another variant. And then if you're neither of those 2 classes, then you get there's a 3rd variant that can go there, so that all the other classes when they go there, they get slightly different stats again. And the reason for that is because the initial reason we did the witch sorceress thing is because there's this problem that you have with where players, when they see a node that's got multiple things on it and one of the things does not affect them, people just really don't want to allocate a node like that, even if the values on it are the same as what they otherwise would have gotten. So when we first did this, when we had one variant for everyone,
That's so weird.
The witch sorceress nodes were like plus 8% or whatever minion and spell damage, right? And we found that sorceresses, even though a sorceress would otherwise get just 8% spell damage, sorceresses would just not take that because it's got this minion thing on it and they don't want that. So by having the trees be separate, it just sort of
You got to respect the playtesters, you know? Stay in pure. They don't want to be caught. You know, they don't want their wife to, you know, come in through the door and see that they got some minion cuck nodes allocated. You got to respect it, you know? They understand it's a bad look. They know it's a good node to click, but they cannot click it because they don't want to give anyone the wrong impression. Oh no, he's a minion player. Freaking start signing the divorce papers. It's over.
prevents that problem immediately.
Yeah,
And
you
the other
gotta
thing kind of also
gotta
is just
protect
like, when
yourself.
we realized that we could swap those two out, we're like, well, hang on, we might as well have a
Hey,
third variant
Spooky.
as well for other players, because that will mean that there are some times when we have like balance things that are a bit annoying, where like we can't make a node for a class in the starting
If
area.
I want
as good
both
as we
minion and
want,
spell damage, well, now
because
that
would mean
option's
that other
gone.
classes would all be incentivized to
Because
go
the
there and
play
take it, 'cause it's,
testers,
like,
they
too
did you
powerful, if
dirty.
You know what I mean? So effectively with that, we can like balance the because it's relatively close to get to the adjacent classes area. So effectively, you can sort of just balance that so that it like kind of works a little bit better.
You know our players click minions too. That's just before we get cluster jewels, okay? That's like it's cold outside. We're not in our final form yet.
So there's not going to be anything in the starting areas that you like don't like stats you just can't otherwise get, right? It's not going to be like that, but it's just more about like tweaking numbers and a few cases like the
Just the
sorceress
phase,
where we just have to
exactly.
make sure
Just the
that, you know,
phase.
for new player clarity, we can make sure that it's like just the stuff they're going to want and not the stuff for the other class. But as you get out of that, then they all become the same. But yeah, as I said, we'll be making a lot more changes as we go through too.
That was a very in-depth answer there. I actually didn't know about the changing of the starts. That's
Yeah.
That's an interesting tidbit there. Okay, so you did mention, and you know I got to ask, because you said classes and content coming to the game.
Why is no one talking about movement skills? I think they're gone. I don't know. Do you guys think they're gone? I think they're like kind of gone. I think they took the they took the hard choice. They said, nah. This leads to too much brain rot. Okay, I don't know about necessarily too much brain rot, but I think the bigger problem is if people have movement skills, then you have to balance your whole game around them having movement skills. So, like, how do I put this? Boss mechanics have to be a lot more unfair to try to counter the fact you can freaking shield charge. That sort of thing. So, I think that's maybe why they made that decision. I don't really know.
I am a notable Blight enjoyer. So,
Yep.
you know, I'm going to ask, can we hope, can you tease me with anything, give me
Blight's
some
gone.
copium
Dead.
that, you know, maybe Blight...
Tower Defense
can
is
come
a
Path of
dying
Exile
franchise. It's over, buddy.
Well, I will say this: Blight is a relatively easy league to add compared to some others. So when we're looking at leagues,
Don't
of,
give
like,
him
here are
hope,
some leagues that we
Jonathan.
can put in,
Don't give
like,
him hope.
relatively
Just
easily, that is
tear
one
off the
of ones
band-aids
that,
and just say it's gone.
would be relatively simple for us to do. Obviously, one of the reward system it previously had has now been moved to a different thing, which means that
Sure.
Blight will need a new reward system.
Waz
and,
forced the entire game to
we've got
design around
ideas for
that.
what
You
we
don't
can do
play
about
Waz.
that.
You don't have to
But,
play
you know,
Waz
we've
though.
got monsters we
Like,
can use for it.
a good example is I think they said Octavian is literally playing Wazda on certain classes and point click on other classes. And my guess is that's going to be the case depending on just personal preference, as well as the fact Wazda is advantageous for playing something like a bow build versus maybe not advantageous for other type of thing, where you actually want that aspect of being able to like walk backwards and shoot at a certain target type of thing. Whereas a lot of other classes don't necessarily care about that aspect.
We've actually got a bunch of environment art from Act 5 that...
Range will be peak, yeah,
that
for
would suit
Wazda.
Blight perfectly well. I'm not sure if... No, have we shown any of that? No, I don't think we have. All right, yeah. Well, anyway, there's some stuff that we can use very easily. So it's the kind of thing that we could do relatively easily when we're looking to add new leagues to the game.
So I'm just hearing Blight login. That's what I'm hearing when you say
DM, you did not hear that correctly. He said Blight is gone. It's 6 feet under. You're gonna have to pray that I change my mind. What do you mean? He did not say Blight log in, man. He said it was dead and buried, and he would have to uncover the grave, dig it back up.
Okay, well that's good. That's good news. I'll pass it off to Gazi because I've been asking a bunch of questions related to stuff I just personally wanted to know.
I don't think you listened well.
Later on in
Nah,
this
man, I
podcast,
heard
we're gonna
that.
hit
I
the
heard that
minion
correctly.
Rant sections. Don't worry about it. But we can start with a classic simple answer question, and it is how many ascendancy points are we going to get in total?
Yeah, so same as PoE1, it's 8 points. So effectively, you've got the last three you can get.
You don't move faster with dodge?
throughout
I don't
campaign,
believe so.
three sets of 2, I should say.
I think the initial portion of it
6
you move
points throughout
faster.
campaign, and then the last one you have to.
But if you're just doing it for the going the
yeah.
full distance, it's the same amount of speed.
All right. The other question we have here is PoE2 looks like there's a significant amount of ways to increase power on maps. How does the juicing compare to PoE1 for endgame mapping? Now, we saw a lot of it in the reveal, but could you elaborate on it?
Well, so first things first, we definitely want to make sure that juicing is still a thing, right? Like we were before we did our whole end game push, I think that in recent times, I think that would have been a big problem that we would have had, where there wasn't enough ways to juice maps. But I don't know that you'll be able to get to quite the level that you can get in PoE 1. Certainly, we want to make sure that it's big though, and like it's honestly. It's a little bit hard to say because, you know, the way that this can go down, I mean, look, we think we can know like all the things, but you never really quite know exactly how it goes until you get like masses of players, because trade is a huge part of the economy for how juicing works. Like, it's like, okay, so we've shown people how you can overlap tablets and towers and all these sorts of things like that and like get all these packs. But the question is the sustainability in a trade league such that you can like do all of the juicing mechanics that PoE 2 has to offer at the same time continuously? And I don't actually quite know the answer to that because, as I said, it's really a trade economy thing that you need to have to be able to say what they can do. And the juice is substantial if you can get everything all at the same.
I can see it now. That you put all these mechanics all into one map because you keep just popping the tower, just loading it up, and then you go on the map and you've made it too hard, and then you just get instantly killed because you put too much on. You bit off more than you could chew, and then all your finances are just gone because you spent all your money buying the juice currency, but then you have a bunch of maps you can't even complete because they're too hard. There's gonna be people doing that. I would bet on it.
The question is, can you do that every map, or can you do that only some of the time? And I honestly can't say until the trade sort of starts to happen.
Map gone, yeah.
I think it's going to come down a lot to just play and for us to just find out, like, you know, like once we hit that trade economy, we actually start playing. What does it feel like? Is it working well? But the thing is, we still want you to feel powerful, and part of the feeling of power actually is pack size, right? Like you need to have enough pack size so that, because when you've got a bunch of AoE abilities,
that thing is what worries me. That thing worries a lot of people.
Overall. So,
I'm
like, the more
hesitantly excited about it. I'm full excited about it. I might change my mind after I die a few times, though.
Ways of juicing pack size, and we've got ways of juicing pack size in the game. But then we also have to be a little bit careful because, that is what can lead to things getting completely out of control, and then just you can't understand what's going on in the combat, and things just completely fall apart. So, as I said, we have to be careful, but I think it is still substantial. Like, we
awesome
still
in my
feel
opinion.
Like a god, so
I
think the juice will be high, but I do believe it should be lower than PoE 1 at least by a little bit.
I'm excited about it. We'll see how it plays out.
On the topic of power and juicing things up, is something that we've seen in many games throughout the years is how ARPG games, they start off kind of slow and more of a strategic gameplay approach, and then the best patches comes through, the game evolves, the meta of power creeping and speed clearing.
They can backtrack out of it if they want to because they have 6 portals.
And
yep.
then everyone's
I don't feel like they will, but I mean, it depends how it's received.
Is happening. So I guess the follow-up question would be, what are the plans? Because I'm very confident there are plans to manage severe increase in power creep.
Make you a better Deadeye player.
Don't end up in that category.
It'll make them log into a different class, maybe.
I think that
depends if Deadeye has some tank nodes.
Honestly, I would say that in PoE 1, we've shown that we can. I mean, look, PoE 1 obviously did get pretty crazy, but at the same time, like, we had a lot of years, where things kind of weren't like that. And I think that effectively, I believe we can still maintain that. Our numbers don't scale as fast as some games do, and they don't go quite as exponential, which means that we're not going to have to be worrying about trillions of damage or anything like that.
I wonder what he's talking about, guys. He doesn't even know, though, because it didn't stop at trillions. He doesn't even know. Trillions is like a ZDPS build, I'm pretty sure. Small potatoes.
It can be. So I don't think we're going to have to ever do a number squish or anything like that. Like, we've never really felt like the need to worry about that.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of
we'll see how it goes,
keeping
Connor.
on top of it. And there are certain people in the company who just, are just very careful about stuff. So I mentioned Rishi a couple of times. Like, he's kind of the one who
mentioned Rishi. Rishi's literally the guy that freaking writes down, "Hey, to my dearest beloved Connor, I have left in Maniforged arrow support, which gives unlimited % more damage. This should help you finally get 2-3 commas. Love, Rishi." And like, what are you talking about? He's literally giving Connor a free pass every other league.
He's he is definitely a force of conservativeness when it comes to when it comes to,
Yeah,
making sure that things don't go crazy.
conservativeness, sure.
And so that's really good to have, because it means that like me and Mark are often the ones being like, no, numbers high, and he's like no, keep them low, keep them low. So I think together with that we kind of come to some kind of medium ground where we don't get things too out of control. Yeah, as I said, I think that it's
conservative until it comes to battle.
just being
It
careful.
is. Yeah, his roots are showing. Because what? Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Harishi timeline is submitted, unique, Cloak of Defiance into getting hired by GGG, right? Is that not the timeline? He was a mana main before, and he's clearly still biased. He's not fooling anyone.
One nice thing that we also have is with the league format that we have is that we get to add power, and then at the end of the league we get to decide, like, was that too much? Can we take some of this away? Do we want to keep it? That kind of stuff. Like that's a very important tool. So we kind of never really it means we don't have to commit to things in the same way that a game that didn't have a league type process does, because the expectation from players, and I think this is almost sort of a community thing, the expectation from the community is not necessarily that all the content that we add is going to stay added. And I think that's a really
He's going to make sure Mom Chonk is going to be strong. Mom Chonk might be legit. Because, like, the downside of Mom is the less recovery rate, but if you're just doing instant leech anyways, does it matter? And it might not.
important factor to have an understanding of in a game community, because it just gives us so much more ability to like make decisions after.
I'm gonna be a mana main too. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
And it's funny, like I say that as if oh yeah, you just test all of your stuff on the players, but I mean to some extent that's true, and because you never really know. Like you can do all the testing you want, but you never really know until the community actually get a chance to play with it and you see what kind of stuff comes out of it. So yeah, I mean, on some level, we really are testing the stuff on the community, and it has to be that way. I just don't know of a way, like no matter how many QA testers we throw at it, I don't think we could find every single possible level of power that can come out of something like that.
No, you won't.
So,
no, stuff's going to get
nice
through.
That we have the ability to say, you know what?
Stuff will get through.
This thing here, we're going to put it back in.
It's going to be glorious.
This thing here, just it can't exist. Like it interacts with too many other things and it's too broken. It's really nice to be able to say that.
Kind of a random question that I have due to the use. You mentioned this in the. I think
I might just go Big Hammer. Big Hammer.
But
can't go wrong.
The early access server
Big Hammer,
is
big
going
fun.
to be maintained. So meaning you're going to have leagues, separate, but then the OG one will go back there, and that is going to be separate from like the Eterno or Core server as well, right? There will be an early access one. So, question for you:
Instant leech is bait. Wait, you think so, Connor? I don't know what they're doing to leech. Instant leech can be quite useful in PoE1. I don't know what they're doing with the leech system. What makes you say you think it's bait? Tell me why you think it's bait. Have you looked at the leech mechanics? Have you done some in-depth research? I want to do a Blood Knight, Death Knight based off Blood Mage. I support that, Drathmar. Hopefully the Blood Mage is pretty legit, but I still don't know. We just only know like 4 nodes from it. A lot of the other nodes are going to dictate how good it is. The crit node could very well carry that entire ascendancy, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Friendship ended with Trickster. Mana Chonk is my new best friend. It might just be. Because at PoE1, there's a cap. PoE2, Leech is uncapped. So because it's uncapped, that means you think they have put in enough counters to it to make them feel like it's okay to not cap it. Is that what you mean, basically? So you think it's just going to get countered? Type of thing, regardless of, like, you can't just full invest into it. I think the whole thing is about being able to double its life with overhealing, which is underrated. Wait, you could double your life with overhealing? With what? The orbs can overheal? Did they say that? This is new information for me. If this was something that we found out about, like, yesterday, I didn't know about it because I was busy with family. Yes? Wait, for real? That's crazy. You can overheal twice health with it. I guess okay. That sounds actually pretty good. Is it going to be relevant in a boss fight though? Because a lot of the stuff that I think is important is that your nodes work in boss fights too. Which I believe that when they showcased it was an on-kill effect. If it can work in a boss fight, then maybe it starts to be more interesting. I ain't picking up orbs, Connor. You might if it means double the HP. You might think about it. Bosses will have leech resistance? Yeah. If there's something that counters the leech, then the instant leech might not be as good as we perceive it could be. Gamers will pick up the orbs if they're good enough.
Two I have
Holy,
in
taking
is,
a dig at Connor's
the
skill level.
early
I
access
respect it.
characters, one, I'm assuming you can still, play them, etc. on the server,
Yeah.
and two, can you still create characters on the early access server afterwards, or are they kind of grandfathered in and make sure you have all the characters you want for the server?
I think we probably won't allow you to create new characters there, just because I think that even just if you're a new player and you're like, oh, you've got place. I mean, I suppose what we could do is allow you to create characters there if you've already got one there. That would be an option. But I kind of don't really think we need to do that. Like, as I said, the main reason we're doing that is just because if you're someone who's like not even really paying attention to what's going on, and you're just like, you've got some level 20 character and you're like, oh, I just want to keep playing the game, right? Like, we don't want to disrupt that person's life too much. So I think that's why we don't want to just get rid of all that stuff completely. Yeah, I mean, the thing is though that, like, if you're
There's a
playing
spell
a
support that lets you overcap mana
almost
as well.
certainly your build is going to be bricked in some
Archmage
regard, right?
builds
Like,
are
there'll be some
logging in.
element of it that got modified or something like that, But then, of course, you'll also have like legacy items, which will be kind
Gore
of
Spike.
presumably
Gore Spike to me
funky,
seems
assuming
actually OP.
that we have to modify balance, which no doubt we will
Like,
have to do.
The best node of all the
yeah, like,
nodes
you'll have all that
in
stuff.
any
So, I mean,
ascendancy,
look,
I think.
there's just no reason
Of the
to
ones
worry
they
about it,
showed
right?
us.
Like, we're not going to make an effort to make sure that everything is, still works, like in terms of your builds and everything. But we're also not going to do anything that we don't have to do in terms of
Unless
deleting
it's
it either, right?
really
Like,
hard to
we
crit
might as well
cap,
just
which
let
it might
there.
be.
And it's also just like nice to have like, oh, here's this character I got, back in the day. Like, it's nice to just have that around. So, it's just a little memory of that. So, yeah, there's just no reason for us to delete it.
So speaking of builds getting bricked, if I reference one of the interviews we actually did on here, is you had mentioned Righteous Fire as an example when we were talking about
Righteous
cosmetics
Fire!
and MTX, and you were saying that it's fundamentally getting changed.
Ask the question.
And I was hoping to ask for Pox here. Shout out to Pox. Can we get any information related to a Righteous Fire or where that is?
I just would like to say, this is maybe the third or fourth or fifth time Jonathan has been specifically asked about Righteous Fire. Okay? I think he's been asked about Righteous Fire more than any other specific skill by like 2 or 3x. Okay? Surely he knows he can't screw up Righteous Fire. Too many people care about it.
Going. I was kind of wanting to follow up with that you had mentioned in the previous.
So it's not an early access right now because it's on a class that is not. It's one of the skills for a class that's not going to be.
Don't you dare
So
screw it
get
up,
that a little bit
Jonathan.
later.
Don't
But,
ruin
it
Righteous
is gonna be
Fire.
in. We have a prototype of it, and we've got it working a way that we're happy for it to work. Yeah, unfortunately, just not an EA, or at least
He
not an EA. at the
sounds
start.
nervous. Yeah, he does sound kind of nervous. He's like, I want to kill the skill, but there's so many people that'll be mad if I do. He's like debating ruining Righteous Fire. That's the real reason we didn't get Templar on the start. Because they're debating on whether or not they can get away with ruining Righteous Fire. He's not sure if they can pull the plug on something so loved or not. Surely not. Surely they let it live. PvE2 player goes poof without Righteous Fire. It'll probably I'll still play even if they completely murder Righteous Fire. I will be depressed. And I will be salty for a long, long time. But I will still log in. Ask them about die cap. I would wager currently the game is at a state where people aren't going to do 30 million damage. Would be my guess. I don't think that's going to be really a realistic number on launch. We'll see. We'll see what they have balanced and whatnot. But I kind of think even if we would be approaching that number, I feel like we wouldn't. At least at launch, I don't think we're going to be seeing that number. Bugs say otherwise. Yeah, I guess you could have factored in for bugs. All right. I'm going to go refill this water, guys. I need hydration. I've been drinking a lot because we've been walking. We'll continue analyzing this review. First, I need water. I will be right back. Hydration does not wait. Okay. I have returned.
Right when we add the character, it'll come in.
It's going to be in.
Elon Musk is going to play
significantly
PoE
changed,
too.
or
Didn't I feel like I saw something about him like getting super addicted to D4. Is he an ARPG main? He doesn't have enough time freaking doing whatever the hell he's doing. He's no lifing games now. What's the bonus node? Crit per energy shield. The blood mage node is crit damage per 20 life, which is pretty freaking strong, I think.
It is very. Yep,
He's asking what class he should play. Oh no!
It's still fundamentally, it's still fundamentally a thing where you're lighting yourself on fire.
PoE
and
2 well in my
Tesla,
Tesla, something like that.
right? It's just that, like the exact mechanics from a stat point of view. Like,
Sure.
if you looked at it on the screen, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's righteous fire. But if you look at the stats, it's like works quite differently.
there we go. Thank you. I had to ask for Pac.
Okay, whoa. That was a righteous fire question. Hold on, back it the hell up. Back it the hell up.
It's just that, like the exact mechanics from a stat point of view. Like,
Sure.
if you looked at it on the screen, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's righteous fire. But if
If you look at it on the screen, that's righteous fire. If you look at it on the screen for 10 seconds, you go, that's not righteous fire because it turned off. So help me. So help me, Jonathan. You better not freaking turn off. Please. Please. Jonathan,
you look at
please.
the stats, it's like works quite differently.
There we go. Thank you. I had to ask for Pac.
What did he do
Fair
to it? What did he do
Speaking
to it?
of bricking, a very common question. I believe this was shown in the reveal, but bricking the Atlas, as you can, if you die in a map, you can't do it again.
You think it'll work like demon form, like a ramping degen? Potentially. We'll see. Maybe it turned off because of the anti-burn? Yeah, I don't know. Hope, please. Okay. This is a compromise. If it's something that ramps and ramps and ramps and ramps and eventually turns it off, but it lasts like a really long time, maybe I can compromise. I don't know, man.
So in the start,
I don't know. That's gonna be a little bit depressing. And then if it has like a cooldown,
So we have the ability
how long until it can turn on again?
effectively restart your Atlas. If you completely cut yourself off, you can do that. I don't remember what way it is to do that, but it certainly came up when we were first talking about it. There just has to be some way to allow you to effectively restart your Atlas from scratch if you need to.
Bargaining phase,
I would
yeah.
hope that most people don't do that. I should hope that you
Remembrance,
manage to
picking up
survive
the
it,
remnants grants you
so
energy
there's
shield.
4 connections to the
So
start.
to go like over energy
so
shield.
you'd have to die 4 times in a row. In order for
Hopefully
that
that's
to
a
happen to
percentage
you,
of your
and then
ES pool,
if that
not like a
happens, it'll
flat amount.
automatically re-roll the Atlas, so you can kind of just try again immediately. But yeah, hopefully not too many players have to do that and run into that issue. Yeah, I mean,
Recover 24 flat. Oh, I think it's dead then. If it's a flat amount, then it's kind of dead. You need it to be a percentage, because otherwise, like, the higher and higher you scale your character, then the less and less you care about picking up like
we
the
wanted there to
remnant,
be
right?
consequences for failure, right? We want it to, so it's like, oh crap, now I have to find another way around. Like the web of connections is dense enough that usually there'll be some other way around to get to something that you want. But bear in mind, there won't be too many, right? Like if you then die in another one of the entrances to get to some piece of content, that could definitely cut you off. So there are some consequences for death. Like and with that in mind, it obviously means that things like the experience penalty at low levels, certainly we don't need to be as worried about, because there's consequences just from the death itself in the Atlas. But yeah, I think it's just the other reason why it's also important to do that, by the way, is because of the fact that you can fail a map. It means that the things that we can have on the Atlas can be more valuable, right? Because if we have things that you can just try again, then you've always got these problems where, like, okay, if you go into the map, like let's say you wanted to have a map and it's just full of chests that drop stuff for whatever reason. Let's just say we want to do that, right? It's like, if the failure, it really has to be that you can only enter that map. You can only create that map one time, because otherwise, at what point do you say, well, the map is completed? Like there always has to be things, like there always has to be some kind of condition like that. So by effectively just having the rule of like a map can only be created by you one time, it means that the valuable stuff we can put on there, like monsters and things like that. Like if you can have mods on the Atlas that
Making our Avengers cry every patch. We're not crying. We just want information, man. We just want to know, okay? Just like you want PoE 2 to be now, you want that information. I want to know what Righteous Fire is going on,
like, increases the number of rares by a ton, and that's fine because you know that you don't have a situation where someone just kills half of them and then dies on purpose and then goes back in and kills them again, that kind of stuff. Like, effectively, like, that's the kind of exploit that we're trying to avoid here. And
Where how much stuff they're taking out? I get you like need to bounce stuff.
We do, by the way,
That's
have
worrying
a bit of this
trend.
problem in campaign.
I think it's just they're gonna re-add stuff back. Is what it is. They like. If you start with just too much convoluted things everywhere, then it's just like it's a big mess where you have no idea where to start in balancing. But if you start with a lower point, let people play the game, then you start to see, okay, that doesn't necessarily balance right with this or whatever. Okay, let's add in another thing, type of thing. There's like some level of
because
they want to start from somewhere and knowing what's going on and having
so we have to be
some
really
idea of
careful about
balance
this stuff because
initially.
I mentioned before that at the end of Dead Ends you'll get rare chests. Well, if you can.
What'd you do with Zealot's Oath? It's dead now. Wait. Do you have a link to Zealot's Oath? Do you have a? Did Dream release a video finally about the Zealot's Oath thing? I need to know. What did they do with Zealot's Oath? You got intel? You got information? Fess up. I need to know.
Said it like we had an exploit before we fixed it, where like if you get a
ES doesn't stack with int. No, it's now just mana.
You can die on purpose, respawn at the checkpoint, just open the chest again and again.
And so
yeah. So effectively, what we have to do is make it so that when you revive from a checkpoint, all of the things like chests and rare monsters, they have to stay dead, even if you opened them or killed them after you did the check.
Dream Beta, there's no mention of Zealot's Oath in his last video. Well, just because he didn't mention it doesn't mean he doesn't have information on it. He is milking the content, Olden. He's milking, okay? He has like 100 notables, and he's giving us 10 at a time and getting a video per day. Freaking genius level businessman, okay?
Point.
Respect it.
For the next version until you recreate the map and get to do it from scratch again, because that stuff would be exploitative if you were able to,
His next video is an hour from now. We'll check it out then.
Little things we have to worry about. With
it better include Zealot's Oath. We're gonna have to have a talking with him
because there's no, you don't have to worry about that element. Since if you die,
I have a follow-up to that because I felt like when I played the test,
he mentioned yesterday that you'll see tomorrow or something regarding Zealot's Oath. Okay. All right, he better freaking fess up.
To the campaign. Now, the game is very different from when I play tested it last time in LA. And there was one mechanic, and I kept saying gearing and getting skill gems, it felt so good. I felt like I always were given the tools I needed when I was progressing. And I had no idea about the mechanic till you told me at the event about this loot table rare that randomly was generated in the area, and if you didn't kill it, that would be available in the next zone.
Yeah,
give you like an appropriate flask. So I'm guessing that feature is also for this. You can't farm that. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
but a lot of people don't know about it, so maybe you can elaborate on it.
Yeah, so effectively what we've done in the very, very early game in order to make it so that to guarantee a certain number of skills and things like that is that there's a couple of encounters where if you fail to find the encounter in the first area, for example, then when you go to the second area, we will drop the item that you would have gotten if you'd found that first encounter, just to make sure that if you didn't run into this, but you did run into a later one, then we like forward that on to the next area, and then we do that like a couple of times with a few different encounters. It's kind of all stuff like in the first like sort of 10 levels, this kind of stuff, just to really make sure that like people actually get some of those important drops. Like when you're level sort of 15, 20, missing out on one skill gem is like not really a big deal. But when you're really low level and it's like you've got very few skills, if you miss out on that crucial upgrade of getting like the next tier of gem, that can matter so much that we just can't really allow it to happen. So we need to have as many chances as possible.
So what they're saying here is early on when none of us know what we're doing, we're still going to get the important drops even if we're not necessarily doing the campaign in the right order. I like it. Sounds nice. Sounds chill. They renamed it into Captain's Oath. They did not know. Death's Oath is just... It's just bad. It'll be good maybe eventually, but it's probably not even in PoE 2. I wonder how many unique items created through the people that purchased the unique item thing got carried over to PoE 2. Like, I feel like it'd be more likely that they would keep unique items that they design, not necessarily that we're unique providers or whatever, right?
For people to find those things, but at the same time, we didn't.
Have I seen the double life chest, please? Yeah, people told me about the overflow thing.
You know, like it would feel wouldn't feel very valuable if you did find them all. So we want to make all of those encounters. They do have loot that you get. Like there's still a reason to do all of them because they have their own unique stuff.
Why didn't anyone look at the passive tree? Dreamcore did, and he's just lucky no one else did. So he's holding it out on us. I'm so salty a little bit because basically, when the Pee-wee playtest I went to, they did not have the passive tree done at all. Like they had a bunch of nodes that basically said to be determined essentially. So there was no point in showing the passive tree because it wasn't done. But freaking Dreamcore does it, and he's just milking it. He's just not sharing it with any of us. He's got all the intel. And not only is he not sharing with us, he's only picking specific nodes. Like there's probably good nodes that he doesn't like or something, and he's not even going to tell us about it. This is crazy.
As well, but effectively, if you do miss some of them, you're still getting some of those really crucial things like skill gem upgrades and things like that in those first few areas. I actually think though that some of that problem might be slightly ameliorated by the fact that we've got the map now where you can see all the encounters. So I think that in some cases people might be looking.
He's hard in RF too,
but,
probably.
we still have that system just because it's nice to be able to. To just make sure that people don't fail in the very early game.
I'd assume you can't reveal the whole tree, maybe.
Speaking of the map, I got just a couple of questions related to the map. One is when we're talking about breaking the map and not being able to go to certain areas if you fail too many. Does this account for like bosses too? For instance, like pinnacle bosses, and are they linked together where you fail the maps around it? You cannot go do the boss now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh-oh. It froze.
It's not
because if you fail, the cities with the Uber bosses, those are extra special because if you fail one of those, if you fail to kill the lieutenant, then the boss will disappear from the Uber boss will disappear from the center of the city as well. So those ones are like you really have to be able to do those fights, and it will be quite challenging.
Don't fail lieutenants.
That one, of course, is extra challenging because you need to find another city, right? That one's going to be something that I think will be quite challenging.
On software, if you fail 4x, then you just reset the whole atlas. I don't know. Did they actually answer what the? I think they said there's a safety fail
like the ultra
for that,
content,
but
like
I don't know if they
system,
said what it was specifically. They might have said it's a you'll find out situation.
We didn't spoil it, but that pinnacle boss encounter, that one will be quite hard to get to.
They did answer as a reset. Okay.
Pinnacle boss encounters. Got a couple more questions related to this. Are the bosses? I hear there's what you said tier 1 through 4, correct?
You're talking about in terms of loot drops and things like that. I think I've talked about this before.
In terms of difficulty ramping, I don't think that we got clarity on whether or not you can modify these maps. Meaning, can you like further modify the?
Sorry, you're talking about different. Okay, so you're talking about the trees at the end where
no one's coming to bring me a cookie. Wait, for real? I don't see him yet. I'll be looking for him. We'll be watching.
Yeah, the difficulty. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So yes. So there's 4 tiers. Yes, that's correct.
And so beyond that, can you modify the bosses themselves? Are the bosses static and you modify on your tree only, or are the bosses almost like maps? You know how you can modify like invites, for instance, from PoE 1. So can you further modify these?
Let me think about that. So generally speaking, not. So I'm pretty sure the Breachstone can't get mods. Can simulacrums get mods? I don't know. I'm not actually sure.
No problem.
Hey, big guy. What do you got for me? Oh, don't step on that, okay? Thank you. Tell Mom you did a good job. Can I have a high five? Bye, big guy. Yo. Look, we got one of those like animal cracker cookies. Holy. That's some big value right there. Value.
The older maiden ones can, because those ones.
Now we need to walk one additional mile.
I'm actually not entirely. So look, what I'll say is in general, it's not like it isn't the same for every league. Like for each league, we can decide what we want to do there. But generally speaking, for those 4 in-game things, the main thing you're going to be doing is modifying the.
Oh, he's coming back. He heard I was gonna walk an additional mile. He brought like an entire little baggie of them. We'll put that to the side for later when we're hungry. Dude, all this progress we're gonna make is gonna get nullified by one cookie run.
The difficulty using the tree like that, and that difficulty scaling does introduce things like, it can even modify things like how skills work and like, the number of minions that a boss might summon and things like that. Like there's all sorts of stuff like that, but it isn't random what you're doing there on the tree.
Walking for
So
fun, yeah.
for the pinnacles, it really is just kind of mostly just that difficulty change.
Okay, got it. I think the reason people were asking is they were wondering if like
So much
there's
for
a
progress.
hardest
We'll make
baseline challenge,
progress
where it's
starting
this is
tomorrow.
Sort of a baseline you can use on can you clear the hardest content. So
Yeah.
people were wanting some clarity.
The finished basement has it's not finished. No, I finished one portion of it, which is this room. Okay, here's the thing. Here's what happened. I kid you not. When we bought this house, we were like, okay, this has a nice, large space in the basement that we can totally finish. TLDR is over the past year or a year after purchasing it, in our basement we have like 3 sump pumps, and they collectively went, but they freaking broke sequentially, and like 3 times in a row I had water in my basement as these sump pumps went bad, and then I had to replace them. And it currently has me in a state of like, I don't know if I want to finish this basement and then have freaking water damage later on with having water come up through the floor because we're at a high water table. So I'm kind of like, I don't know if it's really worth finishing it now. It definitely killed the interest, so to speak, of wanting to do it. He said, "Daddy, thank you." Awesome. He's such a fun dude.
On that.
For the pinnacle boss, it definitely is the case.
Okay.
Get a plumber man, Mario. Well, it's not that simple. It's basically just like the real answer is we'll live here for a time and then we need to get a different house, I think, if we want to have a finished basement. I think it's the water table is just too much of an issue, I think, to have a full basement.
Thank you very much.
It's a water table issue. It's a
another-
water table
another
issue.
Question I was kind of wondering when I was looking at the map. I noticed you use the example of like the paradise, for instance. You get the bonus experience, and that is obviously on the beach because it's tropical. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
And they
the
happen in my
meats
basement. Yeah, it's
are
scuffed.
Zoned out to the biomes that you have specific.
Would insurance cover basement damage? I don't know, but that also sounds like a headache. Even like, let's say I finished the basement, and let's say insurance, best case scenario, is willing to cover and repair everything. That still involves a ton of time spent dealing with contractors going in and out of my house to fix damage. You know, like there's all this sort of like headache that would be involved. It's like even in the best case scenario where I don't even have to pay for the damage, it still sounds scuffed.
And if that is
Correct.
the case, since the biomes are determining maps, do these
Mm-hmm.
unique maps also have drops associated with them? Essentially, where I'm going with this is, are certain biomes going to help you target farm certain types
Absolutely.
of items?
No, it's okay to have wild variance in between, the value of certain things because, you're limited by having to find more of it. And if you happen to know that the thing that you want spawns in desert biomes,
Sign up
and
for
then using
Amazon's
talent to
affiliate
find
League
these
Pro
desert
to do
biomes, and then you're
Expedition
looking around,
Treadmill,
finally,
yeah.
I'm just going to go through all the
No, the
deserts.
current link
You
we
can
have on
absolutely do
Expedition
that.
Treadmill just
In the
is
case
literally
of,
just the treadmill.
Untainted
Sorry, it's literally just the treadmill we bought. But it would be beneficial if we could do that. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm not sure I even want to necessarily recommend the treadmill because initially, I guess the issue was probably just the treads on my shoes burning out or whatever when I was smelling that burning smell. But still, I feel like I want to give it a better test run before it's something that I wholeheartedly recommend.
Paradise. That one requires being on the border of the water and a forest. So only forests next to ocean, I believe, will cause that map to spawn. And then like we can do other things like that as well. Like we can have special spawn conditions about like, when you get this
Lube
and this, that's
subscription
when this
when
can spawn.
never.
And so that's like a way that we can kind of like fiddle around with the rarity. But also, if players learn these things, then they can know what to look for when they're exploring the map, as far as like finding that stuff as well. So that can be a bit fun.
So I'm assuming that's going to influence things like racing, etc. But another question I had then is, does that mean that the people's individual map, because you said it's infinite, it's generated, etc. So does that mean each person has a completely random, different starting point? Like, for instance, maybe I'm more prone to find Tainted Paradise, sooner than a different person.
I mean, it is certainly true that you can roll well on certain things. Like, there's nothing limiting the fact that you could find 5 Untainted Paradises near where you started and another person couldn't, right? But I think the law of averages will just mean that in general, it kind of ends up averaging out to the same.
What gem info? Oh, I want to just look at each of the various things we have on PoE 2DB and then other gem info that's been showcased throughout the different streams and stuff. I want to start to get an idea of how good various skills are, essentially.
kind of thing.
Sure.
You know, I like. It is an interesting point that you make about
I'm
racing.
gonna do that
Because it
after
does mean
this
that if you're looking at the
interview.
race to 100, it is possible for one person to get luckier than the other as far as what maps spawn for them.
You
But then
get
by the
HP
same
blood
token,
tank.
it's possible for someone to get lucky on
Maybe.
what items drop for them or some
I
other
don't know how
one
much
of a million things. So
life
the
scaling
longer
there
you
is.
play effectively, the more the law of averages happens, and the more kind of it just comes down to play skill rather than randomness. Yeah, ultimately, you know, everyone gets a different experience there. And when you reset your when you do the thing where you run out of where you no longer have any nodes to explore, by the way, that does change the seed of your atlas, so you'll get a new random layout as well. Yeah, so that's just worth mentioning.
That's
just
good.
because, you know,
That's good to know.
that. So you can actually re-roll the complete layout if you want.
By dying 4 times.
Well, yeah, but I think
So
there
was
might
it
be a way
cooked?
to do it without
Yeah,
dying.
there's a good
I'm not
chance.
100% sure on that. I can't remember what the way to trigger this was, but yeah, that is a thing.
Okay. So Atlas rolling meta coming up soon.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Because we made sure we did think of the one thing of like you're not going to get an untainted paradise within the initial fog of war that you can see when you first enter the atlas. So you know, like we don't allow that special stuff to spawn right in that first circle.
So I do have one follow-up here before I send it over, guys, really, because I'm just kind of thinking based upon this concept. So if there's certain biomes that are going to spawn certain types of unique maps, and maybe certain biomes are more prone to certain type of item drops, etc. But the maps themselves, I can't like take that untainted paradise, put it as a consumable, and then trade it on the market. Does this mean you're expecting much more social play, where it's like, hey, I found
It's gonna be some rotas. There's gonna be rotas again. Selling my untainted paradise run. It's time. I know the server's gonna be cooked. I have 2 planned movies. I'm gonna cope that it's only gonna be cooked for the first hour. I'm gonna cope that it'll be a 1 hour cooked session and then it becomes uncooked.
Map and having people actually looking for other players that their particular, you know, atlas has the maps that people are particularly looking for. Is this something you guys are expecting and planning around? Or?
I think.
Sure,
it
priority
definitely
queue. I
happens, for
doubt
sure.
that. No, they
As
learned
whether
their
that's
lesson
good or
from
not, I guess
Ultimatum.
we'll find out. Like it's really sort of hard to know what the sort of social dynamics of something like that will be.
Sure.
But yeah, absolutely, it's something that I have no doubt will start to occur. And the concern with this stuff is always, you know, do you start to get and sorry, the name of the server of the thing is of the Discord server that's incredibly infamous is slipping my mind right now. But
The name is slipping my mind right now. That's he totally knows. He's just not saying it on purpose, surely.
you know, there's an infamous Discord server where people do trading for things like that, and so there is a concern that it's like, you know, oh, I'm effectively trading access to something like that for you know, out of game, which is always a concern. But I guess we sort of decided that we were sort of hoping that it doesn't end up going that way. And we were so excited to sort of change the atlas over to this method that this is you know, just something that we decided, you know what, I think we're willing to take the risk on that one. But I mean, it's sort of an interesting one. Like, if that becomes a problem, we might have to find a way around to solve it. I guess we'll sort of just have to see. I mean,
What do you guys think? TFT gonna be a thing in PoE 2? Or do you think it's gonna be nullified by the changes in the new game? I mean, they would have to address so many things, right? Like, for example, they'd have to address mirror service type of thing. They'd have to make it so that the people making the mirror tier items don't need TFT to have their item get serviced, right? There'll always be a place for someone. It'll be a thing if we make it a thing. Yeah, we'll see come PoE 2 how it shakes out. I think there's a good chance. I prepared for the launch by planning to start 12 hours late, Nuttolines. That might be a smart play. But what if they hit it out of the park? What if they hit it out of the park and there's no issues for the first 12 hours and then you're just 12 hours behind? It's gonna feel a little bit bad.
what happens?
I guess it depends when your start time is. Like if it's in the middle of like when you'd be sleeping anyways, then maybe it doesn't matter too much, right?
Fair enough answer. I'll send it over to Gazi. I think he had a question.
Yeah, we'll throw in one and rewind back in time a little bit to an interview you did with a D4 streamer.
I think they talked about 2 weeks ago about wanting to make it so you can mirror. Yeah, Mark literally said that's something on his agenda, so it's on the radar. It's on the radar.
There was a question regarding competitive game modes and races and whatnot, community events. You know, Cicerin has the Gauntlet event that's been very prominent with. And the question was about that being in PoE 2, and you answered yes. Now, what we want to do is have you spill more of the beans here and give us some more details. Can you give us anything? Are there any plans in the works, etc., etc.?
So at the start of early access, we won't be able to do any of that stuff. We just haven't had time. But look, it's definitely the kind of stuff that I like to do. Like I really like those sort of PvE but yet competitive type of events. Like they're just really fun to me. You know, I have no doubt that we'll be doing some of that stuff. It's just that yeah, like for early access, we just haven't had time.
So
The
official
custom league
launch,
system
I think
will
they're gonna have
come back in PoE2
a
as
boss
well,
race
so we'll
then.
be able to do that stuff, and that sort of helps.
That seems
people organize their
hopeful.
own races and things like that.
Hardcore,
Like,
first
it won't
Uber
be once again
kill,
not
first
day
big
one of
boss,
EA, but
pinnacle
pretty
boss,
soon
whatever.
After that, we'll get that in. And like, by the way, the thing that's blocking that is literally just
Oh,
like
hey, Red
some
Sengur.
developers need to port the interface for that over to the Path of Exile 2 website, right? It just hasn't been done yet. So we just, as soon as they've got that in order, then that'll be available. So yeah, like we're absolutely
EA ruins it though. I don't think EA would ruin it though. What's to stop them from adding a boss, like a new boss, in the official launch, for example? Like if you're talking about EA ruins the experience because we've already killed, like for example, the current boss that they've showcased us in the like the prison or whatever with the lieutenants. What's to stop them from adding a new boss with the actual launch for the boss race?
What was that?
They could totally do that.
I think a lot of people really like the old school races that we used to have many
Have a
years
good one,
ago.
mate. All right,
The
see you later,
different
Royal.
races.
Thanks for hanging out, dude.
I love that
First
stuff too.
races.
It was so cool.
12-minute races, like everyone can participate in that.
Yeah, yeah,
Because they're
yeah.
like,
Which class you gonna go? I'm thinking I'm leaning towards sorceress right now, but I might flip flop back to witch again. I haven't
Race to
decided.
100. We talk about that a lot, right?
Mhm.
But that's that's a lot of dedication and time invested. But
Yeah,
these
yeah.
shorter races, an hour, half an hour, endless delve.
When was PoE 1 finished? It's not finished. They're gonna keep adding content. Just in terms of like finished state, in terms of what their outlined goal is, 12 classes, 36 ascendancies, like it's what they have in mind for their official release date, right?
Like, I think a lot of people would really like to see them come back
I-
again.
I would as well. The funny thing about that is that as cool as it was, and as like much as the community liked them, for whatever reason, it just didn't really result in people like it just didn't really result in like actually more people playing, and that was kind of the reason why we found like and like because so it just it really sucks because it's like well this is one of those cases where it's just a mercenary decision of like this. While everyone loves it, it just doesn't result in more players. So that's so like if we're talking about spending time doing all that stuff versus adding more content to a league launch that definitely adds more players. Unfortunately, it just had to go to the leagues. But the thing is that it was just really cool, and so like if I had some spare designers up my sleeve, then I would 100% get them working on this because it's something that is just super awesome. And I definitely think we should try it again as well for PoE2. Like times have moved on a long time since back when we were doing that stuff. So I think it's worth another try and see
Beta,
does
yeah.
that stuff actually heat
Essentially.
up into an actual into a scene of racing and so on that actually like causes there to be like just interest in itself coming to the game. So yeah, like look, I have no doubt we'll try some races, just not immediately.
Before I send it over to DM again, yes or no, are you in favor of having a Battle Royale PoE2 event?
Well, I mean, it would certainly be cool. Let me think about this. I'm just thinking.
There's
Battle
more skill-based
Royale.
gameplay in it.
Yeah. So I'm actually just thinking about this because I'm just thinking as you're
Lost in the
saying this, like, okay, so
memories.
how would the new system translate to a battle royale format? Because one of the things that was interesting, I think, about the PoE1 version was the randomness of what skills you found. But in PoE2, of course, you've got the uncuts. I mean, that probably is fine, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting. It wouldn't really be hard to do to just try it. The thing with something like a mode like that is it's really easy to just like try some random stuff, but to really make it actually good would require quite a lot more work. And at one point we were actually pretty keen to make like an actually good version of the battle royale thing, because when we announced that originally, like when I said 1 day of development, it really was just like there was a limit of like 1 day per developer of how much time they were allowed to spend on that, because it was like literally an April Fool's joke. And it turned out like it's kind of like one of those things that's like fun for a few days, but it didn't really have like long-lasting good gameplay because like no one had I mean, we didn't really test it, right? We just kind of just like did some random shit and put it up there, and it was kind of cool. So that was a fun little experience. But
Good time.
we did discuss like should we make an actual proper version of this? Like would this be something that actually works well? And we were kind of almost did, but I don't know, just like other stuff happened. We didn't end up doing it. But you know what? Maybe we should have another just like random fun battle royale Royale and PoE 2.
PoE 2
Just even if we
Royale
don't, like,
coming to
just
a
another
theater
one of
near
those, just
you.
like ultra kind of garage style, just like, everyone just like make some random stuff and just put it in there and we'll just see what happens. It could be fun.
Do
I
it.
think so.
I used to do way more, like way back in the early days of PoE 1. I used to do just like way more rando stuff like that. And I really enjoyed doing it, but for various reasons, like it's kind of like, I don't know, like I just never really, like, man, I find this stuff fun. So a random example of this is I was like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna have a level 1 DPS competition. So we had a competition for like what is the character that can get the highest DPS at level 1, and then what we decided, I think we gave away, like, we're like, okay, if whoever wins this, we're just going to give like a t-shirt or something. There was just some random like prize that we were just going to give away. I was like, man, this is really smart, because like if you use other characters to like rush your level 1 character, but then make sure they never get any leech any experience, then you can like get all the quests and like get all of the like passive points that you can get when you're level 1, and there's like quite a lot you can do. And it's like, then it's like, okay, what's the minimum amount of experience you can possibly get by killing the mandatory bosses, in order to get the quest flags? It was like all these like little things. I was like, man, people are gonna have so much fun with this stuff. And then we got all these like kind of negative reactions about it, of like people being like, oh, you have to cheat, you have to multi-box to do this competition. Like, there's like, are you saying you're endorsing doing this? And there's like all this random stuff that the community kind of reacted negatively about with this. Because I guess they were kind of feeling like, like some guy who's like willing to spend all this time and like.
Is there gonna be target dummies in PoE 2? Probably not, Griffin. Most likely, target dummies is you fight the boss. The good news is in PoE 2, we actually get a damage number. Like, for example, when you hit the enemy, at the top right of the bar, there's a number that pops up. So you can see damage that way. Which that is something we haven't had before. You can actually get the number that way.
Find the best level 1 item is going to be the one who wins it. And it's like, well, yeah, that was kind of the point, right? Like, I was hoping that a bunch of people would, like, some random, like, total basement dwelling people would be like, I'm going to spend, like, frickin' a week on this and, like, find, like, what the best possible way with, like, all these steps is going to be. And then that person will get a prize, right? Like, it's just a completely out there thing. That is what happened. But for some reason, people got angry about it. And I was kind of like, I guess I just don't understand. Like, to me, that's cool. It's like, it's not like this is some big feature that we worked on, right? It was just a random idea I had. So like I really love doing that kind of stuff, and I feel like like it would be cool to do more of that, but it kind of requires, I guess, a certain mindset in the community. So I don't know. Like there's always this worry whenever you do something like that of like, why are you wasting time on this when you could be doing some other thing, right?
Who's the basement dweller run?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That could be a concern.
Probably have to look it up. You probably can find it out if
I
you
missed
research
all
hard
these.
enough.
Here thinking back, because I think the reason this came up in conversations on the previous podcast we did with Pox. Pox was going through all of the different battle royales and PvP modes and all these fun events, and I realized there's all these fun events that I missed out on being a newer head to PoE. So kind of hope at some point those do come back.
You would have never experienced. You never would have experienced. You never would have experienced Descent, which was another one of those kind of like, kind of relatively quick to make things that we did, where we just kind of remixed a bunch of content and put it in a random order with like special chests and everything. And it was kind of a race event for a race that wasn't the game. And it honestly didn't take that long to make. It was pretty cool. It was fun. It was fun making all that stuff. It was really fun.
All right, well, +1 for...
It was incredibly enjoyable. Well, what you missed, DM, the best one was like, I remember you guys put the BR into a Twitch Rivals, and it was just, it was massive. It was hilarious.
Well, +1 for mini games coming in the future. Something that I didn't... Maybe I'm just dumb, but I didn't see it in any of my early play tests. I didn't see it in any of the interviews or any of the footage you guys showed. Gym quality is obviously a thing. We have like Gym Lean Legionnaire, for instance, showing you a +12 the quality. Obviously, it's scale, not support, was a difference made.
Is he gonna tell us what it is? Is that hopefully quality is better than what is in current PoE? Because otherwise, a 12 quality is just not gonna be good enough.
But how do you actually do that? From my I didn't see any gym colors anywhere, so I'm curious to know what's going on with gym quality and the impact that you're hoping gym quality will have in the game.
Yeah, so effectively what we've done is we made gym quality a late game thing, because so it's kind of an end game that you get it. It's not restricted to any one system or anything like that, but it's just something that starts dropping in end game only. And effectively, they just increase like various things. Now, gym quality was one of those things that I think was a bit overcomplicated, or like there was things where like we want to try and do a little bit better when it comes to like what stats we're choosing to scale, to make that a little bit more
end game. I wonder if that means that like the boss, the super hard end game boss, is gonna drop like some gem cutters or something. If it's like something you don't get till way later.
Fun.
But then it's a lot
I don't
stronger
have a full
too.
list of what they are or anything like that yet. Mark, this is actually something that's like coming in really late. Like I know gem quality is a thing we're doing.
Could be
like,
maps,
like
yeah,
the
it could
balance
be
of that has
maps
only
too.
been done in like the last few weeks. But yeah, it is a thing. It's like it's nice to have another kind of grind that's like, just to perfect the gem. And there's even a few other things like that of like perfecting.
What if it's the return of GCP, man? What if it's like some weird vendor recipe thing, and some dude figures it out, and he's just price gouging the rest of the community? What if it's the return? GCP, man.
Now, there's one other one, but I don't know whether it got in or not. So maybe I shouldn't mention it. Relating to that. So
No, you can mention it.
I'll come a little bit
Surely.
later.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
a
man,
little
go
later.
ahead.
The thing is, like you need to have like quite a few different systems at the
Still
end.
recipes
where
they
it's
haven't
like,
found?
okay,
I
you just
think so.
you can just eke out another 20%. You can eke out another 20% with this. You can eke out another 20% of that, right? And so you kind of want to have a lot of those things. So there's the role of fusing orbs, which that was the thing. I don't know whether it's in or not, so I'll just leave that as a cliffhanger there. There's things like you've got gem quality, you've got which I think is the 20%, and then of course the Gemling Legionnaire can go above that. Now, generally speaking, it has to improve the skill by 20% in some axis, but we're not going to. It's not just going to be just damage. Like it's going to be something, ideally a stat that, like, I mean, it may be in some cases, but ideally it's always something that's kind of a bit more interesting than that. So that's the hope anyway. And because of the fact that it's not just damage, that means that we can have it be something that's sort of end game only. And it's going to be harder to get than most other things because regular quality items you can get by salvaging. From other items that drop with quality, but I believe that gems don't drop with quality, so every single point of that is going to be hard earned using a GCP, a Gem Cutter's Prism. That'll kind of be one of those just final grinds at the end game of like getting all of those, getting enough of those, I think that should be just one of those extra things.
That answers that. So speaking of skill gems, there was one other skill
Sounds
gem
better than most
that
quality?
we saw
Yeah, it would
teased
be.
one time and then wasn't talked about again.
Most quality is like 10% more damage, right? Increase RF duration? Do not say that. It's not duration. They're not making RF duration based. I think most likely it's going to be like the freaking Demon S. It's the ramping degen. Do not say duration based.
Which
But
makes
that kind of
mounts
makes it
in
duration based
particular,
too.
Also is going to the Ranger, right? We saw the Ranger, but two questions here, which is, are there more than just the Roa mount, and are mounts more than just Ranger? Can I be expected to be a Titan double-fisting two-handed maces swinging off the back of a Roa?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
So the Rangers are the Roa, I should say, is a Ranger. Well, no, I mean it's not Ranger only, but the bonus that it gives is the ability to fire while without slowing down. Only bow. Only like arrow skills are ones you can actually fire off the back of a Roa. So anyone else could ride it, but it's not going to give you any advantage to do so because it's just like the main thing you're getting is the ability not to slow down with arrows. It's not like some larger system really. It's just like a thing we made for that, and we just thought it was cool. And because the thing is, we don't want mounts to be like faster. So the reason why it's faster for the Ranger is because she gets to not slow. She just effectively gets to not pay the penalty of slowing down while shooting. But
This is why you don't click
we don't want mounts to just be faster than
Pathfinder,
running
right?
in any case, because if we do that, then it's like the whole different gameplay consequence and like.
I feel like that just means the Pathfinder percentage just kind of sucks. That node that's like less movement speed penalty. If you just have Roa, which is no movement speed penalty while firing.
That we don't want to have to deal with. So effectively,
it helps
that
range,
sort of limits the
range
number of
characters
things you
out.
can do with a mount like that. Now, I think it'll be cool later to do more mounts for more things. Like I'm sure there's ideas that you could have that would be cool. But for at least for the time being, that's the mount that we've got, and we won't be.
I am
work like
hearing,
Winter
for
Orb,
the
don't say
sake
that.
of roleplay cosmetic Andy, I do get to at least sit on the mount and walk around in town or something
Sure,
like
if you
that.
want.
Okay.
Sure. And we could probably make some cosmetic mounts as well that were the same in that same vein, I suppose. Nothing stopping us doing that. So that might be fun.
I mean, on that topic, I'll pitch you this idea. Obviously, I want some royalties. So I like my skeletons to, when I mount up, to fall apart and the bones of the skeletons to form a skeletal horse. And when I dismount, I wanted to form the skeletons again. Okay?
Noted.
Noted. Thank you.
You will get exactly one cell. It will be Ghazi behind the mount.
Yeah.
They'd get more than one sale.
That would be so cool.
There's more than
moving
just
on
Ghazi
to,
playing minions. People watch his
assembling
videos.
things question.
Lot of
It's
minion
crafting
players out there,
related.
right?
Yeah.
So I don't want to spend too much time on this because the crafting is very different, but it's what we're going to see a lot when we play. but I will ask a couple questions about it. So let's start with essences.
Dozens?
Now, we
That was more than dozens.
confirmed to be able to use essences multiple times where they guarantee a modifier. What we've seen is making a normal item into a magical item, guaranteeing one modifier. We've seen essences making a magic item, a regaling essentially, to turn into rare with a guaranteed second modifier if we want to. So I guess the first question is regarding essences, is this a guaranteed specific modifier, or is it a 1x speed modifier or 1x attack modifier?
Yeah, so it is listed as it's one of a group, but in many cases, that for a given item type, there's only one mod of that type that could spawn anyway. So effectively, like in those cases, it's completely guaranteed. But there's a few cases where it could be one of a couple of mods. But generally speaking, for a given item type, it will just be one mod. And
Bam Enjoyer here. Log
the main
in,
reason
man.
why we did it that way, even though most
I need your tri-stacker.
because we didn't want to have the thing.
I don't know if
where you've
tri-stack
got
will
the
be a thing in
giant
PoE
list
too.
with each
I don't know if
item
there's
type,
support
like,
for
here's
it.
what mod you're gonna get, and like it's kind of annoying. So,
need items that
we
give
just
you
wanted to say,
damage
like, we'll
per
give you
type of
a,
thing.
you know, mod of a certain group,
Or
and then,
affixes.
that way you can sort of know what you're going to get from that. Yeah, effectively, generally speaking, though, you're going to know what you're going to get from that mod, except for like a couple of specific cases, I think.
Do we know if essences give a minimum tier? I don't think they said, but they showcased it giving like T1 movement speed. My guess is it might give a minimum of like a screaming essence type of thing, but it also could just roll the entire possibility of tiers.
Okay, on the follow-up there, we talked about that earlier with the wiki in-game to search for monsters. Talked about that a little bit earlier. I guess another question in similar fashion for crafting, is there any idea or desire or even plans to give us the tool to look at the tooltip in-game of seeing these are the modifiers that can be applied to this item to avoid, again, having to go to third-party sites and tools?
So we actually were going to have, so I'll give you some... Okay, so at the event that you even went to, DM, there was probably, you might have noticed the crafting bench that we still had in that version. And that actually got cut. And so what that was going to be was, not only was it a crafting bench, but also it effectively served as your as your encyclopedia of mods. Because you could see when you put an item in there exactly what mods could actually go on it, because the user interface not only sort of had the crafting thing, but it also had kind of like the you know, like, here's the mods that can spawn, and like, sure, some of them are grayed out because you can't you can't craft them on this item, but you could at least see what they all were. So we actually kind of were working towards something like that, but the problem was that the crafting bench had all sorts of issues, which, I mean, I could go into if you want, but like, but suffice to say, the feature got cut, and so now we currently don't have something like that. That's a bit of a shame, because I do think that being able to see that stuff in game is good, and like, we were actually doing something useful with that. It's possible that we might bring something like that back a little bit later. Like, we did a bunch of UI work to kind of get this to be the case. And I do think that it's good to have that stuff in game. It's just that we don't currently have that for mods. That's a bit of a shame.
Not to
More PoE DB gaming for us. Be logging into PoE2DB, searching up the mod tiers. That's our life for the time being.
dive
But maybe
in.
it won't be eventually.
You want to go ahead?
Sorry.
Okay, I was gonna say,
The thing is, there's no way they'd give us like mod weights and stuff, right? Like, even if they told us what mods could roll, they're not going to tell us Merciless is a 25 weight. They're not. So I think even then, it's still going to be a situation where we're using tools like PODB. Am I right in thinking that Acolyte can have 4 life pools, life, darkness, ES, and mana with instant leech and mana leech? Yes, but I wouldn't think about it as just like, oh, 4 EHP pools, that's going to be really strong, because you also have to consider that there's things that give mitigation. Like, for example, aura reservations can give mitigation. Like Arctic Armor, I don't know if they changed Arctic Armor, for example, but Arctic Armor, for example, gives a mitigation layer, and that might just make you more tanky than having an extra 500 flat EHP from Darkness, for example. And an important part is whether or not you have recoveries or sustains for each of those pools. Like, you have the instant leech for mana and ES, but what do you do for your life pool? Stuff like that. Arctic Armor was changed. It now just deals damage when hit. Oh, interesting. Yeah, like, it's a big up in the air. It really depends what the reservations actually give us.
not to dive into the reasons for the cut of the crafting bench as much as to, do you still expect it to come, or is it a decision like we shouldn't have this in the game as much as like it's not ready technically, there's bugs or something, you know, it's like a to be determined, or is it like, nah, firm decision?
It was a design problem, not a technical problem. So I might as well just go into it, right? Might as well just go through the whole thing. So effectively, we had this whole. So during betas,
Hey,
actually,
Zenko.
we had a lot of feedback all the time about people saying, I don't.
I think a lot of the ores won't be mitigation ores, to be honest. Maybe not. I mean, the thing is, I just don't think we really know many of the ores we're gonna have. I think we're looking at a very limited scope of them. Of like skills that they gave people in the early acts type of thing.
Don't have a way. You're not giving me the tools to fix the problems that I have with my build.
I
Right?
found a new video that shows the warrior tree. Does he hover over Zeltsos?
Right?
Does he,
And
does he give
the
us any
private
more
player that we
intel?
were getting that from a lot was PoE1 players, right? Because they're used to the crafting bench, and the crafting bench absolutely is a way to be able to fix problems with your build. So the first way that we I'm trying to think back. So the problems that we had with the crafting bench is it kind of trivialized certain mods, and the issue the designers often have is like, okay, effectively what it does is because the mods you can get from the crafting bench are kind of like, they're not top tier, but they are kind of good enough, I guess.
10% attribute
So it meant
noble? I
that
did hear
effectively
about that.
a rare
That
item
sounds
was only
sick.
so it was only 5 mods plus a crafted mod, and that sort of reduces the amount of power you can get at the top end on some level, or like the level or the degree to which randomness can cause an
I think
item
they're
to
gonna
be
remove
good
generic
relative to
ores
the
like
average item.
wrath, anger, hatred.
Which some people would say,
I mean, you could make that argument about like Herald of Ash, for example, which is just gain 15% as extra fire. I guess it also comes with like the extra explode portion or whatever. The dot gets chained to another enemy or whatever, but you could argue that's a generic damage thing, right?
as a good thing, right? Like, or
Sent
and
the
some people say
private
it's a bad
message.
thing.
Can
The point
you-
is, there was
you
always
just
this
link it in
contention around this,
chat?
right, with the designers and so on.
I'd have to go to like Twitch and then open up my DMs to then open up the link.
So that was like sort of one of the issues. So then,
I'll give you
the
a
other
permit.
issue was just the way the costing was. I think it was just like, I can't remember exactly what we were unhappy about with that, but effectively we're unhappy about that. So we came up with another design. And the first design of it was, what we're going to do is we're going to say that whenever you get an item, you can salvage a mod off an item that will destroy the item, and then you'll get some kind of juice of that mod, or like maybe some kind of essence or something like that. Like, effectively, you'd get some kind of amount of like something for that mod, and then you would build up to the point where you can then put that mod on another piece of gear.
Do we know how many sentences? They haven't confirmed. I'm guessing it's going to be 8, like PoE1.
So we tried this out, and the problem that we were having is that if we tried like 5 different ways that this could work, in terms of like how it could.
It's confirmed? They confirmed it? Oh, sick. Wait, so somebody else looked at the tree? No, this is the same thing we already seen. Wait! This is a new video. Is it him just showing the tree, or is he doing other stuff? Does he look at other things besides just the tree? Because this could just be cut from the video he already posted, where he hovered over tree stuff, right? Ooh. He does hover over more. Does he hover over more? Or is it just stuff I missed earlier on when he did this? John says it in this video. Okay, so we just haven't even got to it yet. Log in, watch it. Okay, fine. You guys want to watch this right now? We'll watch it right now. This is brand new skill tree info. Maybe stuff we don't know yet. Let's change quality of life. Aftershock AoE, 40%. A lot of these nodes are area damage and AoE. Hold the phone, man. Go slower. I'm trying to read over here. Area damage and area effect. Oh, freaking what? What is this? Break, 25% increase armor, area of effective attacks. Where's Zelto? We don't know yet. Dude, what is this guy doing? Why is he going so fast? Speed, dexterity. I actually... Zelto's top right. Yeah, I know where Zelto's is. That was like 15% armor on a small node. Aftershock, AoE, speed, Dex, strength. It's so satisfying, it is. What is this, like, weird lagginess to this? Is that just, like, him in-game lagging? Just feel jerky because he's, like, the menu's like that. He's on the controller? Yeah, he's doing a controller gameplay. I already watched the 8 Ascendancy part, that I totally missed it. Must have got distracted by chat. Earthquake. 75 attack speed, 59 attack damage. Jagged ground is this sort of radius, duration. Stuff that like keeps hitting. Armor break, 66% damage. A lot of the effectiveness of this stuff just seems super low. Here guys, we're at 4 miles. I'm gonna chill with the treadmill for now. We did 4 miles on the treadmill. I feel pretty decent with the 4 miles. We need to remember going forward to not stop walking. If we are going to continue losing weight. 8 miles when? Soon TM. I think low effectiveness is good. I think low effectiveness is fine. It just means, like, it's just a matter of balance, right? If you balance your whole game around a 1 million HP boss versus a 100,000 HP boss, that's the difference in 10xing the base number you start with. What we're missing here is context. Context of how good it is in relation to other skills. Like in relation to yeah, basically just other abilities. Because that's what's gonna live and die in terms of making some skills better than others. 1300% effectiveness on the Hammer of the Gods. Yeah. So 1300% effectiveness means it's hitting, 20 times as hard as some of these other baseline skills. But it's tied to that big cooldown, so you get to hit this with this skill friggin' 30 times before you hit with the Hammer of the Gods once or whatever it is, right? Does he not have pants on? I have shorts on. You got a problem with that? Take it up with HR, I guess. Zealot's Oath at 647? You're kidding. Excess life recovery from regeneration is applied to Energy Shield. Energy Shield does not recharge. What does excess mean? Stuff that would top off your life pool. So, to me, that feels like that's real rough with CI, but non-CI, there's a login angle. It works with CI. Well, I guess it depends how Leech works, right? Like if Leech is like you can leech the same amount whether or not you're 1 HP or 10k HP. CI with it might end up being decent. Yeah, I kind of wonder. This is weird. If Leech is Pog, then this could be Pog. Yeah. This is a very weird one to me. Yeah, it bricks percent regens. It bricks percent regens is what it does, unless you go non-CI. Flat regens would still work, but we don't know how many sources of that there are. What part of the tree? This is top left. So this is in between Templar and Witch, basically. Man, is this an argument for us to go Blood Mage? Where we go just straight up hybrid? Oh, do I log into Blood Mage? Because this sounds pretty freaking good with Blood Mage. When they introduced Blood Mage, they talked about it being an ES/life specialist, right? They didn't just say life. They showed a bunch of life nodes, but I think that also works with ES too, right? Isn't Blood Mage constantly not full life? Is Blood Mage you spend your skills cost life, but that doesn't mean you don't have a lot of life that's going to your ES. Like for example, if for example you spend, let's say, 20 life on your skill and you cast every half a second, right? So you have a degen on yourself from your cast time that is, let's say, 40 life per second. But then let's say you have 4k life and you have 10% regen per second, which is 400 regen. You would still be getting 360 ES regen as like the net recovery, right? The orb can double life as well. Yeah. It gives you like an over amount, which would make it pair well with an ES combination, right? Do you need that with 10k life? I mean, it could just pair well, essentially. The thing is, though, in current PoE, it's real easy to do like a strength essence and just make gear that has top rolled strength on ES pieces, but in PoE 2 that might not be a thing. So you wouldn't be able to pair as efficiently in terms of life scaling. Like life can still roll on ES gear, but you'll miss out on one of the other scaling vectors for life, which is the flat from strength. 2 life for CI. Well, this would be a non-CI angle is what it would be. Was Blood Magic confirmed? I don't know, but if he scaled over Zealot's Oath, that means he might have looked at other keystones. Let's just look at this all the way through. It's very interesting. Dream War's new video didn't even have Zealot's Oath in it. What a freaking liar! What do attributes give now? Mana, or Int gives 2 mana, I think. Strength gives 2 life. I don't know what Dex gives. Accuracy. You run the video at a slower speed. That's a good idea. Oh, you can customize it now? Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Let's freaking use it, honestly. Give me 0.7 playback speed. Pain attunement, Mom ES Acolyte. We don't know how life reservation or petrified blood or anything like that works yet. Mace Strike. Is this just like the default attack? 142% damage. Have we seen Petrified Blood? I don't know if I've seen the gem info for it, but maybe it was in a trailer where somebody had the Petrified Blood, like, visuals going on. Default attack OP, yeah. Look at the DPS number. 180, literally double the next skill. Anybody ready to log into some default attack builds? Do Dreamcore video up? We'll watch it after this. This I think has potentially more information. Dreamcore is freaking installing the info on us. He's stalling it hard. Armor break duration. I wonder if enemies will have the ability to break our armor. If they have the ability to break our armor, then it's going to be kind of funny for armor builds. I'm sure they will, yeah. Chance to gain Onslaught, but Onslaught doesn't give movement speed, right? It gives just attack speed now. Max Cold Res leading into the node. Interesting. Recover Warcry mana when you use a Warcry. That plus the no Warcry thing could be really good to spam for healing. Reduce life with the increased amount of leech. Can't wait for Rakiata's resistance reverse to annihilate players. Take some people out. Life leech effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. Man, there's a lot of stuff that just feels like leech is going to be OP, but they had to have done something to maybe break leech too. I don't know. Reduce damage plus 200% increased herald damage. Right on. Respect. Did we get Zealot's Oath? Yeah, it's in this video. It's in this video. It's changed in an interesting way. Dude, what the hell is this wheel? Why is this wheel down by Duelist? Shouldn't this wheel be freaking up by, you know, Templar? What the hell is this? Polymathy, 10% attribute. No, dude, go back to the other attribute node. I want to know what's going on here. Go back. Go back. Reduced attribute requirements. No! 2% damage per 5 of your lowest? Hey, that's kind of good. That's kind of good. Tri-stack might be a thing. Not half bad. If I can get to triple 1,000 attributes, that's 400% damage. There might be hope. There might be hope, ladies and gentlemen. Leech number suggests it might be hard to get leech. Yeah, that's the kind of the concern or the wonder. +3 to all attributes. Hell yeah, that's a lot of travel. Accuracy against bleeding bleeds are faster. 50% quality for attribute breach rings. Yeah, I'm ready to log in, dude. Uber Astromentus. Yeah. Who's ready? Yeah, area of attacks. This guy gets the Zealot's Oath, so it's the keystone. Valpack. Life leech is instant. Cannot use life flasks. Fair enough. Is there spear nodes in the tree? Don't know yet. There might be. I would imagine this is a spear node. This wheel right here. We don't know what all this guy's gonna hover over though. He's on a controller, and I can speak from experience. It's kind of hard to control the freaking thing when going around on the nodes. That was one of my things that I didn't like about controller. It was really hard to. It was hard to select maybe the correct nodes you wanted to. Melee full life attacks if you've used attack recently. Small regen? Oh, come on. See, let me see the big regen node, dude. Let me see the big regen node. Come on, please. Zealot's Ways life flask also recover? Yes, I believe so. Okay, slow it down there, buddy. Wait, is there a minion node over in the duelist side of the tree? That's kind of crazy. 20% area of effect while wielding a two-hand melee weapon. Okay. Chance. Increased chance to inflict ailments. Breaks 30% of armor on enemies when affected by ailments. Holy, this guy is a crazy man. They're giving way too much leech? There's a lot of leech stuff. I just wonder how good it actually is. My word. Okay, maybe we need to slow this down a little bit more. Hits against you have reduced bonus damage, armor evasion, flat dex and strength. Interesting. Regen 1.5 per second. Okay, so notables they're down to give up to 1.5. That's decent. They confirm the starting nodes change. Yeah, which I'd imagine that would be these like starting wheels here, like this wheel and this wheel type of thing. Probably not the stuff out here. I would imagine all the stuff that has like a specific like shape or whatever. I bet that stuff stays what it is. I think it's just these like starting like. It could even be just like the small nodes up to this point. Like I think it's probably gonna be like right about here. Damage with two hands, reduced attack speed, stun buildup. Interesting. Accuracy with two hands, den dex. Is crossbow a two-handed weapon? I don't know if it's considered two-handed or not. Like you have, it's probably considered a two-handed weapon. You have the grenade launcher attachment thing or whatever. I think it would count as a two-hand. They have a quiver. I mean, even if they have a quiver, bows in PoE 1 are considered two-hand. You dual wield it? Not that I know of. Increased amount leech, armor evasion while leeching. Accuracy rating with one-hand melee weapons. Did you hear the div card versus unique was a random distribution? I don't know if I heard that, but that's what I assumed is what they did. I was assuming they did just some random distribution. $90 to $10? Oh, dang, yeah. Yep. So it was what I thought. It was basically whether or not you high rolled or not to get it. Did you high roll to get the good drops? Damage with one-hand weapons, chance to apply ailments with one-hand weapons. It's increased chance. This is like, I guess it's super generic, and then if you invest into some chance to like poison or whatever, I don't know. This is kind of weird. I wonder, ailments are definitely changing significantly. It's gonna be fun to, I guess, learn the new system, figure it out. Never been hyped for a game like this before? Well, log in, man. Get ready. Allies in your presence, accuracy. Increase damage while you have an ally in your presence. Okay, not bad. Gain accuracy equal to your strength. I don't know, guys. I'm seeing a lot of stat stacking stuff. Accuracy equal to your strength. Strength or stun threshold based on your strength. Damage per lowest attribute. I'm just saying. Wait. This okay. I have to say this because it's just funny to me. Is it gonna be the same thing it is in PoE 1, where both int and strength have like a good baseline stat, life and mana? Dex has accuracy, and then they give nodes like this on the tree, which means the one thing Dex has is irrelevant because you could do it with the other attributes. Is it gonna be the same thing? Like, is Dex stacking just gonna be a meme again? Compared? Sucks to be a deck stacker, I guess. Reservation of Herald skills. Heralds deal this increased damage. Reservation. You can see how he's struggling to go up to this notable. This is the same thing I experienced with when I did the controller playtest. This is the one thing I had an issue with. Is it's hard to like pick a specific notable with the controller. Like I think he was trying and then he just gave up on hitting the notable. Deck stagger's in shambles. Who knows? Maybe he hovers over some deck stack nodes. Break duration. Evasion per armor on gloves. He's like trying to go diagonally to find the node. 15% of life is armor. Is that good? 3k life, 450 armor, that's okay, probably. I wonder how good armor is in this game, how well it scales. Deck stacking Siege Ballista is fun, but strength stacking Artillery Ballista is just much stronger. Yep. Strength and int are just way better than Dex. It's just usually how it translates. Everything Dex can do, the others can do it, but better. Attack speed at close range, not half bad. Chance for crossbow attacks to not consume a bolt. Okay. Nice. Damage against rare enemies, accuracy against rare, chance to inflict ailments against rares. Fair enough. Just specific damage for boss fighting / rares. Culling Strike threshold. We're gonna have to look up what the hell Culling Strike, what they did to Culling Strike. %, clip size, something like that. Accuracy. Attacks gain increased accuracy equal to their critical hit chance. That's kind of good. It's like a really good node, honestly. If you have a good crit. Culling Strike is 30% for white mobs, 20% for blue, 10 for rare, and 5 for unique. Oh, dang. So Culling's really good against trash mobs, then. Charges per second for life flasks. Attack damage per 75 on shield. Wonder if we could still roll the same amounts. Then good block. The Shield Master? Yeah, a lot of these seem familiar with Shield Master stuff. That Dreamweaver drop deck stack, we'll look at that next. We'll look at this next. We'll look at this guy. He wasn't stingy with his notable discoveries. He's giving it to us straight. 15 Ellie Pen? Yeah, they definitely made Pen more common. 15 Ellie Pen's kind of crazy. But it's not as crazy in the context of if they're just giving us more sources of Pen to begin with. I think having different start areas is going to be a bigger deal than most people think. It's definitely going to matter. It's going to matter for sure. We haven't seen Ellie Pen. I think Cold Pen, Lightning Pen, Fire Pen are all 30 Pen, I believe. With only life mana nodes, that flash node seems weird. Yeah, it's probably something they changed. Because the flash change was really recent, right? Different starting points kind of defeat the point of you start here, but you can still get any point. As you get, you can't get those anymore, G-Wolf. No, different starting points matter a lot. There's a lot of times where you make a build and you have to consider the opportunity cost of starting on the opposite side of the tree. Like, it 100% matters. There's builds where you have a strong enough interaction where you can justify wasting 20 points to travel to the other side of the tree. And there's builds that aren't strong enough to justify it, but you have to figure out whether or not that's a hard choice you have to make on whether or not you think you can make it work type of thing. Like, for example, Bleed Elementalist, you shouldn't do. It's just not justifiably strong enough to lose your 21st points. But, for example, a minion build with Champion, there's some argument there, you know? Did someone say Bleed Elementalist? Yeah. Chronomancer with Hammer of the Gods? Yeah, that could be something. That could be something. Reduce grenade duration, so they just blow up quicker. The grenade, I think grenades are going to be strong. Their effectiveness seems hilariously good. Stun threshold equal to your lowest of evasion armor on your helmet. I wonder how much stun threshold's going to matter. Gain ailment threshold equal to the lowest of the thing, okay. Keeping it alive, not intentionally, but yeah, a little bit. Dude, that is so weird looking. Look at this. Look at how like the lightning node is branching over to here. I kind of dig it, but it also looks weird at the same time. Like this thing right here, this whole like weird branch over situation. I totally I'm a fan right now. It looks pretty cool, but it also feels weird being a PoE1 player seeing something like this. I like the pathing. I like this tree a lot. We'll see how it feels actually in game. Majestic even, yeah. There's a Warcry that does dot based on your strength. I haven't looked at the gems yet, so I'm guessing, I don't know. I don't know what that Warcry is yet. It's just something I haven't seen. I like getting to choose your attributes. Yep. It's a neat change. Gonna start going crazy, I can feel it. Too fast. Like, he got the Zealot's Oath at some point. Seeing this video up to this point, I would never have guessed that within a minute he's gonna hover over Zealot's Oath. I would not have expected that. I see the new 10K video? What's 10K's video? Cover 50% of life when you heavy stun a rare or unique enemy. I have the high ground. Well, what was that? Removes all mana, skills cost life instead of mana. Blood magic. I'm down. I saw a max res node. What was it? What was it? Go back. Go back. +1 all, +5 all res. Okay, that wasn't as good as I thought it was gonna be. Just 1 max all. Still decent. But this ain't +2. No HP with blood magic. Well, blood magic's stronger now. Because you're not spending the opportunity cost of reservation like you used to be. There was more before. The small resist nodes were 1 each, right? It was like 1 lightning, 1 lightning. Is blood magic just good with reservation being removed? I think it's pretty good, yeah. I think it just solves your mana basically, as long as you have some sort of a life sustain. Attack, area effective skills. Armor, defend with armor against projectiles, sure. Pain attunement. More bonus damage when on low life. I wonder how hard that's going to be to achieve. I guess it depends on the Petrified Blood reservation. Do we have gem info on Petrified Blood? The star notes change, yeah. The initial, like, just the initial probably, like, few notables. Minions gain 50% life of energy shield, flush crafting. Is it below 30%? Yep. Flails. I don't think we're gonna have flail supported skills yet. There's probably gonna be some nodes that we just don't click initially because they're not like ready yet. Increases in reduction to armor also apply to energy shield recharge rate of 40% of their value. Whoa. Whoa. Hold the phone. Take it back. Block chance. What else did you have there? Recover energy shield equal to 1% of your armor when you block. Ancient Aegis. Literally half the value of current Aegis. Neat. Looks good, yeah. It's got some potential there. Excess life recovery from regeneration is applied energy shield. Energy shield does not recharge. Am I doing a Aegis build now? This is interesting. How will that feel? It just nullifies the ability to go CI plus percent regens. But maybe it works fine with ES based builds and Leech. It's just a weird one to me. We have active blocking and regular blocking, Luke. Like, you can have the, let's say you have 70% chance to block. That still exists, I'm pretty sure. But then you can increase those odds that you block by doing the active block, for example. It should interact with Leech. I think it interacts with Life Flask. I think it interacts with Leech. I think it interacts with Regen. This is a weird one. Oh, never mind. No, it does say regeneration. Shoot, I'm stupid. Dude, I gotta stop doing this. I gotta stop doing this. I literally went, excess life recovery is applied to energy. Dude, why do I keep, it's such a bad habit. I get away with it 9 times out of 10, skipping the middle part of the sentence. But it happens enough times. It happens enough times that it shoots me in the foot. Is that trash for CI? No, yeah, you wouldn't use this for CI. It'd be unusable for CI, essentially. But what it would be good for is if you could get decent regen on like a hybrid style build. It'd be very good for a hybrid style build. Which has got me thinking. How do you regenerate excess life? Like, say you have the ability to regen 400 life per second. If you get to full life, it'll start regenerating 400 ES per second. Would flat regen work? Yes, but I kind of don't think there's going to be that many flat regen sources, or definitely not enough where it's relevant. Damage taken recouped as life, regen 0.8% per second if you have been hit recently. It's not that great. It's okay, though. That's only 6% recoup? Does that also make Life Flask work if you're using CI? Life Flask isn't regeneration. So earlier when I was reading it incorrectly that I was just life recovery, then it would have been yes, but I think it's a no. Damage against ignited enemies. Probably gonna be a lot of damage against things going on there. Corrupting Cry is the strength dot. I wonder how similar it is to current Corrupting Cry in PoE, if it seems different. 2 life while affected by any damage and ailment. Regen 2 life while stationary. Never deal crits. Classic. RT's got to be a meta that people are going to be playing as like the start. If you're playing an attack-based character, go straight to RT. Resolute technique, yeah, absolute classic. It's a support for war cries, less AoE, deals 10% of your strength as physical damage per second. Corrupted blood duration is 5 seconds. I wonder if that stacks or not, or if it's just limited to 10% of your strength, because that sounds like a pretty big limitation. Can you pin the video? Yeah, sure. Here's the video. This one's a really strong node if we get fizz mitigation with this. This is also a regen. So this would work with Zealot's Oath. Right? Which would be pretty dang strong. But we would need mitigation for it. Which I don't know how hard that's gonna be to get. Untiring for Jugs on, potentially. Like, we don't even know if Jug's a thing in this. Armor mitigates fizz, yeah, and PDR and stuff like that, which we don't know if that's a thing or not. Alright, well now we know what Zealot's Oath does. Dreamcore just released a video.
Hello.
He's gonna go over some Dex nodes. These aren't gonna be relevant for us because we're like not gonna play a Dex build because we want to play a good character. But it'll be fine.
Guys,
I'm still curious.
welcome
There might be
to
something
another
good in here that we
video,
can anoint.
and we're another day closer to.
Hold on, we still have the slow pacing. Alright, what is it? Start me off. What's the first node? Catalyst. 20% LE and 5% fizz from hits is taken as a random element. So our first example of taken as, it does exist. Can't hear? Oh, sorry, I don't have it.
Located in the middle of the dexterity area towards the outer edge. 20% increased elemental damage with attack skills. 5% of physical damage from hits taken as damage of a random element. So we already knew that damage taken as was going to be a thing in PoE 2 as it exists
5%? I mean, that's a non-zero amount, man. That's a relevant amount.
on the Cloak of Flame unique body armor, and there also appears to be a section in the character sheet for the stats labeled as damage redirection.
That's kind of nice if we get in the stat sheet to know how much we have. We saw Cloak of Flame, yep. Cloak of Flame plus that node. Easy 45% taken as. Maybe they'll just throw in a little bit more. Gotta start somewhere? Yeah. You gotta start somewhere. Okay, I just realized I'm wearing shorts. And I'm getting kind of cold. I'm gonna go grab some pants. A little chilly. I would take 5% PoE1 always. Oh, taken as is really, really strong. Taken as is really, really strong. Increase magnitude of their stats for uniques. Ooh, that works on uniques too. Ooh, that's kind of neat. 48% taken as Cloak of Flame. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some pants. Hold on, give me 1 second. I will be right back. All right, I've returned.
which will likely document all of those stats for a final breakdown of how damage is taken on the character. Unlike Cloak of Flame though, the modifier on this node specifically refers to physical hit damage only.
How does flask throwing work with only 2 flasks? It seems like they're making it a skill-specific thing that's tied to the Pathfinder ascendancy. Is what it seems like. I thought you moved to OnlyFans for a second there? No. No, we did no such thing. We did no such thing.
So it won't work for
Kinda
damage
quiet here,
at
I'll turn it
times
up.
such as bleeding. When you take physical damage from a hit, 5% of that damage will instead be taken as a randomly selected damage type on a per hit basis between fire, cold, and lightning damage, which means it's then going to be mitigated by your resistance. I expect this notable to be picked up on pretty much every elemental attack build on this side of the tree, but it's unlikely to be taken on any other builds that won't fully benefit from the node, because 5% isn't really enough to justify the investment of.
I mean, that depends. That depends how much Fizz taken as you have, like what your setup is, what you're doing. Fizz taken as is a really strong stat.
Points. Next up, the Elemental Equilibrium Keystone, which is
Doesn't say you can't stack it. Yeah, no, you definitely can get more sources of it. Hits that deal fire damage, remove fire exposure, and inflict lightning exposure. Hits that deal cold damage, remove cold exposure, and inflict fire exposure. Interesting. So it rotates around.
changed a bit from PoE 1 and finds itself a bit deeper in the dexterity.
Any enemy pen will make that node debatable. Yeah, we already saw that maps can roll with 25 monster pen, which is kind of crazy.
Aligned area.
But it might just be a stat thing that's tied to, like, you know, map rolls, which is fine if you can roll over it type of thing.
This keystone has been designed to
Will armor
reward
be
the
good? Maybe.
clever use of alternating elemental damage types. When dealing one type of elemental damage, you'll remove any exposure from that type, and then apply exposure to another type based on the type dealt.
Do we have
For
elemental
example,
overload?
dealing
Probably.
cold damage removes cold exposure and inflicts fire exposure. Exposure is a debuff which lowers elemental resistance, and notice that there is no exposure numbers on the keystone unlike the one in PoE 1, which would indicate a base magnitude exposure, which is 10% in PoE 1. Elemental Equilibrium will be useful in a build that is able to ignite using cold damage,
25 before increases? Yeah, it was literally just a waystone that they transmuted that hit 25 pen.
or one that's able to quickly deal cold damage after igniting, applying fire exposure to make the ignite deal more damage. Interestingly, a hit which deals elemental damage of all three elements in one go would remove exposure to all three types, then immediately reapply exposure to all three types. So finding a small amount of flat damage to all three elements from gear pieces may be the way to go for elemental builds with this keystone. Low tolerance is located close to the middle between.
Dang. Low tolerance looks a lot different than I remember. Low tolerance looks a lot different than I remember. 60% versus 300. They're also like changing poison significantly. Poison's no longer unlimited cap. It has a cap now that you can increase from the tree. Poison's dead. What do you guys think? Poison dead on arrival? Are all these poison enjoyers that have been living the good life of having free damage that don't deserve gonna get justice this go around? Where they think, oh, it was good in PoE 1? It's gonna be good in PoE 2, and they show up. Not dead? No, you think it's gonna be good? Might be broken? I think it's gonna be dead. That's my prediction. They took away the unlimited cap, and that was the thing that it needed. That being said, I don't know. I guess the Mamba's a direct counter to that point, because you have freaking Mamba, which is a single poison, and that thing's doing a lot of damage, right?
In the Ranger and the Monk start locations. This one grants 60% increased effect of poison against enemies that are not poisoned. Now, we know that damaging ailments will work differently in PoE 2.
That's the 60% more? Yeah, 60% of effect. It's so weird, though, with the change to poison from 1 cap to 2 to whatever. And it's not 60% more exactly, because the things you can increase the cap. You can go to 2 poisons, and all of a sudden it's only 30% more. You go to 3 poisons, it's only 20% more, right? It gets less and less beneficial.
The
How many
damage
poisons
of an
can you
ailment
actually
is
get?
calculated from the hit on the monster's side prior to mitigation, which means all of the hit modifiers are taken into account, and as a result of that, damage modifiers will no longer directly apply to the ailment. The only way to scale the ailment directly thereafter...
Ignite's gonna be better, you think so? Ignite, they have like the magnitude or whatever. I don't know what the hell's going on with Ignite. The thing is, crits work with ailments too now, right? They did that where the crits apply to the ailments.
modifiers to the effect of an ailment, such as this one. We also know that poison no longer stacks by default, and there will instead be ways to obtain additional stacks. So, this node essentially is 60% more damage for that initial poison applied to the monster, but won't have any effect if the monster is already poisoned. It will be interesting to see if it's possible to shorten the duration.
Oh, that's a good point. Like you poison an enemy, and then you keep dealing damage, and that higher value poison lasts for like 2 seconds or whatever it is, and then you keep attacking the enemy. You'd have to wait for all the poisons to fall off to then re-get the effect, right?
Duration of poison
That makes it even worse.
to the point where you're able to continuously reapply a single stack. That would make this notable extremely powerful. Speaking of poison,
Additional poison, reduced
Stacking
duration,
toxins is located-
reduced effect. I'm gonna start Infernals that I'm swapped over whatever Connor's doing. I'm thinking about, dude, I might be talking myself back into Blood Mage after that Zealot's Oath reveal.
in the middle of the
I might be talking
dexterity
myself back
area
into
and
Blood
allows you to
Mage.
inflict additional poison at the cost of reducing poison effects by 20%. Notice that this is reduced effect, not less effect, which means you'll be able to counter this downside by obtaining modifiers which increase the effects of poison, as they'll stack additively. This node is already strong on its own, but if you're able to counter that downside, it becomes
6 poisons? Did he say that?
This node is already strong on its effect, which means you'll be able to counter this downside by obtaining modifiers which increase the effects of poison, as they'll stack additively. This node is already strong on its own, but if you're able to counter that downside, it becomes exceptionally good. Okay, let's take a moment to look at some of the...
Can I use charms? More recovery from flasks. I don't know if too many people are gonna want to click this. Because it doesn't feel like there's a lot of ways to deal with ailments, and charms are gonna like. I feel like charms are gonna feel pretty
nodes.
mandatory.
First, a new keystone, Oasis.
Where's Keystone?
This
Yeah,
one
sounds
is
not
located
worth.
at an equal distance from the Merc
Have fun
and
getting
the Ranger starts,
frozen all the time. You know, shocked, etc.
right in the middle. Oasis makes it so that you cannot use charms, but provides 30%
Support that gives
more
+1
recovery
poison.
from your flasks.
Yeah, that works.
Charms are a new, fully automated equipment item which use flask charges and provide utility such as removing bleeding or freeze. It's currently really hard to judge how useful this keystone will be, as it's difficult to place a value on charms. For example, will we be able to replace the utility they provide elsewhere, and if so, how easily? More recovery from flasks is a strong stat, considering that recovery is going to be much more difficult to obtain in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1, but it's hard to judge this keystone.
Is it though? I feel like I keep seeing Leech everywhere. What the hell did they do with Leech? Is it just like the percentage amount is hard to acquire?
Just yet. My initial reaction is that the upside may
You're
not
worried
be
about
good
leech
enough
resistance,
for the loss
yeah.
of charms. Now, speaking of charms, this large cluster at the edge
Blood
of
Mage gets 10%. Yeah, we've seen that, which is kind of a lot.
the tree here has 3 notables which
Whoa. Charms have increased effect? Maybe Mage Blood is charms. If charms can give some, like, passive effect, there's no way, right?
all provide the same 10% increased effect of charms, for a total of 30% increased effect from all 3. There's also a few other clusters in the dexterity area which also provide charm effect. Now, this is a strange stat considering
No
some of the
shot?
charms
This is
we've seen,
weird.
such as the Staunching or Thawing charm, have no scalable stats on the base item. There's also the fact that charms can't be used by default and are instead activated automatically when a certain condition is met.
Angel's 100% charms. Charms always active. Like, what the hell's going on here? No
This
Angel to
leads me to
PvE2?
believe that the Pathfinder, or perhaps
Maybe.
another Ascendancy, may have access to some kind of interaction with charms to benefit from these sorts of modifiers, but we'll have to wait and see.
Always active
Now
charms.
here's another keystone,
with the
Acrobatics,
enkindling
which
orb.
we've known about for a while. However, this is confirmation that the modifier is in fact 50% less evasion rating, not 50% reduced, so that's quite a brutal downside. But I expect this will be a great keystone for boss fights, enabling the
spells.
chance to be able to evade area of effect hits which otherwise couldn't be evaded.
Wait, no. Evasion works on spells anyways, right? It's just that it can't, like, evade AoEs.
And here's another keystone, Heartstopper, which is somewhat similar to PoE 1.
Taking 70% over 1 second if you start taking damage in the past second. Take 50% more if you haven't started taking damage over time in the past second. That seems kind of sketch.
One's Lethe Shade.
I don't vibe with that.
75% less damage over time if you've started taking
1 second to
damage
get
over
out of the degen. Yeah, 1 second to get out of the degen, and then you just die. Yeah, you have some self-bleed or self-poison. Well, you need to start taking damage over time. So if you're currently taking damage over time, you're just screwed. Right? So if you're self-poisoning, then you're constantly under degen. You're just always taking more damage, I
in
think.
the past second, and take 50% more damage over time if you haven't started taking damage over time in the past second. So this keystone rewards fast reactions to damaging ground effects.
It's really going to depend what gameplay ends up being like. How many degens are there? How often is this a problem versus not a problem?
Ailments, or anything else that deals damage over time to your character. Remember that each instance of damage over time is not counted separately. Instead, this keystone simply checks if you're taking damage over time or not. For example, if you're inflicted with bleeding and it's the first instance of damage over time on you, you'll take 75% less damage from
Might be
that
good for
bleed
bosses,
and any other
potentially,
sources
yeah.
of damage over time for the following 1 second. But after that second is up, you're no longer counted as having started taking damage over time in the past second anymore. So you'll now be taking 50% more damage over time from that bleed and any other sources of damage over time. To benefit most from this keystone, you'll need to react quickly to any damage over time that you take. Okay, I've left some stat stacking nodes till last. First,
Stat stacking nodes till last? What do you mean till last? They're the best nodes. 1% per 15 decks. Is that gonna be enough to help deck stackers? I don't think it will be. There's a huge volume difference. Am I way too loud or way too quiet? Is the question. Also, for the record, Dreamcore is not a dev. He did get to play a version of the game at November 8th. There was a secret play test. We're fine? Okay. Dreamer's always quiet. Alright, I'll turn him up a bit.
Firstly, Falcon Technique, which is accessed from the middle attribute highway between the Ranger and Monk stars. This notable grants 1% increased attack speed per 15 dexterity, providing a natural stat stacking angle for attack builds right off of the tree. If there's any good uniques which can combo well to provide more value from stacking dexterity, this node will be quite good. We know that dexterity will provide a lot more accuracy rating in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1, 2.5 times as much in fact. You'll gain 5 accuracy per point of dexterity in PoE 2, which is important because of the next notable, Falcon Dive.
We need something like Hollow Palm Technique, but without losing weapons and gloves to make deck stacking work. I don't know. My problem with deck stacking is it has a defensive issue, and these nodes are all damage increases. That's my issue with it. 300 dex is 20 attack speed. Kind of meh. I mean, that's better than most notables on the tree. I think that's a node you take on basically any character that has any amount of dex on it, essentially. Wait for it? What am I waiting for?
Located further towards the outer edge of the tree. 1% increased attack speed per 250 accuracy rating. So you'll be able to gain quite a bit of attack speed from just stacking dexterity by combining these two nodes. Remember that speed modifiers have been toned back a lot from PoE 1, so any kind of movement, attack, or cast speed increases will be much harder to come by and found in smaller amounts. But if you didn't want to stack dexterity, you could instead stack strength, because of another notable which I forgot to mention in yesterday's
Strength just better. Always has been. Always has been, baby. Forgot? Yeah, forgot.
video,
We totally
as
believe
it's
him.
located in the strength dexterity area of the tree, but it's not far from the Falcon Dive node. And that's the unexpected finesse notable, which makes you gain accuracy rating equal to your strength. You can see here in this combined image that these two nodes are actually fairly close to each other, so there's definitely some potential to combine the two, or you could always grab one of them on the tree and anoint the other one instead. And that's it, some of the more interesting nodes in the dexterity area.
Dude, what is this drip feed? This absolute drip feed. He's got all the important information. He's giving us 10 nodes a day. This is disgusting. This is ruthless. Thank goodness for the other guy we had. That dude wasn't pulling punches. He was just giving us the intel, you know? He was just giving us the goods. Okay, I'm struggling to find that. It's too late now. What's his name? Bajira PoE2. This guy. This guy was just giving us the goods. Unfiltered, unadulterated nodes. Who's the other guy? Bajira. I don't know who this guy is, but he's got a lot of uncommented just data dumps. WoW guy, apparently, yeah. I'll link it in the YouTube chat for people that want to look at that. Those of you that are curious about it. That's this video we were looking at earlier, which he goes over a lot of notables. Most importantly, he goes over Zealot's Oath. Dude, this really makes me. Oh shoot, I'm not even like showcasing you guys. Sorry, my bad. I might log into Blood Mage now. I gotta be honest, dude. That's why I hovered over Giant's Blood for so long. Yeah, Giant's Blood looks pretty juiced. I legitimately like looking at this. This makes me think the hybrid dreams maybe the play. Blood Mage gang, yeah, I might log into the Blood Mage gang. Oh, also Dreamcore. You know what? You can't hold Zealot's Oath over my head anymore. You know why? Because this actual based Giga Chat just had an unfreaking filtered data drop of freaking nodes. You have no more power over me, okay? I have Zealot's Oath right here. Did I see what Jonathan said yesterday? Yesterday I did not, but we're going through the interview right now. We're an hour through. Would it be able to crit multi based off twice your max HP? But potentially, yeah. If it works off the overcap, which it might. Let me pull up that video again. PoE2 content reveal. Let's pull it up again. Look at the ascendancy. I legitimately, I don't know if anyone else thinks this, but I gotta be honest, straight up, I think Gore Spike is the best Ascendancy node of all the ones we've been showcased. I don't think it's close. My main concern with this Ascendancy is that the other nodes aren't good enough to back it up. Will you get baited by Lance and PoE 2 or PoE 2? Maybe. For 20 live, not max live? Exactly, yeah. So it might work with the overcap node, which would be even better if we click Zealot's Oath and we over regen. You know what I'm saying? Like if we have this ES layer protecting our life, like say we're going through a map and we're stacking up all this extra overcap life and we're just getting more crit damage as we do it, and then we have this ES layer protecting it. He's gonna click Blood Mage after he hears what Jonathan has to say. I might have already got leaked it if it's the overflow life thing. The people were telling me about that earlier. I wonder what's behind Gore Spike. I do too, yeah. But this 4 point, this node is just better than 2 of any other nodes of all the other nodes I've seen. This is so freaking strong in my mind. Each 20 life gives you 1 crit. Yep. So if you have a 2k life build, this is 100 crit. 4k life build, this is 200 crit. So to me, this node just seems just absolutely bonkers compared to a lot of the other options. The thing is, I don't know how hard it is to get like crit, for example. Can you imagine if this node behind it helps you crit cap and stuff? Holy. But yeah, it really depends how much like crit we can actually get. That's a big freaking if. There's a chest piece that lets you life leech overflow. The problem with that is you're using a chest piece that isn't giving you life, Peter. Which that could maybe end up feeling okay. But it's also like I could grab a Calm's Heart, which I believe is in the game for 1,000 life, for example. But we don't even know. I think that basically it sounds like it is in the game, by the way. Mark was talking about it, maybe. 10k life equals 500 crit multi? Yeah, think about it. Sounds pretty cracked, doesn't it? Just because will reduce life, yeah. So it hurts your life scaling overall. I don't know if I go Sorceress or Witch. I was thinking Sorceress, but I think after seeing Zealot's Oath, I might go Hybrid. I might be freaking roped into doing Hybrid. I think I might be getting baited into it. Is there a difference between crit damage bonus and the crit multi? Is crit multi capped? No, I have no idea about crit multi being capped, but you know, there's a Dream Core video about this, guys. Freaking look, it's over here. Dream Core crit. Okay. Because there's like basically there's 2 different terms. Let me where does he show the weapon modifier? Here it is. Plus 2 critical damage bonus, which is what this is. Critical damage bonus plus increased. Or no, there's increase versus plus. Wait, is this one the multiplier or is this one the multiplier? I'm not actually sure, to be honest. He showcases a weapon at some point, right? Critical damage bonus. And that's the one that's the multiplier, basically. I think. No, that's the flat edition. So this is the multiplier. This right here is the multiplier. Because it starts at 200%, right? So if you have 100% of this, you go to 300 or do you go to 400? Because the base crit multi starts at 200%, right? That's what you said earlier in this video, I think. Maybe you should watch the video again. Nah. Why do that when Dreamcore can explain it to me via text? With 100% on Blood Mage, it'd be okay. Yeah, so it's additive with the baseline stat, and then this is a multiplier. Then right, and that's what you have as the example right here, right? So you have this 22. Why did you do it like this? Why did you? The gloves have the blood mage. Yeah, the glove. I think the blood mage mod is the more common mod, is what I think. And then weapons have the specific flat multi. Go to PUD2 and look at Sniper's Mark. Okay. So don't type in mods. Only do that for PUD regular. Sniper's Mark. Hits against marks enemy have +3. Wait, what the hell? Mark target enemy, causing the next critical hit they receive to deal extra damage and grant frenzy charge as well as removing the mark. Well, that feels so weird. It's a one-time use though. And it's not projectile related. It's just a mark. It's very weird. You want a weapon with high flat increase on Blood Witch as well? Yeah, I'd say so. The thing is, you need to be able to actually be able to get good crit, though, is the question mark. Can you get good crit? And are there skills that support it? We go cold skills for easy crit. Are a lot of the cold skills good at crit? Just type in cold. Arctic armor gains Asia blah, up to 3 stages. Conjure an icy berry that gains it while the berry has stages. Melee attacks that hit you, remove, and cause icy boom to attacker. Sure. Base crit is 11. Base crit of cold snap is 13. Shatters a frozen enemy dealing a large amount of damage in a small area. Interesting. Yeah, so I guess they do have a lot of base crit. A lot of these spells do. Do we have any armor stacker nodes? There are definitely some nodes that play into armor. One of the Dreamcore's first video had a node that gave 25% of armor applies to fire damage, for example. I have the easy crit build tech, the cold spells. I wonder how decent some of these spells are. Eye of Winter. Escape Shot is just a bow skill. Inflicts critical weakness on hit. What the hell is critical weakness? Guess I'll never know. What is critical weakness? I mean, it's something that I think helps us crit more often. It's a debuff to use the real spell, maybe. More damage on crit. It could be something that makes you more likely to crit or more damage on crit. Frost Bomb, which has the debuff for reduced regeneration rate. Creates a crystal that pulses with cold for a duration. Each pulse applied, debuff will wobble enemies. 33 to 50. And gets 4 up to 120% more damage. Interesting. GCP is going to be huge. Yeah, we'll see what GCP does for a lot of things. You buy 5 flasks, hello 10 hotkeys. Well, the thing is, a lot of these things you can like automate to some extent, right? Which is probably what you should be doing, I would think. Is getting some level of automations going. Like that's the real play, if you ask me. Just imagine if we have a Void Sphere collecting all of our globes. I don't know if that's going to be the case, guys. I don't know if Void Sphere is going to be collecting globes for us. Probably not, I would imagine. Okay, let's just see what the difference here is. Plus 1 second to total cast time? What the hell is that? I mean, like, what is that? It has a base time, cast time of 1, but then has another plus 1 base time? Like, is that like a non-modifiable? Like, even if you have cast speed, like, this doesn't even work? Like, no matter how much cast speed you have a 1 second cast time? 92 mana? Yeah, what's Eye of Winter's cost? 76. I mean, a lot of these things cost a lot, right? A lot of these things cost a lot of mana. How far is blood magic for us? Zelzo this here. How far did he have to travel to get from blood magic? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 7, 8. It's not that much farther, right? Just try to use that skill to the cast time into the double cast with how slow it was. Yeah, Comet, that base cast speed, I think, just kills it on arrival. You really need some setup for that, I think. I mean, realistically, Zealot's Oath is not that far from blood magic. The stuff we get going from there to here is not that much, though, right? Element will be probably just usable as a triggered skill. Yeah. Self-casting that seems really rough. Wait a minute. How much ES was that? Was that 12% ES? That's 12% ES. This is still wild to me. You don't want Zalto, the blood magic. As soon as you spend life, your ES regen stops. I explained this earlier to somebody else who asked the same thing. And the answer is yes, no. Also, you're mainly just wrong. Basically, what happens is you spend a certain amount of life per second based on what your skills cost or whatever it is. And whatever that life that you spend per second is just a detractor to You guys hear me now? Are we back? Hello? We are back. Come back, please. I am trying to. Hopefully it's good on YouTube. Okay. I don't know. Okay, it might have been that the cable got slightly unplugged. But for whatever reason, OBS kind of I think it also could have just been OBS. Something weird was going on with OBS. I had internet fine, and OBS just decided to stop transmitting signal. So I just shut down OBS and reopened it. But it, like, for whatever reason, just stopped uploading data. I literally just went and ran a speed test and I had the same upload download I normally have. So I don't know. I think it was maybe an issue with OBS, or I slightly unplugged my Ethernet cable and then I replugged it, and then that made it work again, but I still had to shut down OBS. I'm not sure. I think it was an OBS issue, maybe. But anyways, before I cut out, I was saying nipple lips. Even though you spend life, you're still getting all of your net sustain to go to your ES. Like, if I spend 100 life on a skill per second, and then I regen 500 life per second, I'm still going to get 400 net ES regen to occur, right? Because it's basically like, it'll chunk down 100 life, and then in between the time it takes before I can cast again to chunk down more life, I'll full heal, and then it'll start pumping up the ES, right? Back to the Zealots Oath, Blood Magic Dog, yeah. That being said, though, the cost of these skills is kind of crazy, right? $76 mana is wild. You talk about the guy being named Nibblips? His freaking name. I didn't make it. Castle Knight skills is always 100. I'm not sure if that's the consistency or not. I haven't looked at them enough to know if that's consistently always that way. Do you think +3 skills could be good? I don't know. I feel like it's such overkill. I still have a hard time seeing us use as many skills as we're going to get. We're going to have so many more sockets than we normally have, I feel like. Like, I just have a hard time seeing it. Even in PoE 1, I'll make builds a lot of times where I have extra skill jump sockets that I don't do anything with. I've been deep diving on skills for hours. Yeah. I'm kind of looking at them because I'm a little bit curious. So this is a level 13, level 52 skill, and it's dealing 16 to 24. Fires a single eye projectile, which does not hit enemies. The eye constantly releases damaging shards in a spiral as it flies, plus an extra burst of shards at the end of its flight. If the eye passes over an elemental ground effect, it will take on that effect, applying it to nearby enemies and causing the shard to deal more damage of the corresponding type. I wonder how much of the corresponding type, what that even means. Comment is going to go on the elemental invocation aura. Yeah, this thing seems neat. While active, the invocation gains energy when you freeze, shock, or ignite an enemy. Using the invocation once sufficient energy is gathered will consume the energy to trigger target spells. Trigger them multiple times if it has enough energy. Consume 10 energy per 0.1 second of base cast time. So they have this in here to counterbalance this, right? I wonder if this considers this, or if it gets around it. Ember Fuselage. That's the fire ones, right? The fire winter orb, basically. Ember Fuselage. Conjures a blazing ember that hovers above you. After a short duration, the ember launches at an enemy, dealing fire damage in an area on impact. Recasting the spell resets the duration for all active embers. Multiple embers can be fired in the same fuselage. Can accumulate up to 10. Unarmed skills looks pretty nice to me. Is there a lot of unarmed skills? Unarmed quarterstaff. How do you balance this anyways? You have literally no weapon versus having a weapon. Is it like either one or the other type of thing? Overload could be attached to a CI monk, which would feel good with the instant leech, potentially. I'm not convinced by the overflow stuff as much because they're giving flat values back is the issue I see. It's always unarmed. Oh, is it? You have to have a quarterstaff and then you attack with unarmed. Okay, I see. Feels a little bit awkward. Strike an enemy with an unarmed attack, applying Zog's curses and marks with increased effect. This attack always strikes with your bare fist, even if you have a quarterstaff. I don't know. These feel like random, like little utility things, not like you'd be playing with just unarmed per se. I feel like that's just like kind of pretty limited. What was the Flicker Strike skill? I think it's literally Flicker Strike, but I could be wrong. Teleports and strikes 3 additional times per power charge with 285% more attack speed. You cannot gain power charge while using this travel skill. Does unarmed count as a second weapon set? It might work if your second weapon set is a quarterstaff, right? As of now, do you feel like Monk is best or bait build? I think Chaos Monk is bait. Invoker might be decent. It kind of depends what the other nodes are. But right now, I'm feeling like it's bait. I think I'm a Blood Mage main right now. Is currently where I'm at. I've rotated between quite a few different things though. Chonk bait? Yeah, I'm not a Chonk believer. I just think it really is going to depend how much like leech scaling you can actually get, whether or not that's going to feel good. Lightning Warp's kind of like Flicker Strike as well. Yeah, Lightning Warp is kind of like that, isn't it? Target enemy teleports to them after a duration. If they can be cold, enemies around you that can be cold will be highlighted when the teleport. Well, it needs to be a coldable target, right? If they can be cold. But they have a bell. Anybody can use the bell. It's not a class specific. What are your thoughts on changing passives based on what class you are? I'm kind of worried about limiting minion builds that aren't on Witch. What are your thoughts on changing passives based on what class you're? I'm worried about. From what I understand, the changing passives is only at the starting nodes, which means most likely the nodes that are like a bit farther out are still going to be Witch nodes, and those are probably the stronger nodes to begin with if you're going to be traveling around the tree. Would be my guess. Am I gonna play Blood Mage with minions? No, if I played Blood Mage, it would be... Honestly, it could be anything from a mace build to a spellcaster. I don't really know, to be honest. Do the spells require you to be using a staff? Do they have requirements like that? Chaining Lightning? They don't seem to, right? Like these say requires this. So I can use a wand or a scepter or a shield. It doesn't matter is what it seems like. No requirements for spells. That's kind of what it seems like. These skills leak. These are things that people have just hovered over during various like demos and stuff. These are not finalized skill gem numbers. Cast on crit is 100 reservation. Gain 10 energy when you deal a crit strike with a skill, trigger all socket spells, and lose all energy on reaching maximum. Type of spells and attack? Yes, I believe so. I think Bone Storm's any good. It's really hard to tell because we don't have like level scaling or anything, right? So like this is a level 5, a level 14 gem that says deal 16 to 25. And it's like I don't know how many times this hits. Like so many of these skills, it's like there's a lot of questions that will determine whether or not something is good or bad. And until we know the full picture, it's just hard to judge a lot of them. What the hell is this? I beg your pardon. No! It wasn't me! I'm innocent! Yeah. Well, this is unfortunate. You crashed the site? It wasn't me, guys. It wasn't me. I'm innocent. I didn't do it, okay? It wasn't me. What have we done? What have we done? We're just gonna dig through a few skill gems and now look at us. You broke it? Yeah, we broke it a little bit. I guess we have to go back to what we were originally doing, guys. Back to watching the interview. Back to watching the interview. we gotta finish this out, okay? We started it.
Working. Generally speaking, there was always this fight every single time of like, if we make this like easy enough so that players can easily do it, then the designers start to get unhappy about the fact that items are becoming too trivial, like we're not happy about this, like all these sort of issues like that. And if we make it so that
as I navigated to it, it went down, Hunter. You must have been the straw that broke the camel's back that took it out. Don't know if he looked at Frostfire support, but that seemed to be pretty nutty. It gives double ignite damage if you ignite a frozen enemy. The 2 weapon sets and double tree make that pretty decent. That's a, yeah. And then the question is, how good is it at a baseline? How good is Ignite as a baseline?
the players
You might finish the podcast by PvE too.
So
I have
are
to.
happy, then the players
We have
are like,
2
this is
weeks.
just busy work and it takes me forever and I have to salvage all these items, you're making me make decisions, and there was like all sorts of things that the like players were just not very happy about. Like it just didn't feel fun to actually use. Like I actually was never really happy with it in terms of just the user experience of using it. So we had built this whole thing and like we balanced it a whole bunch of different ways, and then I think we were a bit too close to the issue, because the other thing that was happening through all of this was like, like Mark often was like, oh, what if we just didn't have the crafting bench? Like, can we just not have it? Like the item system does work. Like there's all these.
Just get rid of the crafting bench. Problem. I don't know. I like the Is gem the right word? Or are they calling them runes? Like the socketable things to modify gear? I think I'm excited about trying this as a different system. PvE2E says ignites are 25% of the hit damage, but I don't know where they got that from. They got that from... I have no idea. It was probably they said at one point in an interview. Who knows? Return of the High Runes. This is nice too for min-maxing because, okay, crafting bench gives you 1 more affix on an item, right? These runes give us... We still can make a 6 affix item with 2 runes on it, And also, you don't feel bad about slamming the last affix on an item because you can just bench craft. You can't bench craft it, right? So it's kind of nice in that regard.
Complaints, but but maybe we just don't need it. And I know that Rishi as well was kind of like, yeah, I prefer. He was like, I prefer not to have it, but then like if it works this way, then I am okay with having it. And it's like, no one was happy. You know what I mean? Like this is not a good thing. When you've got a system like that.
True.
So eventually, I think as I said, it was saying I was a little bit too close to the issue because I was like, we can't launch into early.
By the way, I asked Viper-esque about the difference between Ignite Effect and Magnitude. It's the same thing, just renamed. Magnitude is the new name. Okay. Neat. So basically, it's just a scaling vector for Ignite specifically. That's good to know.
A crafting bench, because the crafting bench is just a thing that PoE players expect. And like, if we don't have a way for players to feel like they've got a way to solve problems like resist or something like that, then people are going to crucify us, right? Like, it's a really big issue. And eventually, and I don't remember who, I think it was Rishi even who might have suggested this. He basically just said, hey, so because that's right. Because at one point I was like,
New Zealot's Oath. It's in this video right here. I'll link it for you. This video right here. That is the New Zealot's Oath at 647, and it's basically life regen. Once you hit full, starts applying to ES, which is kind of neat. Excess life recovery. I wonder if this works with like Petrified Blood. If this works with Petrified Blood too, that'd be interesting. If that counts as excess, or if they like changed it to work that way, would be interesting.
Like, what if the crafting bench just added an extra mod so it didn't affect the existing mods? You could just add an extra mod, even if you've already got the mod on the
It's
item.
Soul Tether for
mod,
regen,
it
not
solve
leech.
The problems because it doesn't like interfere with the randomness of the other mods, but it also lets you.
Basically, it's encouraging me to go Blood Mage hybrid, which I'm.
Solve your problems.
Would
so
be
like,
a pivot. It would be a swap
like,
from what we're
and that
planning initially.
Yeah, that'll solve the problem. But we still had the problem where people weren't really enjoying actually destroying and salvaging mods of items. Like adding the extra, like here's another thing to think about in the item system was just something that people just wasn't fun. So then Rishi said, okay, well, you're talking about adding an extra mod to all items. Well, we already have the socket system that we created for Ultimatum, for the VAL orbs. At the time, what they did is it could add one socket, but you didn't have existing sockets on items. So it was like, what if we just allow sockets to spawn on items? We have a currency that lets you add sockets, and we just also have just common runes that have just like the standard mods. And this took basically no effort to implement because we.
Is it better than PoE1 Zealot's Oath? It is different, is what it is. It is better for like a hybrid character and worse for like a CI character, if that makes sense, or worse for a low life character not scaling ES. It's basically it's just a different thing, and I'm excited about it. Honestly, if that's what I have available to me, that sounds really good for a Blood Mage. It's got me kind of pumped up a little bit, not gonna lie. Hence why I'm freaking pivoting again. I'm changing my mind again.
Sockets, we already had like basically everything we needed, and it pretty much.
Oh shoot! One thing I just thought about: did they say whether or not we can respec Ascendancy? Because like tryhard me would totally want to grab my early Ascendancy as Infernalist and get like the +1 minion that gives me 20% DR, and then respec on the second lap. Surely we could do that, right? It'll be asked in the next interview, hopefully.
The crafting bench was supposed to fill, but yet it didn't have. But yet it feels fun because you
no way they don't. Yeah,
having to salvage mods, like salvage mods all the time. So effectively, it was just a way better solution. And as soon as we tried that, it's like designers are happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So it was just immediately just way better. So yeah, but it does mean that we just don't get that nice encyclopedia of mods that we had before. So I mean that still exists, right? Like we could put that in a moment's notice. We have the system. But what I'm thinking is maybe we can find a way to get something of that nature in later on without it requiring as much busy work. So one thing we discussed was like, well, what if we had this as an endgame thing? Because like at endgame, you wouldn't have as much of that tension problem of like, because in order to make the balance work for the amount of juice you need for a mod to work both at early game and at late game, the kind of balance you need to do is like kind of annoying with like massive exponential scaling factors and like stuff like that. That was a one thing's like maybe it would work if it was an in-game only system. So I guess that's a bit of a ramble, but effectively all that is to say, we've got this sitting in the wings. We could theoretically bring it back. The problem is a design issue, not a technical issue. It's just like we're never happy with how it played. And so, yeah, maybe one day we can make a way for it to work.
All right, no crafting bench. But we got +1 mod on all items with the rune sockets, plus soul cores. We take those. That's a W for power scaling and min-maxing. Pretty sure they didn't say anything about it, but I don't know why they would lock ascendancies. I don't think they would. So I would think it seems pretty likely we'll be able to respec into go from Infernalist to Blood Mage, and that should be fine as a start. If we have a Wrathith Globe Mage, is the new Inquisitor but easier to solve, it seems? Maybe. It does kind of have that vibe to it a little bit for sure. No benchcraft? No benchcraft? Correct, yes, Bar. No benchcraft, but we have runes. Essentially what ends up happening is you have a 6 mod item that are all affixes on the item, and then you have these runes, which are similar power to benchcraft, if not maybe stronger, which we don't know what all happens with soul cores and runes, if like how good those things are. But potentially it's stronger in late game than what we currently have access to in terms of like item min-maxing. Because to me, it sounds like essentially an extra affix of power that you wouldn't be able to have otherwise. Or maybe better depending on how good the soul core stuff is. Did Lance get louder? Sorry, I might have maybe I'm talking closer to the mic. I don't know. Sorry. Hopefully it's okay.
I appreciate you going into the detail on it, because it's actually like it's really cool to hear the thought process behind it instead of just hearing it's not going to be in the game, like actually hearing the process.
Zealot's Oath get leaked. Here, I got a link for you. This video I just linked in the YouTube chat has at 6:47 covers over Zealot's Oath.
You're going to say something.
It's different and it's interesting.
Right. I do think about like the whole idea with the crafting bench. So we're not going to have a crafting bench. It's being replaced by sockets featured. I think it's pretty fair the way that approach is. It seems to solve the situation. But we also have the idea of microtransactions, of bench micros that needs to be supported in PoE too.
So I think that for now at least, I believe that the salvage bench, obviously it's like way less of a big deal, but the salvage bench, you can still have that in your hider. You can still retheme that how you like. And then if we do add the crafting bench back, then you'll just be able to reskin that as well. There are also a couple of other things that are basically benches. So effectively you'll be able to reskin those using crafting benches that you've already bought. So long as they're in the game, then you have that. So effectively that's what you get for now. I do understand that it's like a little bit weird because
this is a certain amount of build fine-tuning potential to achieve a lot of different things, it seems. And it's freaking exciting. I love that so much when there's things you can do to improve your build. It feels pretty bad when you get to the top of what your build can scale and just not have really good upgrades to go for, things you can do to upgrade it. Because that's usually when I feel like I'm done with a build or burnt out on a build is if I don't see any obvious things I can try to improve.
The bench is not like the salvage bench is not as big of a deal as what the crafting bench was in PoE 1. So like you could argue that the reskin has less value in that sense, but it's still a thing you can put in your hideout and still use in that way. So we still have the compatibility there.
But think of it this way, like it might be a far-fetched idea, but like think of the crafting bench if you put in your item in that you want to craft on, and then implement a feature like Rogpog crafting. So you have a menu, say, hey, I want to use a Chaos Orb. You click on that one, it will tell you this is what's going to happen to the item. Then you have to click craft. Now if we have a proper use of the crafting bench, it features from PoE 1 to PoE 2. I think people would like that with the idea of like showing the modifier that can apply to the item. It's like one of the things PoE 2 so far is doing a really good job at is preventing us from utilizing third-party tools and sites to the extent that it is. And that could be a step in that direction. Again, just spitballing here.
Sure.
But I want to move on to another part of this question because
it seems like % life regen won't work with CI. Correct. Based on the change, CI Zealot's Oath seems like not a thing. There might be another way to do what Zealot's Oath used to be able to do from a unique item, from a ascendancy. We don't know. That might be a thing, but we just don't freaking know.
Otherwise, we're going to sit here for another couple of hours. And it is about metacrafting. We saw the omens. Allowing you to have the metacrafting approaches. So this question is from Empyrean, so shout out to him for this, by the way. The question is, can we use multiple metacrafts at once, so multiple omens at once for a craft?
Right. I believe that you can't, but I could be wrong about that. But my understanding is it's one omen at a time. Yeah, that does... I think they would probably get too powerful if you're able to use more than one at once.
There's no like 5% of physical damage regen, which would work. That's a good point. Yeah, if you could find a way to have a good amount of fizz mitigation as a CI character, that would work with it. But currently, it's not like I don't see any nodes that give us like a bunch of flat ES from an ascendancy or something, which means you have to get it from gear, which means it's gonna be hard to get the armor. I think we'll see how hard it is to get good armor and how effective it is. I guess block works with that, doesn't it?
I guess you haven't seen the whole list yet, but effectively, yeah. One at a time is the main idea with that.
So the
I'll
next,
throw the ball over to you, DM.
yeah, we're gonna move over here to ascendancies and trials related question real quick.
Ascendancies and trials, let's freaking go. What class are you gonna start in PoE2? I'm gonna go monk class and ascend, and then I'm gonna try Sork after. Right now I'm leaning towards the blood mage, which I was thinking sorceress, but now that I know what Zealot's Oath is, I'm freaking flip-flopping back to blood mage.
We saw the ascendancy. We know how you do it. You do it through the trials. One of the things that we were trying to get some clarity on is, do you get points from the trials based upon how far you progress in the trials?
There might be
or is it
base
the type
ES
of
regen,
situation
true.
where you're going to do multiple different trials to get the points? I know there's like the coins associated with it, so I was hoping we could, hear how you go from your first two to your second two, et cetera, in terms of points.
So effectively, as you get higher level coins, for example, if it's coins in the case of Sanctum, so as you get higher level coins, there's like certain level breakpoints where new floors open up. So each floor, in the case of Sanctum, there are 4 floors, and then those effectively, if you complete floor 1, you get 2 points. If you complete floor 2, you get your second 2, etc. But the extra floor only becomes available once you get a.
So that's an 8 passive confirmation, right? That's
a coin
8 ascendancy
of
nodes,
a high enough level,
not 6.
And it says on the coin like how many floors you're allowed to do based on that coin. So that means that you can't ascend a second time as soon as you get there. Like you do have to get to a coin from a slightly higher level. And the same is basically true of ultimatum as well. So effectively, it'll say on the ultimatum how many rooms you're able to do, and thus and basically for that one, it's the number of bosses that you've killed. So after you've killed the first boss, you get 2 points.
later on,
the second boss, you get 2, and then the third boss, you get another 2, and then the final challenge at the end, the 4th boss that have you that content. If you're able to kill that one, then you get your 4th set of points for that. So effectively, in both cases, there are 4 bosses that you can kill, and effectively, once you've defeated, the second set of them, then you get more points and so on and so forth.
Now, I think you alluded to this earlier, but just to further clarify, Atlas progression can be done in a group as well as ascendancies. Can you do those in a group? So when you go to do the ultimatum, etc., you can. Yeah.
So everyone will be able to ascend. Everyone will be able to ascend if you go in a party. For the Atlas, the
lab carries are back, boys. I'm gonna only charge 5C a run. Okay, service starts December 6th. Okay, when you guys need your first lab, definitely come into my chat and say, what place in the lab queue am I, Lance? Don't worry, I got you. I'm definitely not joking. I 100% am totally going to be doing lab carries.
Atlas state is only one, like it's one person's state, but obviously...
That's a joke for anyone wondering. I'm not doing lab carries. Never gonna happen. Keep dreaming.
Everyone's getting rewards and so on from that, but but in terms of
I'm not paying 5C. Good.
Only one person is getting that exploration because they've all got separate atlases. So effectively has to be that way.
I'm assuming the Atlas modifiers go off the person who opens the point, whose party it is.
Yeah. So effectively that person. Yeah,
Subathon, exactly. No. There will be no labathons. There's no carry service.
Guys, you want to go?
Yeah, we'll move over to the next one. We're gonna go a little faster so we don't waste your time either or occupy too much.
We're getting
of your
towards
time.
the end here. Just a couple more.
Yeah. So we saw a lot of skills being involved for a specific weapon.
Okay, hold up. What do you mean, man? I haven't been here in a while. What happened to Lance's face? What's wrong with my face? Because I have a beard. I need to friggin' shave it off. This is unwieldy. It's too long. It's problematic. I look like a homeless man. I know it. I'm aware. Okay, you don't have to add. You don't have to put the comment in there. Friggin' what happened to this man? I don't recognize him. You look like you're stranded. Yeah, I know. Looking hot, to be honest. Okay, don't be weird about it. Oh, you know what I need to show you guys. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. This is one of the photos I went through and found when I was adding desktop photos to scroll through. Here, I'll show you guys. I don't even recognize myself. I don't even recognize myself. Look at this. Tell me if you think this is the same person. Be honest with me. Do you think that's the same person right there? I 40 years ago? No. That's not 40 years ago. That's not 40. Is that your son? No shot. No, that's literally me. It was not that long ago. This is literally me. Was that in the 70s? That was not in the 70s, guys. This was literally like this was a bit before we got married, you know? And then, you know, I stopped caring about trying to impress people. What happened to this man? 3 children. Okay, that's, you know, it wears on you, man. What PoE does to people is PoE. What happened? Nothing wrong happened, guys. I believe it or not, at one point I liked wearing like ties and suits and stuff, but we've been streaming PoE for too long. I have a question. What you've been through, marriage or PoE? I think the biggest thing that's like aged me, I feel like, is just having kids. Just like losing freaking sleep. Suit stream win. Maybe when I can fit in this suit again, because I probably weighed like in this photo. I bet I weighed 175 pounds or something. I definitely could not fit in this suit currently. We need to lose some weight. We're not there right now. We're not there. Oh no, what did I just do? I just went back in time. Shoot, where were we? Where were we in the timestamp? I don't even... No. This is a famous Hollywood actor, Cap Lansington. Don't lie to us. No, that's a real photo. That was like, I don't know, 7 years ago, 6 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. Do a stream with the belly poker on the suit. It would be a rough fit. 121, okay. Hey, which is close to what we got to. All right. Thank you for the person that was paying attention.
So the questions first is,
that happens when you play PoE. I need to go refund my supporter back. No, it's not. Okay, here's okay. Don't tell my wife this, okay? But after we sealed the deal, you know, with marriage, you know, there felt like maybe there was less requirement to no, that's a bad way to say it.
Are there more?
I'm gonna start losing weight. It's gonna be fine, okay? Lose some weight, get a haircut.
And can
It'll
we
be
hear a bit
fine.
about those? We'll start with that.
Yeah, so effectively all of the on that list, it does have the full list of all the weapon types. Now I should mention that like the weapon types for classes that are sort of designed for classes that we're not releasing yet, we're not giving the skills for those out either at the moment, and that's just
Break out the suit for the anniversary. I have time. I have a few months to make weight. we can't be skipping walking in. We're gonna, you know, get back on the weight training. Start burning the calories.
because like effectively the weapon set of skills there is the class, like, and then if we're doing that, we'd also have to do all that other work as well.
What's your wife's name? I need to send a clip. Don't send a clip. It was just a joke, guys. Don't send a clip. Get again the 6-pack that you never had. Did I have a 6-pack when I okay, here's the thing. I think I genetic low rolled. Okay, I think I had low enough body fat to what would be a 6-pack, but it kind of just looked like a 4-pack. I think I got scammed. I think it's a genetic thing too. That's my, and I'm sticking to it.
So
You guys might not believe it, but I played a lot of sports. Okay, and the main sport I played was soccer, or for the Europeans, football. Which, if you don't know, you run a lot. Granted, I played forward, which means I ran a lot less than other people, but I still ran a lot.
So effectively, there will be no point if we did that, and that does
Is it a
actually mean, by
snacking
the way,
sport?
that, like,
No,
swords are not dropping in PoE 2 right now because there's no sword skills for them. So there's no.
Now
point,
it's a long time ago.
in
Yeah, it's been a hot
having
minute.
do that. So effectively, yeah, like the ones that we've announced, like those set of ones that that's what you're
Goalkeeper.
getting.
I did not play goalkeeper. I played forward. Okay, forward. I play midfield. You lazy slop. Yeah, midfielders run a lot, which is why I did not play midfield. They're way too much running. Way too much running. And the other thing is they don't even get credit. Like I get to chill way more than the midfielder does. And then when I score the goal, I'm the hero. Midfielders get like no credit at all. They run so much for so little freaking notoriety.
at the moment. And yeah,
They
as
get
throughout early
scammed.
access, we'll add some more. But effectively, that we do have that list on the side, so you can see what they'll all be, and we'll talk more about like the specific play style of each of those weapons as we get through it. But I will say one thing is that the skills that you get on each weapon type, I do want to make sure that if each weapon type feels very different from one another. Like I would say that in
Weapon
PvE1,
identity.
that, like the difference between an axe
dig
and a
it.
sword is like not really that.
A team sport. I contributed to making the number on our scoreboard go up. Okay, it was a benefit. Have you seen the blue lock? I have not. I don't know what that is. I got all the armor and lost a decade ago, and I got fat. Yeah, similar situation, but I'm trying to
And I
reverse the
kind of want to make
trend.
sure that like it feels like the skill set you get for each one is more distinct, and and thus the playstyle is different. So
Dreamcore has more nodes revealed. Wait, did he post a second video? We saw the video he posted today. We didn't see a second video. Did he post another one?
yeah, we'll
Becoming
be honest
clean?
more about that as we have the more classes.
Fair enough. But you said that they were.
It'll allow flask recovery? I don't think so, because it's very specifically regeneration, which is not flask. Flask is not regeneration unless they somehow made that the same terminology, which I don't think they did.
And in the playtest that I've been part of, we've seen both wands, scepters, and staves, but there were no skills related to those three. Is that something we're going to see in the future?
So the wands are kind of like, a part of the occult line, and each wand has its own skill on it. So there's actually a bunch of skills on those wands, and as you play through the game, effectively those will be part of your set of skills as well. And then scepters have so there's actually two lines of scepters. There's the ones that are more minion focused, and those either give you minions or things that support minions. And then there's the ones that are kind of designed to be more, more for a different class.
The upside of us starting out Witch 2 is I feel like Witch has an easy start. Like, I feel like when you initially start the game, having a scepter is just better than like every other gear type initially, because it gives you that initial reservation of skeletons, which they don't do like a ton of damage, but they freaking give you meat shield protection, right? Which I feel like that's kind of important on the first act, is like some level of meat shield.
So there's another class.
Warrior,
as well,
yeah, Warrior does a decent amount of damage early.
I actually don't know whether or not any of those scepters are in the game currently, but effectively there's like kind of a line of scepters that are designed. They give you spirit, but they're more not so much about minions. They're about something else.
Templar
So,
question
you've got that-
mark?
Yeah, that's pretty obvious, I suspect. But
What did he just say? What did he just hold to?
they're more not so much about minions. They're about something else.
Templar
So,
question.
There's the ones that are kind of designed to be more, more for a different class. So there's another
How far do I have to go back? It's about the weapon bases, right?
own skill on it. So there's actually a bunch of skills on those ones, and as you play through the game, effectively those will be part of your set of skills as well. And then scepters have. So there's actually two lines of scepters. There's the ones that are more minion focused, and those either give you minions or things that support minions.
Mhm.
And then there's the ones that are kind of designed to be more, more for a different class.
More for a different class. Templars. I can already see it now, man. Scepters give spirit. Templars have aura, scaling abilities. Templars best class in the game confirmed. I'm pretty sure that's what he just said.
So there's another class as well.
Paladin,
which is
yeah,
scepters commonly.
yeah.
I actually don't know
Paladin.
whether or not any of those scepters are in the game currently, but effectively there's like kind of a line of scepters that are designed. They give you spirit, but they're more not so much about minions.
Not about minions, they give you spirit. That's all I need to hear. Best weapon base in the game.
They're about something else.
Templar
So, you've
question
got that-
mark?
Yeah,
I want Templar to be strong. Don't worry. Templar will be strong. Believe it.
that's pretty obvious, I suspect.
Paladin. I hope they
But,
can give us a Paladin.
Pretty obvious. But effectively, so you've got that.
That's like
as well.
my
So,
all-time
and then
favorite
you've got
fantasy
the
class.
staves, which also have their own set of things as well. So effectively, there's actually quite a lot of skills that
Paladin
are
or
represented
Battle
there,
Mage, something along those
that,
lines.
you don't see in those lists because they're kind of separate. And actually, one thing I should mention that maybe wasn't obvious is that anytime something says it grants a skill, that skill is supportable with support gems. So like in the in the presentation, if you saw an ascendancy class and that ascendancy class node says grant skill and then some skill, you can support that skill with sockets on your character. So like
Earth
that time
Paladin,
stop,
yeah,
for example, like that's
exactly.
a supportable skill. You can put things on that, and stuff like that. So that's
All my money is on totem-related spirit scepters. Mods. Take him out. Silence him. Okay. Silence him. He doesn't need to have chatter privileges anymore. What do you mean totem-related scepters? What the hell is this freaking Palstron
actually
agent?
kind of one of those things that's not entirely obvious from just looking at it.
Shut your mouth.
Fair enough. We'll move over to the next question, which is with life not.
Mods and
on the
Lance's chat,
passive
yeah,
tree,
they're
shout out
on
to
break
Baron
right now,
for
I
this one.
guess. He lives.
Are some characters still going to potentially be significantly tankier than others as they are in PoE 1?
Yeah.
Just to give some more context for the people watching, we're talking about the difference between, say, a CI versus Mind Over Matter versus life stack and armor evasion, etc.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can still absolutely get life, from gear. But the main way that the tree is going to allow you to get tankier is effectively other effects like to do with defenses, right? So, armor, evasion, and so on. And there's quite a lot of stats around modifying those and doing different things with those. I think there is a lot of scope for that kind of thing. And I think it's more obvious to a new player that if you want to be defensive, then go for all this armor or evasion or whatever nodes. Like the whole breakdown of like some X% needs to be life or whatever, I think was confusing before. So effectively now, if you want defensive to be more defensive, allocate those defensive nodes, and you should.
Dude, I just don't see it, man. Unless they like giga buffed armor or giga buffed evasion. Like here's my issue with this thing is you grab armor, you get mitigation for physical damage. It doesn't work against degens. It doesn't work against elemental. So effectively, you're only covering like one weakness. Evasion seems maybe generically stronger because it works on spells and hits, but it still doesn't help you against degens. And it also has the problem of your one hit threshold is just bad. They're reworking the armor formula. But as far as I can tell, it seems like it still just applies to like Fizz, right? Like there's nodes on the tree that says armor applies to like fire damage. Like that's an example of helping it mitigate another source of damage. I think it's on actually going to be a skill issue unironically. Well, if they balance around, let's say they balance around, okay, realistically, characters with life on every single piece of gear and a decent tree can get 2k life or 3k life or whatever it is. And they balance the one hits to be like, this skill deals 4k damage or something that would one hit if they had 4k or less life. And then you have characters that can just get to 10k with ES or hybrid. Then all those other builds are just going to be a lot stronger defensively. I don't know. It just doesn't... Unless they make just a ton of things do heavy amounts of fizz to make the armor relevant, and then the evasion just randomly gets one shot. Just play Merc for the max res. Yeah, the max res is going to be... Oh, we'll see how hard it is to get max res and other sources and stuff. You're allowed to take other than armor if you're a warrior. Well, I'm not saying you're not allowed to take other stuff. What I'm saying is your scaling for max hit is... How do I put this? If you're limited to get 3k life, when you add something like, let's say, 5 max res onto a 3k life build, and that makes you 20% tankier, you go from being able to take, let's say, a 3k damage hit after 75 res. Instead of that, you take a 3.6k, right? Versus the build that goes and does a hybrid or does an ES or something, and they start at 6k, and they grab 5 max res. They go from taking 6k to going to take 7200, right? Like every part they invest into some sort of mitigation layer is just going to be more effective because they're starting at a higher. I don't know. I guess it depends how much you have to invest into the ES versus, but
be doing fine. We do want to make sure that you can feel a lot more defensive than some other characters for sure. ES
is probably going to be more important than max hit. It's almost never more important than max. Like, there's so many scenarios of people that look at EHP numbers way too much in PoB, and then they make characters that are squishy. Like max hit's freaking king. It's max hit plus recovery plus avoidance is what you need to look at. The primary thing, I think the most important thing is max hit, and then after that, it's recovery. Then after that, it's avoidance. Typically, you want all three, though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's not a huge amount more to say about that, effectively. Yeah, just effectively, yes. We want to have the ability to control a lot of defensiveness.
You know how much points we're getting?
I'm going to rapid fire a few...
I guess it would be similar to current PoE. 1 point per level plus like 20 to 30 from the axe, something like that. If mobs have the new accuracy formula, ES should be stronger against projectiles, by the way. What would be the ES strong against projectiles? What's the new accuracy formula? Like, you saying, like, certain projectiles have a chance to miss even if you don't have evasion if you're, like, from a distance? Max hit in PoV is a lie. Wait, what? Do you mean EHP, right? Because max hit, you can actually get an accurate number. Granted, there's like issues with people like clicking guard skills when they don't have guard skills or pretending they have permanent uptime on that. But outside of people pretending they have permanent uptime on like guard skills, it's pretty good. EHP, yeah, EHP is, people look at that stat way more than they should. Mainly, it's an issue with block or evasion characters where it just greatly over exaggerates the tank something has.
Warrior ascendancies here. So one of them that got shown during the LA presentation that went on or actually an open world games video and then has been kind of spread around Reddit, etc., is effectively the rucksack is back. So you have the Titan, it says plus 20 inventory space. There's been.
Is he gonna confirm it, or is he gonna say that this wasn't supposed to be there? What's he gonna say? I think he's going to. I don't want to believe the rucksack's real. I'm gonna say he said that was a placeholder. We already changed that.
Some questions related to
confirmed.
Quality
No,
of life being something that you get as an ascendancy point related to only a particular ascendancy. So could you elaborate on the decision behind this?
I guess there's not really a huge amount to say about it. Like Mark was the one who was like, yeah, we should probably do this, and
what do you mean Mark was? Well, what happened? I remember when they were talking about removing the rucksack. Wasn't Mark like, I kind of like this, but Chris will kill me, so it's gone forever? Wasn't that like the situation where Mark was like, I liked it, but I'm gonna die if I put it back in, and he snuck it back in? Did you watch Subtractive's video? I did not. I don't know what Subtractive's video is. He wasn't happy when he found out about it. Yeah, it was something like that.
Like he'd probably be a better one to answer that question. But he was kind of like, you know what? I think we'll try it out, right? If it doesn't work, we'll just change it. Just true of anything we do. So yeah. I don't think there's some big deep philosophy around this. It's just kind of like, hey,
fair enough.
Sure.
What's with Chris in the rucksack? I don't know what's with Chris in the rucksack. I just remember when they were talking about removing it after Affliction League. A lot of people like the rucksack in Affliction League, for example. And when they were talking about removing it, people were like, are we going to add it back sometime? And his answer was basically like, Chris was kind of annoyed with me when he found out. We're probably not getting it back. It was something like that. I'm obviously embellishing it, but it was that's why I'm just surprised.
Context, I think the reason people are asking is like, well, I won plus 20 on my class. It's type of questions here.
Honestly, here's my opinion on it. All the people getting baited into the 20 rucksack node on the Titan, minus one ascendancy node. Okay, you guys got played. You don't need those extra 20 slots. Minus an ascendancy node of power. You got played. That's what I think.
Gazi, did you want to?
I do want to, I'll interrupt you real quick. There's that as well.
I think it's a small node. No, I think it's a big node. If it's a small node, then I'm more like, oh, wait a second.
Well, sure. But there's also this idea that your first two
I'll take the trade
points,
every time. No, you freaking
where your
won't.
ascendancy points, you get two of them. You kind of want to get the majority of the classes giving you something that gives you power.
Fair enough.
Whereas this choice is only giving you a quality of life feature, and Blood Mage, first two ascendancies, is a negative input for the class. So I was curious about the decision.
Right. So okay, well, I'll go into the Blood Mage one at least. So one thing I should mention about that is that it does allow you to overcap your life by double, which is something that I didn't mention in the video, but it's kind of important, right? So effectively, if you're picking up those orbs, then you can get to double the amount of life that you normally have. So yeah,
Okay.
Mark actually pointed out.
Massive deal.
Yeah, Mark actually mentioned that I forgot to mention that upside in the
I mean, that's a pretty big difference. I hope that's a percentage life. I hope the orbs are percentage life. If they're flat, that's going to be kind of unfortunate.
the thing. So yeah, that's kind of an important element as well.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
So, yeah.
That's actually kind of
But
fun.
yeah, but I kind of look. I know what you mean about the about the one with the.
Kind of does nothing for bossing. That's how I feel about it too. Unless there's like boss ad phase where you start building up those orbs, it's kind of not helpful there.
The inventory space keystone. Ascendancy node. So yeah, I understood, right? Like I totally get where you're coming from with that.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next ascendancy node. So during the footage, speaking of the footage of the presentation, I'm sitting there and I'm super.
They said some bosses will have ads, yeah. So we'll see what that feels like in terms of like whether or not there's some of these on kill nodes that are like maybe just won't be super relevant in bosses. The thing is, I think even if that was 2 points and it literally does nothing, like it's just a complete dead node, or it's only the downside of extra cost, I still think I think Gore Spike, the crit damage node, carries it.
We're hyped about Warrior. I'm going to play Warrior. I play Warrior in all 3 tests. I want maces, seeing the giant splits, all looking good, right? So then they show the Warrior class of the Ancestral Spirit. And the footage shows a monkey who gets summoned. He pounds his chest and he runs into a tree. He just runs away.
Yes, I know. And this came up during, like, when we saw that so late as well. So, okay, one thing I think you guys should understand is the fact that, like, okay, you probably assume that this video was ready like a week ago. Well, let me tell you, we were rendering it out the night before. And still freaking working on it, right? So there are
right
a lot
on
of things
time,
about
baby.
that video that I certainly would have wanted to improve. And the monkey
All
running
to the
off
last
into the tree
day.
was definitely on the list. Okay, like that was in there. That was certainly not lost on us. Unfortunately, we just didn't get time to fix that.
To be fair,
but yes, I know what you mean. It didn't look good.
Yeah, well, I'm not so much trying to roast you about the monkey. It's like everyone wants to know what the monkey do. Like, there's a monkey, but what does the monkey do? Is there any chance I could find that out?
I mean, I don't actually have the finer details on this one.
He can spill the beans, right? He can tell us what the monkey does. It does something besides running into the wall. It does damage, right? Eldritch Crafting is too strong versus Influence simply because there are no checkpoints on Influence. I have targeted always fixes that. You got hated on Reddit for saying that? I think that's a pretty base take. Eldritch Gear has been the mainstay for a while because of a lot of gear pieces that would be good on Influence are just sometimes too expensive to craft, or Eldritch is also just sometimes just better because the implicits are better than the affixes you can get.
It's
Earth Shatter's still good. I don't know.
You know, I actually don't know.
PoE1 maybe.
I would have to ask Mark about that one. He's the one working on that.
Fair enough. So there's a monkey.
Yeah, I know. But the thing, but it was not lost on me though. That one thing, like it was. Yeah, honestly, like you know, people. Yeah, it came in hot, that presentation. Let me just say that.
All right.
Came in hot and they hit it out of the park. Have you guys seen how many views that video is up to, by the way? It's up to 2.4 million. Is that the highest viewed video they've ever had on their channel at this point? They have a few that are better than it. Just barely. I've watched it 10 times already. Yeah, that's a good point. There could just be like 300k people that have watched it 8 times. That was me. I was rewatching a lot. Yeah, same. I kind of was doing that too. I was also rewatching.
So it does more than runs away. Then.
Yes, it does more than runs away.
The 5-year-old gameplay preview. Path of Exile 2 gameplay preview. Yeah, that was way back when. So much has changed since this thing too. Like so much. Because that was back when it was an expansion and they were like showing the freaking the werewolf form and stuff.
For sure. It's going to be attacking, it's going to be doing stuff. It's just, I think, yeah, just AI failed.
It does something at some point. Got it.
Yeah,
so
it
the Jade would be the next portion. We saw the Jade. Is that defensive only? There was a Jade.
Look at the mana remnant. We can look it up after.
Jade per second. So the question is, are you gaining Jade?
I need to stop pausing the interview and I need to actually finish this before we go back to PoE 2DB and get distracted again.
As you're in Jade form sitting there, and then that translates to a buffs of some kind, or do you have to stack Jade in order to be able to use the skill? So I was hoping, would you be willing to give us any...
So when so while you're not using the skill, effectively it's building up, and that's effectively acting as a counter of the amount of damage that you can sustain. I should mention, by the way, that, and I didn't do a good job of explaining this in the video, that you can turn on and off, like, quickly. Like you've got an amount of Jade, and it's like you use it as when the boss slams, and then you can let go. You don't just stay as a Jade statue. The video made it look like you just stay as a statue until it runs out, but that's not how it works. You just...
That makes that skill pretty good. I wonder how much damage you can mitigate with that. But that's like... Every time you're going to be in a dangerous situation, you just pop, unpop, pop, unpop. It will give you an idea of how life orb is. If it's a flat amount, then it's just cooked. I would hope the Ascendancy would maybe be better than the... I want to cope that if both the Mana Remnant and the ES Remnant thing we see are flat amounts, then I would hope the Ascendancy node is just better and actually has percentage.
hold it down while in your Jade, then you let go and you're not. So
like a
yeah, that's
toggle.
the. Yeah, yeah. So, well, I mean,
Okay.
you just hold down the skill, right? So
Okay.
effectively, you can use that to tank a bunch of damage, and without. And I think the design intention here really is that without dodge rolling, you can stay where you are and tank like even an unblockable hit, like and then attack follow up immediately without having to like dodge away and like get out of position. So that's kind of the idea of that.
Okay.
Architectural support's gonna be in the game. We don't know yet. Right now, maybe no, but maybe yes.
Excellent.
This is like a toggleable Vol Arctic armor kind of thing. Then.
Well, the thing is, so I don't like the word toggleable to use here. It is a skill you are using because, like, while you're holding it, it's there, and then when you're not holding it, it's not there. And also, you can't do anything else while you're a jade statue, right? It's like it's like a skill that is turning you into a statue that's unmoving until you let go, and then you can follow up again. So yeah, it's kind of like, as I said, you should think of it more like a dodge roll where you don't have to actually move. Like it's a way of defending yourself against a big attack that you would otherwise get away from.
Okay. Well, that makes it sound a lot better.
If it's a hold and release skill. I'm picturing it right now. You start pressing it to hold, and like you mistime the slam where you think the slam has already occurred, and like let go of the key and then get one shot because it like instantly unjades you. Sounds like a parry. Yeah, it's something. It's definitely gonna benefit you if you play it well versus not play it well. All right, I need to refill my water again, guys. I'm out of water. I'm starting to get thirsty again. Just give me one moment. I'm gonna top this off. I need hydration. You should do the same. All right, I have returned. Sorry about that. Water has been acquired. Look at hydration. You guys, I guess you guys can't really see what's in the water or what's in the the cup, but I can assure you it's hydration. Pure H2O. Let's gonna go instagging out Gemma and Legionnaire. I don't think Legionnaire looks that good. I think okay, I'll put it this way. I think Legionnaire on a league start seems like it's gonna be rough. I think on a league start it's gonna be rough. You don't have good access to getting extra links. Having additional skill slots, I think we already gonna have more skill slots than we need. The attribute requirement, I'm not sure if it's really that much of a barrier to entry. Maybe it proves to be a barrier to entry, but I feel like that's just like, that's a lot of nodes that it's hard to picture how valuable it is.
Right.
How many snacks are in the cup? No snacks, just water.
People are going. I'm going to try and make these a little bit faster here. Party play. There was the Chronomancer. Looked awesome. Was the one that caught me off guard the most. How does the freezing time work in party play? Can we get to the point?
It doesn't stop your friends.
Okay.
It only stops the monsters. So
so you can overlap these, like have someone go and then the next guy go and then the next guy go, and theoretically.
I don't see why not. That would work.
That'll be really funny if that's like the first endgame boss kill or whatever. Unless the boss has I think they said some of the bosses don't get affected by the time stuff because they're literally like time manipulators themselves or something. Could you please make a video about must-have defenses requirements for like a minimum number of tree nodes that are a must? For example, requirements for a CI build or low life. There's not a good way to put a definitive amount on it because number one, we don't know how dangerous monsters are in PoE 2. And number two is it's kind of a subjective thing for a lot of people. Like people have different opinions on what they consider as tanky. I'll definitely probably make a video about defenses after getting to play it and get a feel for how dangerous various things are in mapping and stuff like that. That'd be a video I'd be like interested in making, is going over like defenses and stuff. But I need to actually see the full tree, know what our tools are, know how dangerous monsters are. Like, so there's actually, I need to be able to gauge it. I can't make that video beforehand because we just don't have enough information. I like to make the speculation video that I think CI is going to be really strong because I think that's going to be the case. But ultimately, until we actually get to play the game, we have definitive numbers on things. We're still throwing darts at a board.
There you go. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna cut in here with two more quick ones, and then we're gonna let Gazi add some minion questions. After that, we're just at the like.
Don't forget about the all res. Yeah, that's like, we just don't know how strong quality is. If it's like 12% more damage, I think it's probably just an okay node. If quality is more effective than that, then it could be decent. But it's just hard to quantify because we just don't know what they're doing with quality at all. They haven't showcased it.
Q&A rapid fire, the last few, like couple from chat here, and then we're pretty much going to send you on your way. Div cards have been in the game. I believe this was confirmed from the puzzle boxes that were originally came out. Was the first basically mention of this. So we're hoping to hear a little bit of information about how you want div cards to be, presented within, this, as well as maybe some timelines, because I saw in the packs you guys are both selling this as well as unique items will come up as supporter packs as well. So some information related to all of those questions.
So effectively, once we've got the our ducks in a row to be able to sell that, because we were a little bit worried. We were just kind of feeling we were planning on selling at the same time as the supporter packs came out, but we ran out of time a little bit, so we couldn't quite put them up, and we were a bit worried because the way the system works for these limited sale items, you've got to make sure there's fairness issues around it. So we're kind of thinking like we should probably make sure that we've got a time that we're going to sell, and we've got some system for like allowing people to like fair access to them, because we're not going to sell too many of them, because every single one of them requires that an artist draws like an image, based on a description that the player supplies. So this is going to be a limited thing. There won't be too many of them sold. And then the same is true of the of the uniques as well. Now these are going to be expensive, right? Because the thing is that we can't sell that many of them, and the cost to deliver a unique item now.
This is where they're saying, hey man, if you got a whale, you better be ready to write a blank check for this unique item.
Is like so much higher than it was back when it was just some art and a few stats. Like there's a lot going on with these, so we're going to be doing that. I understand that you got one randomly in a box. Is that right, DM?
I did. I was curious for myself.
Dude, he high rolled, man. He high rolled the unique. Freaking well played. He had the good seed. Gotta respect it.
I'm asking, but since you're bringing it up, were the boxes sent out? Did you guys handpick? Like, do you get this when you? Or
No,
do
we
you
did
just
not.
put them in a
You got it
hat?
randomly. Yeah.
Randomized. Freaking hit the 10%, man. He high rolled. He killed Nimbus, or he killed Eater, and he got Nimbus on the first kill. You know, freaking well played. I think ES is big. Going all in on mana stacking with Mind Over Matter might be the way to go. Have we seen if there's percent mana nodes? If there's percent mana nodes on the tree too, mana could be pretty legit with how much mana you get from int and the fact that mana rolls seem to be higher on gear as well.
So there was a 10% chance to get a creator unique and a 90% chance to get a div card. So you lucked out pretty hard.
Oh my God! What kind of whammies? All right.
Hella good high roll.
So hopefully people don't feel insulted if they didn't get one of those because it really was random. Like I've got no idea who they got sent to. Anyway, what was it? Oh, that's right. So the div cards, yes. So the div cards designed, like they've actually got like a bit of a new design as well, a fresh coat of paint, but they do fundamentally work the same way that they worked before. The nice thing is that because of the way the Atlas works now, it's much more reasonable for us to make the drop rates like you're not going to be able to, since you won't be able to just grind a single map again and again and again, we can kind of make it like them better in terms of like how often they drop when you find a given map and things like that. And just like, it's just nicer for us to be able to spread them around the Atlas like this. So I think that'll make the div card experience quite a lot cooler. I think hopefully it's just a fun time, right? Like just like we like doing this community stuff. Like it's just fun to have the players involved and things like that. So that'll be fun.
Right on.
And of course, the uniques are another whole can of worms. Where there's always a lot of back and forth with the community members about how OP it can be and all that sort of stuff like that. Like it's definitely always a thing. So it'll be interesting to see how well you can work with our designers on that one.
All right.
I'm still waiting for my box. It's stuck in customs.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, it's
Got
not
scammed,
your fault.
man.
Sweden's postal service is horrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
So at this point, pretty much, I think we cut Ghazi loose to ask his minion.
Chonk supremacy? There's no chonk supremacy. The chonk supremacy thing is so based on can you get like appropriate leech numbers? I don't know, man. I don't think it's gonna be a thing. I think chonk is the only ascendancy more bait than chonk is maybe the Gemeline Legionnaire initially, but I feel like Gemeline has the potential to be decent later on. I'm not so sure about chonk. Get chonked on? I just don't know, guys. I don't know. They're changing leech so much, I just can't confidently believe in it. One guy's name is Chonk. Chaos Chayula Monk Dude. People have been calling it Chonk lately. They combine Chaos with Monk, and they get Chonk somehow. I don't know. Don't ask me. What do you think about the new Zealot's Oath? Really cool for hybrid builds, and I might be tempted to build a hybrid build because of it.
Related question.
But bad for CI builds, which I was initially planning to do, and I might be swapping my scope to hybrid because of it.
So I think he had a little list of these.
Chonk is not going to be. I think it's going to be pretty big. I think it's not going to be that great. I think it's looking. It depends on the leech. It's way too contingent on those leech nodes being good, I think.
Here.
A little list. I try to keep it short. I hope everybody's comfortable. So let's just dive right into it. If we label this as the Gassy Minion rant. It is short, though, mind you. We can start with the footage we watched earlier from content creators had the demon form from the Infernalist. When you popped it, all the minions disappeared. In the footage in the reveal, you had minions.
Yep.
I think it's because he lost his scepter because the demon form doesn't have weapons and the minions were tied to that scepter. That's my opinion on what he's gonna say. Let's see.
We need some elaboration on this.
Yep. So this is actually something that I think probably does need some addressing because right now, since the demon form is a shapeshift form, it means that your weapons are no longer equipped, which means you don't have your scepter. And I need to talk to Mark about the balance of that because I think that's probably not correct. This is just one of those things that needs probably some specific stuff. So I'll talk to him about that and we'll make sure that we sort something out. Because that demon form is obviously intended to be used with minions. It has it's got specific stuff. So
It's got specific. What the hell does that mean? Specific stuff. Wait, Are you telling me the second node on Infernalist, that like the node behind the demon node initially, has like some freaking minion stuff on it? Oh, come on, man. Oh, tell me the demon mode's meant to be actually some minion thing.
I'll talk to him and we'll see about that. Yeah, that was happening there for sure. But yeah, as I said, I think it needs to be addressed.
Specific stuff.
The
Yeah,
next question is, I know you love this. A lot of people don't, but I know you love it, and it is the Animate Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
Will we see it? Will it work differently?
Not an EA, but we'll see. We'll see about that.
Tied to Templar.
Oh, actually, no.
Say it, Jonathan.
Okay,
Say
there
it.
is something. No, you know what? It's not an EA, so I won't talk about it. But
Say it.
there are some other things that kind of take some of the design space of that you'll see later on. But there are some stuff. I just think that it didn't quite make it. I'm pretty sure it hasn't made it yet, so we won't have that.
Okay. So we obviously have the spirits being the reservations resource for both minions and auras. So could you elaborate on the power balance approach that you have, the mindset for minion players when it comes to reserving your spirits? Like, how are we supposed to incorporate auras, or is it just meant for us to just not have any auras? They're supposed to be for minions.
So a couple of things I'll say. One of them is that on some level, you do have to make some decisions about, like, do I want more aura? Do I want more minion? My hope is that there'll be some tension there, where, like, in some cases it'll be more of one, some cases it'll be more of the other. However, I will mention that you effectively have an aura on a stick with the scepter, because the scepters have a bunch of traditional aura mods. So effectively, that's what the expectation is usually, that if you're playing a pure minion build and you're not wanting to actually hit yourself, then you'll probably want to go all in with all of the sort of aura mods on the scepter, and that will allow you to kind of get that kind of gameplay there as well. So that would be the intention there. Yep.
Speaking of scepters, I know we talked about this in LA a few times actually, and that's regarding weapon swapping.
As for the Zelto showcase, 647 timestamp on that video I just linked.
When you have a scepter in one hand and now you're weapon swapping to a non-scepter set.
So the intention is to have it so that you can lock one of the weapons to work on both sets. So if you've got one scepter,
Do we know about Determination and Grace? Nope. Have not seen them yet, as far as I know.
that is like really good, then you can effectively lock that in place so that no matter what you're swapping your other hand to, you can keep that, like you can make sure that you've still got your scepter. But I believe that feature isn't quite in yet, and I don't know if it'll make it for early access or not. It might do, or it might not, depending on whether we get time to do it.
I do want to
Follow-up question on that.
Mm-hmm.
Follow-up question on that is, let's say you have a scepter, like that gives you X amount of more skeleton warriors.
Yeah.
And you're weapon swapping to without scepters. Now, obviously, the warriors goes away. But if the scepter gives you spirit that you have reserved for minions, in what order, what minions will be then disappear when you're then switching to a set that gives you less spirit than you were reserving?
Good question. Now what? Okay, so now the answer to this is tricky. Okay, because there is another user interface that isn't going to make it for early access that will much more clearly let you configure this, because that interface has a separate column for each weapon set you have, and you can put up and down the minion counts per weapon set in one grid. So that actually allows you to really exactly dial in this exact stuff. But unfortunately, we didn't get time. And so there are a couple of problems with regard to Spirit and Minions and that interface that we have right now.
Okay, hold on. He's not wasting Mark 1 questions on Jonathan. Jonathan clearly has an answer for this. Okay, Jonathan, he knows a lot of freaking stuff. Don't you disrespect my man Jonathan.
Make it a bit more confusing. And so we actually, we literally have prototypes of this, but we just didn't quite finish it for EA. But effectively, you can control what minions are going to be spawned on what weapon set independently, and you don't necessarily have to have. It's not necessarily the case that certain ones die because you ran out of spirit. It can be that you just have a completely different setup of how you want your minions to be on the other weapon set if you want, and then some will die and others will summon based on that. So you can use weapon sets to effectively have two completely different layouts of how you want your minions to be if you want. That is a possibility that you have, because effectively the reservations you have per weapon set are per weapon set, and can be completely configured to whatever ones. Now, any counts that are if you've got a count on one that's 3 and a count on one that's 6, then yeah, it'll change the 3 will die in order to account for the other 3. But effectively, you can do kind of any kind of layout you want actually between the different sets. So the way that you'll see that is if you change weapon sets right now, then effectively the numbers will change in that thing, and if you adjust them, then it will effectively unlock the 2 between the 2 sets. And that's kind of the confusing part.
I mean, that's pretty neat. Be able to swap between like certain minions that are really good at single target versus certain minions that are like really good clear or something like that, and have a convenient way to change between the two. Guys, is RF gone? No. As far as we know, RF is going to be introduced when they introduce the Templar, and that might be at the end of early access. They did say RF is changed, but you'll recognize it, so we don't really know what they're doing with it. I think the Ascendancy node after Embrace the Darkness could change the baiting chonk status completely. Yeah, you can cope that the single node behind the Darkness nodes will make the Darkness stuff all worth it, but I don't know, man. That's a stretch.
It's not obvious that that's occurring, and that's the reason why we wanted to have that grid layout of having like here's weapon set.
ARV is effectively gone for early access. It is.
So to make that very explicit, so you can see what's going on there, and it's the same with auras as well, where you can have like auras enabled and disabled on certain weapon sets, but it's like not very obvious with the user interface that we have at the moment that that's going on.
Okay. It seems like that seems like the solution to have one set for single target fights and one for clearing.
Yeah, you can do things like that if you want. You can do things like that.
What were we saying, DM? Sorry.
Things like that. That's what like 99% of people are going to be doing, is set up a single target versus a clear setup. That's also really convenient. I mean, the thing is like, the amount of cheese you can get away with this is also limited by, can you afford to get a second weapon? Like, if you have a good weapon, can you afford to get a second one that mimics the first weapon? That limits that to some extent.
I got
too,
a question,
right?
just because you're talking about weapon swapping here. So dual wielding, the thing that I thought looked interesting is dual wielding two-handers. Obviously, look pretty cool. So I'm kind of curious: is the benefit of dual wielding two-handers, like, is it the same as PoE 1, or how exactly does the benefit of dual wielding two-handers scale in PoE 2?
Yeah, so effectively it's actually different per skill. So every skill has got its own decision about how dual wielding works with it. In some cases, that will be visual in the sense that you can just see the fact that you hit with both weapons, like in the animation, right? So like they just... Now, what we're generally trying to do is make sure that each attack, just like both weapons are inside it, and the animations might be such that, like the idea is to try and sort of balance that with like what the animation is effectively doing. But usually you'll hit with both weapons in a single attack, but there are some attacks where you alternate and then you are faster, and there are some attacks that hit with both at the same time and it merges the damage packages so that you get like all of your stuff in one. Like, it actually is just very skill dependent.
They have to have some sort of less multiplier with that, right? Because otherwise that might just be... I mean, shield slot is hella strong in PoE 1, but if you're just getting double damage by wearing two weapons or doing dual wield, that's like, that shifts pretty heavy into like dual wield meta, right? If Leech is fine, then the Mom CI chunk has a chance. Yeah, okay. If the Leech is good on instant, I would agree. If the Leech is good and that's a way to make the Giga Tank with those mods work, then there's potential. But I feel like Leech is such a gamble.
So yeah, you'll have to sort of play around a bit to do that. But awesome. One thing you might have noticed is that on skill gems now, and this is also true in the skill in the advanced skill screen. There's different tabs where you can see the different, like we'll have like weapon A and weapon B and different tabs and things like that. I believe that's how it works anyway. So that means you can kind of see like how that all interacts. And yeah, but effectively, yeah, different answer per skill.
Okay, appreciate that.
I love the freaking UI of the skills and the freaking like information it gives us now. Way more precise.
I'm gonna move on with my minion rant and say,
it feels that way.
I'm just gonna say one word and a question mark, and the word is golems.
Not right now, but I am sure we'll come to those in the future.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll wrap it up with a couple of quick ones from the minions. Shout out to Crip for this one, and that is the first question here is: permanent minions have commonly had lower power scaling than that of temporary minions in PoE 1, and the question is, will this theme still be a thing in PoE 2 despite the lack of generating corpses versus bosses?
So effectively, the temporary minions are designed in such a way that they can make a boss fight make sense in terms of damage and everything that you can do. And the temporary minions are kind of designed in a way to make it so that when you've got your permanent ones plus also your temporary ones, then that makes sense for clearing. So this is kind of a way to have like a different situation for bosses versus non-bosses. Now there are certainly cases where you've got bosses that have minions, and then those ones you can raise temporary minions, and that effectively means that minion build will have an easier time with those fights just because like of that. Just because of that. But that's kind of okay. Like many fights don't have boss is not spawning minions, so like it's kind of not like a big deal. And also it's just fine sometimes to just have some fights where some builds are better than others, and that's okay. So effectively, yeah, the intention is that with just the permanent minions that you have.
Is he basically just saying that essentially temporary minions are pretty much all tied to like these sorts of mechanics where you spawn them from kills or from the unearthed corpse thing? Like, it's got to be what he's saying essentially. They have a limitation to them.
Well, with a couple of exceptions, there's a few ways to do a few things, but effectively with just the permanent minions you have, that should make boss combat feel correct. And it's also kind of important as well because
Rage spirits are from casting fire spells.
Temporary minions, the amount of minions you can have is like absolutely outrageous.
You could get them during
and for clearing that's fine,
then.
but for making boss combat actually makes sense. Having the fewer number by just having only the permanent ones kind of means that like you actually get the like proper combat we're trying to have for boss fights. So yeah, I think that actually does quite work in that way, having the combination of the two.
It's funny that you mentioned because that's how it felt.
Their reservation, yeah, which to me that means they're competing with your permanent minion slot. So I don't know if that necessarily counts as an exception then. Like extra minions you can get without reservation. Speaking of which, the Raging Spirits look really cool when the little short thing they showcased.
Playing at even low level, like you had an army. It was beautiful. I will ask one last question, which is actually the most important one. We saw Blood Mage, we saw Infernalist, which seems to be like the fire-oriented minion ascendancy. But where's my Necromancer? Like, is the third ascendancy going to be like Occult Chaos, Dot, Curse, and minions? Or what are we expecting to see here?
I won't say exactly what it is, but what I will say is this. One challenge we have with the ascendancies is we don't want it to be that if you're playing a minion character, here's the one ascendancy, right? Like, we don't want it to be that this is always your choice. So this makes it very tricky to design because we need to make sure that there's like something and a variety of these that you'd actually be interested in. And so that being said, look, I think it's a cool fantasy that we want to have the sort of Necromancer type thing, but I think that in order to do it, we have to make it so it's not just so obviously what you need to pick that's the only choice. And effectively, so this is the design problem we have. So I think that effectively there's just was a shelving of like, we're having trouble solving this problem, we'll just go with these two for now. And that's kind of like the main issue. So yeah, that's effectively the design constraint we're working around with this.
Because they don't want to just have minions tied to one class. So it sounds like Rip Necro. The thing is that I think this means they're probably going to have minion nodes that are on other classes. Like, you know, more classes are going to have some extra minion nodes on various places, right? If they're trying to make it have more variance than just always be tied to that class. The enemies on the tree. Well, there's probably gonna be more than one class that support minions, that like sort of thing, right? Like in current PoE 1, it's basically you have Necro's the obvious minion one, and then Guardian's like kind of minion-y, and then really, really tertiary, you could think like maybe Champion, maybe Scion, right? But I think maybe they want it to be where there's multiple options that all seem like they have a minion aspect, but they can also be played as non-minion. So that frees up the variance, I think. Where there's ascendancies that maybe fully give you some support for minions, but isn't necessarily obvious which one's the quote-unquote minion option. Elementals for golems, that's a good point. Yeah, elementals can kind of do golems too.
So now we made it through all our main questions. We have a handful of just like, you don't have to elaborate much, just real simple ones that we pulled from the chat right before the start. And then, you know, thank you. We went about a half hour longer than we were planning to hold you, but we appreciate you taking the time. So I'll shoot these last ones out from the chat here. Okay, first one, strong boxes. That were shown in the review seem like you kind of get locked in almost like Rich. It takes a really long time for them to come out. So
This is another one of those I wish we could have replaced that shot things, because like afterwards we're like, God damn it, like we sped up the frickin' spawn rate on that strongbox like right before we recorded that, right after we recorded that, and we didn't get a chance to reshoot it. So yes, the number of monsters that spawned from that is much faster normally. It's just that the number was incorrect in that video. So you should expect the strongboxes just to be better than that. I believe that the smoke thing, I think the smoke thing was just a mod on it, wasn't it?
It could have been. I
I
might have missed
I think
that.
it was.
Yeah.
No, the minion pace. It was like every time I saw that when I was watching like people react and stuff, I was like, God damn it! I really wish we had a chance to reshoot that shot.
Like the monkey. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the
Yeah, exactly like it.
All right. So next one here. Mouse plus analog concurrently. Like if you have an analog stick plus a mouse, can you use them both at the same time?
After
this was somebody
early
asking about
access.
accessibility question.
So we plan to have it so that you can swap, like, so the UI will swap dynamically between the console version and the keyboard version, like when you just use each controller. But right now it doesn't do that. But that's a feature that's been really requested. So we're gonna get to it. We just need to get to it after the start of EA. But maybe you weren't asking that exactly. Were you asking about analog controller?
I think they're asking, like I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. Really, the accessibility, but
So it sounds like we'll get the hot swap. Hot swap's going to be a thing. I just watched your interview with Talkative Try. I think builds that swap between weapons archetypes are going to be a real thing, since each starting location has two classes or weapon-specific clusters, got to be close together. Duelist with melee, crossbow, ranger for spear, bow, etc. Yeah. My part where I think it's going to be hard is just like, when you're optimizing a character, there's so many like specialized things you go for, like jewel sockets, gearing, like all these sorts of things where there's points where you could specialize, and if you specialize, the benefit is significant versus if you try to keep it generic. And I feel like even if we have like 30 passives of weapon passives, I don't know if that's enough to be able to be fully efficient with two things that are like that different. So that's like where like I hope it's possible, but I feel like it's gonna be hard. There's probably gonna be some cases I can pull it off, but I think it'll be a hard thing to pull off probably.
the question particularly says they want to use the mouse and an analog stick at the same time, and I'm not sure how that would work.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar.
That is not something that we currently support. As I said, the thing we will support is just the ability to swap from mouse keyboard UI to controller UI. And the main reason for that, by the way, is because people are keen to be able to manage their inventory using mouse keyboard, but actually play using controller. And so that's something that we're keen to support once we once we get around to doing that, which shouldn't be too far into early access.
On that topic, we had another rapid fire question. That is mouse and keyboard support for consoles. Yes or no?
Not currently there, I believe. It's something that we hadn't really considered until someone asked it.
You can hook up a mouse and keyboard to a console. I haven't played consoles in like 5 years at this point. That's the thing people are doing. Yes, that's kind of. They're so close to committing to being a part of the PC master race. They're almost there. We'll get them eventually. They're about to change sides.
I would have to check in with the console team, but yeah, I don't believe it's there currently.
All right. Another really big question, which we're going to condense to a rapid fire version, and that is, we saw Ignite magnitude. Could you just, in a short term, explain what magnitude refers to?
Just a multiplayer on Ignite. So effectively, Ignite, I believe, by default, is like 25% of the hit. It does that. Oh geez, how exactly does the math work? Well, anyway, the bigger the hit, the more Ignite damage you get, and then magnitude effectively allows you to scale the Ignite, just a multiplier.
And this is like with Poison as well. It is.
Yeah, I believe
the hit determines the dot.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then you get that, yeah, exactly.
We had a few questions related to separate clients and being able to play both games at the same time. So let's say people will be able to want to play PoE 1 and PoE 2 at the same time. I'm assuming trading or something like that, you know?
They will be. You can do that. It's actually a bit weird. There might be like a few slight oddities when you do that with regard to when you change microtransactions and stuff. But it does work. It's something you can do.
Okay. Ultra wide resolution. For instance, I have a 49-inch monitor. Ultra wide resolution PoE 2. How's that looking?
So you can.
Did he say 49-inch monitor? That's a TV. That's not a monitor. That's freaking huge. That is massive. He did say 49 inches, right? Did I hear that correctly?
You can do.
Okay. Ultra wide resolution. For instance, I have a 49-inch monitor.
Okay, he did say 49 inch. That is a thick monitor.
Ultra wide resolution PoE2. How's that looking?
Playing in HD, baby.
So you can do up to. So hang on, how big are that? What's the ratio of those big ones? I believe that the biggest, widest monitor usually is like 29 by.
It's a weird, yeah, it's a weird one.
So whatever that number is.
If it wasn't for the input lag, I'd use a TV instead of a monitor. They start to be cheaper. Yeah, I guess you're
The big
going for that size
So
anyways.
we do allow you to go up to that. If you go wider than that, it'll start to add black bars. I will say though that like QA are not routinely running around with one of these, so there can be cases where you get like pop in, like maybe a few cases. It should generally work, but you just might get a few visual things. Just like I've noticed cases, for example, where it's like the level is not quite big enough. So if you stand in one corner, you might see off the edge of the level very slightly. Like in a few cases, like there's a few kind of like weird things around, but in general, it works fine. You know, it's just that it's kind of not something that we've been like going out of our way to fix little art issues in when there are issues.
Sure.
Buy one for QA.
As genre defining things like minion summoners have been for the ARPG world, so is Cyclone. Spin to win. Are we going to see something like a spin to win skill in PoE2 soon?
You will eventually, just unfortunately, the exact Cyclone skill of just hold it down forever and just spin forever, we don't have in this version. It is on another class that will have that. There's quite
Duelist, I think, probably, right? That's got to be Duelist. So Cyclone is classic Duelist, right?
a few other skills that involve swirling around and doing stuff though. So you know, it's not like you're not going to have things similar, things like that monk skill, which is a little bit different with the twirling of the staff. It's sort of similar, but yeah, the true just like hold down forever and just channel spinning. That's on a different class that isn't in EA.
Speaking of forever circles, Jonathan, surely you mean Righteous Fire is not going to be a duration-based, cooldown-based piece of.
Okay.
We just got to hope. We just got to hope.
Another topic referring to PoE1 is a spell totem. Will we see a spell totem in PoE2?
You will see it. Do we have it in EA or not? I thought we did. Did we have it in EA or not? Well, look, you're certainly going to have it. The question is, will you have it soon? I'm actually not sure. I mean, look, it was on the skill list recently. Is it still on the skill list? Well, if you're asking, you probably isn't, right? So it's possible that it was removed from the from the Sork skill list if you didn't see it. But so it might have been cut temporarily. But look, it's been made. It's there. It's just like there must have been some issue with it if it's not there. So yeah.
Minion skill reservation.
How about modifiers for maps that like brick the map, for instance, you know, reflect, being eligible, elemental immunities, things like that, concepts for this for PoE2?
So we do definitely have modifiers that are hard, and look, some modifiers will definitely be something that will be hard on your build.
Monsters penetrate 25.
But you know, there are mods that are hard. So it can happen, right? There are things like you've got to have certain things that your build can be good or bad against, I believe. It's notable though that the upsides and downsides work a bit differently, because the upsides are prefixes and the downsides are suffixes rather than having them merged together. So that means the number of downsides that you face it will be lower because there's only going to be 3 rather than 6, and that means that each one is like a bit more sort of interesting in my opinion.
A marsupial.
Like, you know, like you've got that issue with mod dilution where it's like if you've got 6 things affecting you, then you barely even notice them because, well, it's not that you don't notice them, but it's like each one is not like as important.
Nice, the spell totem stacking will be a thing. Yeah, and the new keystone for Ancestral Spirit is 1 totem per spirit, so I'm guessing there's an angle where you go into investing into spirit scaling, and then you have kind of a lot of totems that way. Could be pretty strong.
Because there's 6 of them, whereas when there's 3, it's like the 3 downsides actually matter quite a lot. So yeah, I think it sort of changes the gameplay around that quite a bit. But yeah, sure, there might be cases where mods can kind of brick your build, but try to avoid those if you can. I personally think it's interesting to be able to play around certain stuff like that sometimes. But yeah, we don't want to be as harsh as something like Reflect is, I would say.
Sure. One question that came up a few times was related to like an import-export, for instance, for skill trees. So for people can effectively copy-paste builds in there. Is this a philosophy you guys are for, against, et cetera?
So there's a feature that we never actually finished for this. It's in the game client, but I think probably disabled right now. So it's something that we did plan on doing. It's just that the UI for it was kind of crap and we didn't get time to finish it. But effectively, there was going to be a thing where you could make a .build file, which would effectively be like a skill tree layout that you could import. And effectively, it would work kind of like an item filter. We could throw it in a folder, and then the client would pick it up, and then you can select with a drop down which of the builds you want, and it just shows you the layout, and you can just allocate those points. So we are planning on doing that. We just kind of haven't.
What? They're actually doing it? No way. I'm just really surprised. That's kind of crazy.
Haven't got around to finishing it yet. So yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Guide
We'll
writers.
get to it. So, I mean, it's not gonna give you the same power of POB where you like can see the stats on your character or whatever. But being able to overlay like the trees and like, okay, this is what I need to spec out, is still kind of surprising. I'm surprised they're doing that. Hey, that's cool. Without items, yeah, it sounds like it's just for the tree. Like it's just something that shows you what nodes you're supposed to spec out. The thing is, a lot of times when people have like already decided they're gonna copy a build or whatever, like, you know, they're doing the thing where they're like, you know, like they go to POB and they're like, okay, I need to spec these strength nodes, and then they swap to in-game, they click, and then they go back here, and then they go click, and then you know what I mean? Like they're swapping back and forth, looking at two monitors, moving their head around, stuff like that. I think it's still that's a pretty nice feature. Especially if it's like, you know, you're copying like a league starter and you just can keep specking points as you go because you have your tree layout already planned or whatever.
Rejoice across the globe. From now till the early access launch, 6th of December, we're not that many days off, 12 days if my math is right.
Yep.
Teasers from now till then.
Yep,
Can we
so
expect it?
there's definitely going to be teasers. The community team have got a bunch of things, or at least they'll be making them.
Let's
It
go,
is scary being
teasers!
so close. Like the big concern that I have is obviously server stuff now. Like my big concern is like, can we make sure that the servers are going to hold up? There's a lot of interest. Just looking at the the numbers I'm seeing from like supporter pack sales and so on, and like I think there's going to be a lot of people on day one. So my job now is going to be like making sure that that's going to be okay. I really hope we can do that because it's going to really suck if we get like launch day problems. Yeah, I'm worried we're going to be setting record numbers that will, be very hard to deal with. But we'll do our best, obviously. Yeah, that's going to be my thing to concentrate on going forward.
I want to just real quick follow up on that. Because it sounds to me like you're almost surprised by the amount. I mean, obviously, you have a good product. You've been making a good product for a while, so you're not surprised you have a good product. But what I'm hearing is there's a lot of interest, maybe even more so than you were. Would you say this is accelerating a little bit larger than you guys originally anticipated, or how that's got to be encouraging, right?
It is. The thing is that I guess so. Obviously, when we get to open, full release, right? Obviously, the numbers there are going to be ridiculous because it's free. Anyone can play it. I guess the expectation was that because this was paid entry, and also like there's just a general feeling around early access that people have, where it's like, oh, maybe I'll just wait till the release. Like there's always this kind of feeling of like, I'm gonna wait. And I guess my feeling was that because of the fact we had both that and also the and also the fact that it wasn't, like you can't get in necessarily for free. I guess I was thinking like we would probably see sort of similar numbers to what we've seen in previous PoE launches. But I mean, just the number of people buying packs and so on, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be pretty damn huge. And I mean, look, obviously that was my goal, right? I wanted it to be large, and the part of the whole thing of having so much content in early access is literally to get this result, right? So on some level, I can't be too surprised. But at the same time, there's always those factors of like I was completely certain we were going to smash it out of the park with regard to the full release. I just wasn't certain that we were going to have records on records for concurrency on early access, and so it's looking like we will.
Jonathan, we're in drought for 5 months of PoE only. The thing is, the amount of people that are interested in this isn't just like the standard me and you that's been crack cocaine addicted for PoE and are going to play regardless. There's a lot of people that have not played PoE. They're not interested in trying out PoE 1 that are going to log into PoE 2. That's where probably the majority of the increase in player numbers that are coming in and buying packs or giving this impression that there's going to be a larger, larger amount of players, right? First step in recovery is admitting you have a problem. Yeah. I have friends who never played PoE 1 and bought $160 pack. Holy, he's in. That's crazy. I mean, I never played PoE before and bought the 160. Holy.
And
now that's a
that
good
means we
sale.
have to make sure that our servers are up to the jobs. And it's not really a question of like buy more servers. I mean, we can always do that.
That guy, he is not showing up on day one without some drip. He's gonna have the aesthetics down. he's gonna be floating.
Although even that at some
As a
level of scale
god.
becomes tricky, because you know, like you can't just turn up to Amazon and be like, hey, we need like 5,000 servers out of nowhere. Like they're like there actually is some level of like of doing that. So we're doing that, getting you that all organized. But it's also just like the back end, right? Can the back end handle it? We have to write load testing stuff to kind of make sure that we can like try to simulate.
Dude, how freaking good is the trade gonna feel in terms of like things just popping on the market and whatnot? Because there's a very clear like freaking relation between how many people are playing at the current time and how like liquid and fast trades are gonna be and stuff. That's gonna feel so freaking good. Trade will probably die multiple times. Oh, that's true. The site's gonna go down. People are gonna be going to global chat or try to trade with Faustus. Holy, the opportunity to flip has never been higher.
But then your simulations will never quite match reality. You never
I'm gonna
quite know.
Faustus exactly.
Will it actually work? So we're doing our best basically to try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, I think we can see a pretty significant amount of people turning up early access. It's looking like it's going to be very popular.
Can't wait. Last rapid fire question we have right now is equip gear, even though the gear piece itself makes you fulfill the attribute requirements. There's actually one more question after this. But you know what I'm talking about. Let's say you have a pair of gloves, they have 20 decks, and if you unequip, then you can't equip the skill gem or whatever. Can you just switch that with another pair of glove with dexterity without that being a problem?
You can switch, you can swap them when you already meet the requirements on both. You can swap them between and that will not break anything. But currently, if you have a piece of gear that will support itself, like if you have a piece of gear where equipping it would give you enough stats to support it, unfortunately it doesn't.
It's still going to be the case that I have to go and grab an Astromentus out of my stash, put on the Astromentus, equip the item. No. It's still the same.
Currently let you do that. You have to find a way to get the decks first. And that isn't...
Okay, on the flip side though, at least we don't have to take out like gems to swap it now. Like, because a lot of the times when it would happen is you'd be like, okay, I don't want to transport my gem all the way from my helmet to this other thing. And that's when you unequip it and start swapping the gems. And then you realize, oh crap, I can't re-equip this. And then you go and that's when you have to go get the attribute thing. So it will save that outcome because you don't have to freaking swap the gems over at least.
Annoying. And we are planning on fixing it one day. We just haven't gotten around to it. It's just very tricky to implement. It seems like it's simple, but the problem is that to actually do it completely correctly, because there are stats that affect like that. I'm trying to think of one out of the top of my head, but it's like if you have a stat, for example, that says something like this, that it doubles your dex, then immediately it's not just a question of like.
Is he saying that's a real thing? How did he start that sentence?
Like that, I'm trying to think of one out of the top of my head, but it's like if you have a stat, for example.
Oh, go back a little bit farther. A little bit farther. Hold on.
Find a way to get the decks first, and that is annoying. And we are planning on fixing it one day. We just haven't gotten around to it. It's just very tricky to implement. It seems like it's simple, but the problem is that to actually do it completely correctly, because there are stats that affect like that. I'm trying to think of one out of the top of my head, but it's like
there are stats that affect. Trying to think of one off the top of my head. An example. When he used an example, he did Righteous Fire, and he totally was thinking of how they're butchering it. Like I could see it. He was visualizing the bloodbath of Righteous Fire.
Like if you have a stat, for example,
multiplicative stats,
like
yeah,
that it doubles
like
your
just
dex,
percent increases.
Then immediately it's not just a question of like adding one and you actually have to effectively work out like, okay, what would the stats be on my character if I were to equip this thing, including all the changes that would occur from all the different mods on this thing. And then after you've done that, then it's like, well, now I've done that, a fake simulation of that. Now I need to do that for real. And so it's like it's just a little bit tricky to actually organize doing that. So we will get to it one day because it's a feature that I'd love to have. But yeah, currently it doesn't work.
So the last rapid fire question we have, and I'll send you on out, is people were asking many times about DLSS support.
Yeah, we have that.
There you go. The answer is that question.
Yeah. One thing I will say about it, though, just one detail, is that just to get a little bit technical here, because I used to kind of do engine programming stuff. The motion vectors we have, I don't think are as high quality as some games have, and we're using one of the DLSS profiles that's kind of supposed to be okay with that. It just means that some of the motion reconstruction may not be as good as like you get in some games. I think it's pretty reasonable, but honestly, I'm not a huge fan of DLSS myself anyway. Like I prefer the raw frames. I'm just that kind of guy, I guess. But yeah, we have support for it, and it works well.
We got ourselves a raw frame guy. Gotta respect it, just more of a raw frame enjoyer. I will be drinking the tears of RF players. Too long have you played on easy mode. Hey, how about you shut up, okay? RF is not easy mode. It's literally a B tier skill, okay? Our DPS always sucks compared to other things. Friggin', it's not easy mode.
It's certainly the performance improvement that you're hoping for. It's just that the motion vectors for things like, because we're really spell heavy, right? And so spells are like all those alpha transparent effects. That's like the worst thing for like upscaling. That's where you have all the kind of issues. So that's kind of where you'd expect to see the kind of artifacting that you get from DLSS.
All right. Well, that's it. We won't take any more of your time. We'll just take those questions and go. Thanks for going, twice the length, really, that we expected to be here. 2 hours.
No problem.
Got a lot.
Good interview. They abducted him for an extra hour, and he just sat there and just kept answering questions. Do you think they could have gotten away with 3 hours if they just kept asking him questions? Maybe Jonathan doesn't have a clock on his side, and he doesn't even realize how long they've abducted him for. I wonder if they could have gotten away with it if they just kept asking questions. He's like, he needs to go frickin', email Amazon about the servers, but he's just here answering questions instead. Vegas style, give him drinks and then we take him away on the clocks. Keep watching. There's something about RF. Wait, in the last 50 seconds? Are you serious?
A lot of good information. Is there anything you want to throw out at the end, just because we're about to wrap? Is there anything you want to say, ask, or
I don't know. Really, I think we probably covered everything. But I just really hope everyone enjoys the game when we release soon. I'm just really keen. And as I said, I'm sorry if the servers fall over. Like I'm really. I really, really hope we're able to get the servers to not fall over on release day. That's just my one goal now. So yeah. We'll do our best.
All right. Cheers.
Amazing. Well,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And all right, everybody, that was it. I'm going to go ahead and go get you off camera here. Thank you, Jonathan, for your time.
No problem.
And
let's have a chat.
GG.
All right, and yeah, I'll go. I've got a meeting to go to. So yeah, see you later.
Cheers.
you do that.
Who said there was going to be an RF related thing later? Who freaking said that? You liar! I can't believe I fell for that. There's an RF thing in the next 50 seconds, Lance. Freaking, you knew my weakness. Okay, I was like, I had to watch it to completion because just in case. But you really use that against me? Like, what's up with that? Ban that guy. If I find out who it is, okay, he's done for. He is done for if I find out who it is. Is there a Reddit summary on the interview? Probably. Knowing the PoE community, somebody probably did a friggin' TLDR on it already. Confirmed to exist but not ready yet? Yep, basically. All right. We have one more Dreamcore video we need to look at that I think he posted when I was busy with family and stuff, and it has notables on it. So I think we're gonna just take a little look-see here. Bulwark, dodge roll, cannot avoid damage, take 30% less while dodge rolling. Wait a minute, guys, hold the phone. You guys think what I'm thinking right now looking at this? Subtractor posted a 40-minute gameplay video too? Wait, for real? Perma rolling? No. Well, yes, but also no. I'm thinking when they don't brutalize Righteous Fire now has 30 DR. Thoughts? Just constantly dodge rolling with Righteous Fire the entire time. There's no way though. I think they might have brutalized Righteous Fire, dude. From hits? Wait, does it say that? Oh, it does say that. Well, no, I mean, I can still roll around though. Okay, listen, I can still roll around. I can still constantly roll around. Listen, I might not get the DR to my Righteous Fire, but I will get the DR when they hit me. Okay, I got nothing better to do. I'm not trying to use a second ability like Fire Trap and be a freaking Fire Trap build. RF doing chip damage now. Lands mid Lexia, not reading the middle. Dang it, you're right. It was the thing again. Dude, I need to stop doing this. Okay, it has been backfiring way more often than it used to. I used to get away with reading the first part and then the last part all the friggin' time. I don't know what happened to PoE, but they started adding important information in the middle. And it must have been within the last league or so, because I swear I could get away with it like pretty much every single time. It was a flawless technique of read the first part, then the last part, and move on. And it worked fantastically. I think they started to add important information in the middle at some point last league. It's literally underlined. That doesn't matter. That just means it's a key term. It doesn't mean it's important necessarily. Moving on. Moving on. Okay, we saw the Herald node. I don't know if that's going to be good or not. Who friggin' knows? Herald auto bombers. That just feels weird having that over in like the friggin' melee portion of the tree a little bit. What if they made it like LERF where you have to stack it to do other... No, don't say things like that. Don't just stop talking. Coal threshold, we've already seen. Dude, this is all covered. Glancing blows we've seen. Lay siege. Dude, this was all covered in the Badge Harry video. You know, the guy who didn't try to withhold information. Reduce seems like a very small downside. The 40% reduced. I mean, that's a lot of damage. It's basically like you're focusing specifically on Herald skills, and the question is, could the Herald skills be good enough? New video? Yeah, that's the video we were looking at, which I think has most of these ones we've seen so far. Yeah, most of the stuff in here is stuff we saw on the Badge Harry video. This might actually be kind of redundant things. Yeah, he literally like he went through this whole area. Ooh, +1 cooldown and +1 proj. He did not hover these. That's kind of insane though. +1 proj and +1 grenade. I think grenades are going to be OP. Insta pickup. That seems so, like grenades. Have you guys seen the effectiveness on grenades? Do we have some of the grenade skills in the PoE 2DB, for example? Grenades look like better traps. They look insane to me. Yeah, like look at these things. 285 effectiveness. Like comparing it to like the attack skills that are like 60% or whatever. And you could put multi-proj on this. Overlap, yeah. Cooldown though? The cooldown is 3 seconds. And you can store up to 3 uses. Like to me, the way I'm looking at this, you put on, you get like a +1 proj, +1 cooldown. And each fight, you get to start out with, like, you know, 3,000% damageness. I don't know, dude. That seems really strong to me. And with the clips when they've showcased it, it seems good. Like, have you seen, like, the showcase clips of, like, the cluster grenade and stuff? I wonder if grenades share a cooldown. Probably the ones that have cooldowns, I would guess, maybe. I don't know. This one just seems really, really strong. If you factor in the attack speed, a lot of the attack skills kind of look like this. I'm just trying to compare to other skills that have attack speed or attack base effectiveness. That like, I'm just thinking about something like this. Like you look at armor break, it's 80% effectiveness or 80% speed, similar speed, third of the damage, and you can't put like +1 proj on it and stuff. Like things like that is all I'm thinking about. I guess they do have the Hammer of the Gods, right? Cooldown of 24 seconds. So this is effectively, divide this by 8. 150% effect. Yeah, the grenades are just better than this, is what I'm thinking about. I guess you get the double proc and you can do stuff like that, but still. Per second of cooldown, you're looking at like 50% effectiveness, whereas like the grenade, the explosive grenade, for example, is close to 100% effectiveness, and you can combine it with like extra proj for shotgun, which makes it stronger. 2.4 million on the PoE content reveal? Yeah, it popped off. Chronomancer could be baller. Yeah, that Chronomancer, I don't know. I want to see what the other nodes are. It just looks cool. You guys reset the cooldowns with the Chronomancer? Yeah. Watch Chronomancer end up being a better crossbow player than the Mercenary because of the reset cooldowns. That would be kind of funny. They removed mines from the game. Did they remove mines from the game? I don't know. It's like, for all we know, it's just stuff that is going to be added later with like Shadow. Forbidden Flesh Flame Jewels? No clue. They haven't told us anything about endgame boss uniques. Maybe they'll give us some teasers over the next 2 weeks here. Like, maybe they give us some teasers over the next 2 weeks here. Sorceress and Mercenary gameplay. Subtract them.
This, I guess, is the beginning of making content for Path of Exile 2. Been kind of taking some time recently thinking about how I want to approach this, because I really want to do this right and in my own way. And that's going to be a lot of just talking from my perspective and not trying to fulfill the...
Giacomo, yeah, we saw the nodes about the attack speed accuracy stuff. I'm still nervous for deck stackers. I think they're still going to have a maybe survivability issue, but they're going to have a lot of damage. If attack speed's hard to get and they have one of the ways to get it decently.
Algorithm and clickbait and all that type of stuff. I just tried it in the past and it does not spark joy. It's not what I want to do. I just want to talk to you guys about, you know, a game that I love and share the things, my thoughts about it and what I think is cool about it, and, you know, teach stuff and have fun along the way.
I see Archie Armor. I don't know the change to it.
Okay. So
I guess people are saying it's now like a hit thing where it just like does damage to enemies as they hit you.
what I'm going to be sharing with you guys today is
Full Strike Their Soul. Yeah, we saw that.
Playthrough at the playtest that GGG did a couple weeks ago. It was under embargo until a couple days ago, and we actually had to edit the footage, send it over, and Jonathan was personally reviewing all of it. So this is Jonathan Rogers approved footage. The unique thing here is I am one of the only, if not the actual only content creator that has now played Path of Exile 2 all the way from ExileCon, the most recent one. I don't know when that was, a year and a half ago. I've been to every single playtest, including the most recent one. And in fact, the only other PoE content creators that I know were at the last playtest were me, MP Havoc, Big Ducks, and then, you know, some ARPG people, you know, like Darth Microtransaction, but no, like,
he didn't see
PoE
Dream
people.
Core,
So
did he?
that's all of us that were there. I think I have kind of a unique perspective here in that I've played all the playtests. I've seen it from ExileCon where I was like, oh, I don't know if this game is going to be what I want it to be. I was kind of scared at ExileCon. It was very overtuned, we'll say.
He's trying to make us jealous. He's not trying to make us jealous. I think he's just trying to give perspective that he saw it at the start at ExileCon when he personally thought it was rough, and then they've changed it, you know, iteratively as they've gotten feedback and stuff. Because like from what I've heard, like I talked to him I was at the June playtest, like, and he thought it was real rough. And he's not lying about thinking it was real rough on like the ExileCon playtest versus he had pretty positive experience on the June one. And I'm guessing he's going to say maybe even liked it more on this playtest too.
You know, it was very a rougher state. They were figuring things out. I can very honestly and genuinely say after this most recent playtest, I am quite excited for PoE 2. However, I'm not going to glaze it. I'm not going to hide the things that I think I'm a little worried about. I am not like 100% think this is going to be a perfect game. I think there's a lot of stuff that PoE 1 offers that this one is trying to diverge from. And I am going to try to call that out. You know, maybe not all that much in this video, but, you know, I'm going to give you guys my thoughts and concerns. So yeah, anyway, long intro long. Let's just get right into it, and I'll start talking about, you know, what my thoughts are as I go through the playtest. What I'm going to be doing in this video is talking over some parts, kind of pausing it, pointing some things out, and then kind of just letting the gameplay play. Like I'll take the camera off the screen, let the gameplay play for a couple minutes. You can kind of just immerse yourself. So yeah, let's
Establish authority to talk about the topic. Yeah. I think it's legitimate.
get started. And hopefully the volume levels and everything are good. So going into this playtest, we can see that we have Sork, Warrior, Ranger, Witch, Mercenary, and Monk. These are the classes that are going to be coming out on December.
What's going to happen when you have all 12 of them? Is there going to be 12 ropes? It's kind of going to get a little... It's going to be freaking shoulder to shoulder. It's going to get tight.
Number 6. And I had
a lot of
previously played
executions.
all of the other classes except for the Mercenary. This is the first time I've had
Well,
a chance to
crowded,
play the
yeah.
Mercenary. There's a quick little intro animation here kind of showing the general idea of how the character works. And I just...
Ooh, just a random side note. This ability, when they were showcasing like the ultimatum endgame boss fight, this thing looked like it did a ton of damage.
A quick little intro animation here kind of showing the
That like
general idea of
freaking
how the character
ice
works.
rain thing.
And I just want to give it a shot. And in fact, we're going to try to save some time here. Everyone's seen that animation. We're not going to let that play again. So the first skill that you get is the fragmentation rounds. It's just a default shot. Let it play a little bit here. This is my first time playing. This is your AoE skill that you kind of start with. So you get a basic shot, which is right there, my basic bolt. The big thing about the Mercenary is he has multiple skills that have ammo, and they all have their individual magazines that you have to switch between them and reload them. I'm sure there's plenty of ways, and I know on the passive tree, we have seen that there are ways to save bullets when you're shooting. You know, maybe the big thing that I would like, I don't know if that's in the game already.
I feel like I heard multiple people say something about the playtest made people think Mercenary wasn't good early on or something. I still think it's the Mercenary / crossbow archetype. I feel like it's the grenade thing. I am such a believer in the grenades. The grenades just seem, I don't know. Numerically, they just seem giga strong.
Is the ability, you can see that the aim is a little, the name locking with the aiming is a little awkward. The thing that I noticed, and I'll talk about like...
Whoa, was that 10 flat evasion and 8 armor?
Is a little...
No, 10 flat armor and 8 evasion was a... Ooh, that's an ugly looking first node. I don't want to be clicking that. Surely they had to change the formula, right? Surely they changed the formula. That's a little... I mean, in Act 1, this is probably good, but that's probably falls off pretty quick, right?
Awkward. The thing that I noticed, and
in before the grades can't shotgun. They totally can though, Connor. Like, have you seen the any like showcases where they showcase like multi-proj on the grenade things? Like they're doing hella DPS with like the cluster explosions and stuff.
Talk about like one of the cons already with the Mercenary for me.
There's a very good theory craft about Merc and Shortleaf. 50% of boss HP easy and fast in 3 to 4 seconds. Grenades well, yeah, grenades they just do so much effectiveness. They seem crazy. For now, I mean, yeah, maybe if they patch out the effectiveness they gave them, but
between things and reload. And with that reload time, like
I don't care if it's strong, it's Pog, yeah.
When you're fighting like a certain set of monsters, right? Or like one pack of monsters, you can empty both magazines, but then the time to switch between them and then reload, you're not gonna be switching between it, at least early on. Like, you know, I've seen, you know, the more advanced gameplay later.
Well, that is a little bit scuffed. So he'd have to reload the basic bolts too.
Where they can kind of like reload each other and all that, but at least early on, you know, a big pain point for me was, you know, and every character starts weak, right? But you know, you can unload one magazine, switch to the other one, and then you're just gonna stick to your one, right? Because switching between them, waiting for the reload again, switching back, like that's just very inefficient. But this is the gameplay. You know, he walks around and shoots. You got your fragmentation rounds. That is your AOE. I did find the AOE, at least early on, not very effective. It has a little bit of a built-in pierce there. I skipped that, so I killed him. I didn't get any loot from him. The key...
He got scammed. Did you see Herald Keystone? I think you mean notable. I didn't see a Keystone, but the thing about Herald's skills is like, I think it's too early to judge whether or not they're going to be able to effectively be made into a build that you can count on, really.
Here is I want to show you guys show you guys the early experience with the mercenary, and maybe this will get tweaked a little bit by the time that December 6th happens. And I kind of push it a little bit irresponsibly here. I purposely bring a lot of monsters because one of my favorite things in RPGs, you know, I'm a OG World of Warcraft mage type of player. I just want to group up a bunch of monsters and then, you know, cast Blizzard or whatever and blow everything up. And then you can see kind of also I did get a cold skill right here, so I got a cold shot. I'm trying to freeze them, trying to like shatter them, do some AoE, and just trying to demonstrate here what the
They ain't looking pretty.
you know what the experience is with these early skills, at least what you're gonna expect. No, like I said, I'm not trying to glaze up things that they're demonstrate things.
I think this class will need to be played on walls though, but I think I'm worried about losing the control and only having 8 directions to move in. I mean, I think it's pretty precise about how you want to move. You let go of one key and you start moving right versus going up versus going diagonal. I think it's still going to be plenty precise.
How they aren't. Don't worry, there's a lot of contrast in this video a little bit later on. So anyway, that's the pack of monsters there, and then the first boss that you fight here is the Devourer. It's within these the tunnels. And you can kind of see the experience reloading your different magazines over and over again and switching between them.
Gotta play grenades.
So
That's all there is to it. I think the mercenary is gated by the bad gameplay until they get the grenade. The grenade will carry.
That was like a couple minute time skip, and you can see he's not dead yet. This is literally what I did. I was just like, this ain't for me. I'm out. So I did see gameplay of both Havoc and Empy playing the mercenary later on. They stuck to it and they found combinations of it, and Big Ducks too. All 3 of them played mercenary, and they all had a good time with it. But you know, that's
Translation, they played until they got the grenades, I believe. Rage, that I mean, he was on that boss fight for a while. He was probably getting tilted by the reload.
Sork. I'm like I said, I'm a mage, Sork, wizard, whatever you want to do. You know,
Yo, these are some real
elemental,
nodes.
temporal magic. That's my thing. Arcane magic. It's always my favorite class in every game. And oh yeah, wait for this one. Anyway, the first time that I played Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon, Sork was so poorly balanced and so underpowered. Actually, at least the first and second,
The item he
if not
gets.
third time.
I guess we'll
Sork
see what
always
freezing
felt really
shards
bad.
does.
And that was basically my metric for, am I going to like this game? Like, can they do a magic caster properly? Well, this happened. Right off the beach, the very first boss that I killed gave me a plus 2 level of cold spell skill gems, 47% increased cold damage,
What
and
the
level
hell?
2 freezing shards right here. Yeah.
This is part of why I think they're making levels of gems worse. Because like, they have to be making them worse. How is this balanced, right? If this is like a common thing you see, I think they're making gem levels.
You'll just see the difference between the mercenary and this. Now, kind of a concern that I have is the reliance on gear here, because I can't actually attribute how strong I felt in this playtest versus the last one on Sork. I can't separate it too much because I didn't have this crazy gear when I was doing the previous playtest. But I can tell you, if you get
is
good
the item of
gear,
the skill, yeah,
at
maybe
least on a Sork,
the
if
item
you get a good
skill
staff,
tied to it.
things will feel really good. So yeah, this is just watch his life bar.
Hey, that's the kind of gameplay we're looking for. Yo. That's more like it. Unique, yeah. Surely he'll show us the unique he got.
Had a little fun there, and yeah, that's just with that starting staff. That is the difference in power there. when that happened and I saw how strong I was just like, okay, I'm feeling it. I'm kind of seeing it here. And this is the next boss in the next zone too.
You're just perma-freezing
just
them.
to confirm that it wasn't a fluke.
Nah, man, your ice
Just wait
spear
for the
ability
shatter.
is definitely better than the ice nova.
Yeah, so I was very excited. I was very encouraged. I want to call just special.
Pause when you hovered over the unique. I don't think he ID'd it. He didn't show what it was, did he? I'll go back for it. That's right. He killed it in 20 seconds.
Do a little spin of joy.
A felled great club. Looks like a boar. Like a boar's head or something. Two-hand mace, 13 to 18. He shows it later. Okay, fair
Add a
enough.
little, the and just how much detail there is to like the physics effects.
Okay, here's what I think's happening. I don't think it's necessarily the +2 cold. I think it's that skill that was granted by the staff is overtuned for like the first few zones. That's what I think it has like some base damage number that's just maybe a bit too good for the first area, but then it's balanced around being able to go a little bit later. Because that thing, that like ice shard thing he's
Of
shooting
all
out.
the shattering.
Yeah, he did get 50% damage too, which that helps as well.
Fighting a little bit later on. Just the freezing shards going through the flame wall, seeing them lit up and all that, igniting the monsters. The effects are like
48% that early is
almost-
pretty crazy.
almost a little too subtle, but it adds a lot of style to it. And I think it's really nice instead of like the Path of Exile 1, like insane flashiness. So yeah, they added a lot of new support gems, and I think that
One of the scripted drops. I don't know if that's one of the scripted. I think scripted drops are like uncut gems and stuff like that.
this is really going to be what differentiates Path of Exile 2 as the thing about support gems in Path of Exile 1 is they
Is Ice Nova had the levels to it? It did have the levels to it, but the thing is, those freezing charge were doing more damage than the Ice Nova by like a decent margin, right?
very often trend or are picked at least towards the more what gives me more damage, right? Like we have some that are a little bit more utility focused. You can do something like Fortify, where you kind of have like a hybrid offense and defense, or you have something like Inspiration, where maybe you're kind of mitigating some mana cost. There are some like interesting upsides in addition to damage, but a lot of the time you're just saying how do I take the highest damage support gems that I can while not taking too many downsides or getting as much, a little side utility in addition to that. That's what we see a lot of the time in Path of Exile 1, and kind of a cool thing.
There are some scripted unique drops. They mentioned that. Well, maybe that's what that unique was then. Maybe ETA. Oh, we could probably call it now. I think we'll look through the rest of this video tomorrow. It's getting kind of late, guys. I'm gonna call it for the day here. It's been fun. We got to look at some decent stuff. I'm hoping that we keep getting more drip fed of information, because I mean, I was excited about the Guardian project, but I gotta be honest, after the PoE 2 reveal, it killed my motivation, because I just want to play PoE 2 later's lads. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Let's see who's streaming. Who can I send you guys to? I'll send you guys over to send you guys over to Quinn opening the box. I want to raid you guys. I want to raid Quinn. He's opening the box right now. All right. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you had fun today. And as always, take care. Have a good rest of your evenings. And yeah, until next time, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
No, is it on this?
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.